Chapter 3168. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation The Great Escape, Boom. This time, the wretched Mosquito Slayer used the same mental power secret technique that Yi Xian had mastered, but its power was much more powerful than the mental storm from before. Destruction Vortex. The demon's mental power that surged out of his body was far more powerful than before, and it instantly formed a huge mental power vortex that soared into the sky. In addition to Mosquito Slayer's level 9 mental power, he had reached the peak of the demon's mental power, and its power was unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, a huge gap was created in the cage formed by countless energy beams of different sizes. Unfortunately, this gap did not lead to any other direction, but to the death vortex in front. Obviously, the wretched Mosquito Slayer still could not forget the strongest devouring doppelganger that Tian Chenzi had secretly nurtured in the death vortex. This time he used the destruction vortex to open a path for Yi Xian, and it was also directed to the death vortex. Yi Xian had no choice but to wave his hand and summon the Dongshu shuttle with a bitter smile. He stepped into it and immediately turned the shuttle into a purple light that rushed into the death vortex. At this moment, the wretched Mosquito Slayer's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, but he did not rush into the death vortex in front. Instead, after he rushed out of the void cage and was about to enter the death vortex, he forcefully pulled himself out of it with some great magical power. Then he suddenly paused and rushed in the direction of the victorious return fleet. Just as the Dongshu shuttle entered the death vortex, his voice was clearly heard. I've already calculated with the heaven measuring technique. Although Master is going to be in danger, you'll definitely be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing in the end, and you'll also have a great harvest. From now on you'll soar into the sky. Don't worry, I'll be guarding Planet Victorious Return. As long as the 10 palace masters of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces don't come in person, you'll be safe. At the same time, the thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds of the dozens of fleets from various forces in the void cage that was 100,000 miles away were in an uproar at this moment. The scene that had occurred in the void tens of thousands of kilometers away was a long story, but in truth, from the moment Huai Dongzi and Tian Chenzi appeared to the moment Tian Chenzi self-destructed, only half a minute had passed. In such a short period of time, all the masters in the dozens of fleets near the Death Star Vortex were originally focused on competing for the rare minerals and source crystals that had erupted from the Death Star Vortex, so no one paid attention to what was happening in the distant void. In such a hurry, no one was able to react. It wasn't until Tian Chenzi self-detonated and activated the great shifting technique of the 5 elements that all the experts in the starry sky suddenly realized that they had fallen into the trap of Black Heaven City. Unfortunately, the array formation had already been activated. Not all existences had the ability to escape. Before this void cage was fully formed, only 6 starry sky fortresses managed to escape. 5 of them were the flagship fortresses of the 5 large fleets belonging to the various forces of the Federation in the Second Universe. The other one was one of the 2 flagship fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The rest, including the Celestial Legacy race's other interstellar fortress and the Celestial Legacy interstellar fortress personally guarded by old-time dragon Ziwen, were all trapped in the void cage formed by the formation. There were still thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds of various sizes. They were so densely packed that it was a shocking sight. Some of the stellar-level battleships, which were 3,000 meters long, had been activated by the great shifting technique of the 5 elements. The moment the great shifting technique of the 5 elements blasted out countless poisonous flames and astral winds from the 6 energy light pillars into the sky, they completely exploded into giant balls of flames. There were at least 200 or 300 of them. All the battleships and fortresses had been preoccupied with fighting for the source crystals and hadn't even activated their defensive shields. The large fortresses with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters were fine. They could withstand the power of the array formation for a short period of time. Then they could activate their defensive shields. At least they would be fine for the time being. But the stellar-level battleships, which were 3,000 meters long, didn't even have the chance to do so. The moment the array formation was activated, they exploded under the power of the array formation. In an instant, hundreds of huge fireballs exploded in the void of this cage that was 100,000 kilometers in size. Accompanied by the energy pillars of the formation and the light emitted by the rare mineral deposits that erupted, they were extremely dazzling under the contrast of each other. The entire vast void was like a dream. All the experts in the starry sky who had escaped from the void cage and were watching from the center of the void in the distance were dumbfounded and absent-minded. It was also at this moment that the wretched mosquito slayer used the destructive vortex and forcibly blasted a passage through the great shifting technique of the 5 elements, which led directly to the Death Star vortex. Then Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle rushed into the vortex. At least, they had left the void cage that was sealed by the great shifting technique of the 5 elements. And if they stayed here, they would be in big trouble. All the experts in the void cage were well aware of this. Therefore, although they were also wary of the Death Star vortex in front of them, at least someone had taken the lead and rushed in. This was the only way out. And compared to this void cage that only had endless dangers waiting to befall them, at least the Death Star vortex in front of them clearly contained a large number of source crystals. They might be able to snatch more if they risked their lives. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? In an instant, the eyes of all the experts trapped in the void cage turned red. Fortresses and fortresses of various sizes, as well as the surviving stellar-level warships, all scrambled to be the first to leave. In the blink of an eye, several interstellar fortresses followed closely behind Yi Xian and rushed into the Death Star vortex. Immediately after, a few more cosmic state fortresses charged in. Finally, there were more than 10 large fortresses with diameters of 10,000 meters. In just 5 to 6 seconds, more than 10 warships rushed into the Death Star vortex after the Dongshu shuttle, the smallest of which was a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It was also at this moment that the escape tunnel that the wretched mosquito slayer forcefully created with the destructive vortex finally disappeared. The power of the great array of the 5 elements shifting technique, which reversed the universe, cancelled out the power of the destructive vortex's mental power in less than 10 seconds, and the gap was instantly repaired. At this point, the chaotic escape of all the warships trapped in this void cage had finally come to an end. There were still nearly 1,000 warships remaining within the range of the formation, struggling left and right like trapped beasts. Their cannons were firing wildly but to no avail. They couldn't rush out at all, but there were still nearly 1,000 warships. The frequency was so fast that it caused the void to tremble violently at this moment. The Death Star vortex that was 100,000 kilometers away suddenly burst into a dazzling light, causing all the starry sky experts in the center of the void to subconsciously close their eyes at the same time. The next moment, when they opened their eyes again, the entire star field where the void cage was located was already empty. Everyone and everything within 100,000 kilometers of the void, including the erupting rare mineral deposits and nearly 1,000 warships, had completely disappeared without a trace. It was only at this moment that Huai Dongzi, who had been blasted out of the endless void by the wretched mosquito slayer, arrived. He saw that the formation had already completed its shift, but there were still nearly 100 warships of various forces in the void in the distance. Almost all of them were fortresses and small fortresses. Obviously, it was impossible to kill all of them. Chapter 3169. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Another egg. Whoosh. Rumble. Whoosh. The sound of the air breaking rang out densely, accompanied by some loud booming noises. This was already the interior of the Death Stellar vortex. No one knew what had happened to the void of the Death Stellar domain after the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 elements shifting technique had been fully activated and completed the shift. Everyone who had successfully escaped into the Death Star vortex, including Yi Xian, was not in the mood to think about what was happening outside. This was because they were still in danger and had no time to think about anything else. To be more precise, they had just escaped from a dragon's den and now they had fallen into a tiger's den. Before they could recover, new trouble had already befallen them. From the outside, the Death Star vortex looked like a small black hole. It was for this reason that although many starry sky experts knew about this place, none of them had actually entered it except for Tian Qianzi. Black holes were extremely dangerous. They could even swallow light, let alone other things. Therefore, no one would be so bored as to casually explore an unknown black hole. In fact, the inside of the Death Star vortex was not much different from an ordinary black hole. It was also a dark world. There was not even any light or heat. In a sense, the Death Star vortex was actually a black hole in the universe in another sense. They were essentially the same. Black holes were formed by the extreme collapse of the void after the Big Bang. They swallowed all light and heat, including light. As for the Death Star vortex, although it did not explode before it was formed, it contained a devouring marrow essence that could devour all light, heat, and light. Therefore, its meaning in essence was not much different from a black hole. The only difference was that all the light and heat, as well as the energy of the universe, were being devoured by the Death Star vortex. They were all converging in one place, which was the deepest core of the Death Star vortex. There was a giant crystal egg there. It was also the place where Tian Chenzi's strongest devouring doppelganger was born. At this moment, the scene inside the Death Star vortex had already stunned all the Starry Sky experts who had escaped into this place, including Yi Xian. Apart from Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, which was only a small private battleship, the rest of the spaceships were at least 10,000 meters in diameter. There were 7 large fortresses, 5 small cosmic-level fortresses, and 300,000-meter-wide cosmic fortresses. In total, there were 15 giant battleships. Among them, there were 3 universal fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. One of them belonged to the Tianji race, while the other 2 belonged to 2 of the races of the Second Universe Federation. The other 12 big fortresses and small strongholds belonged to different races in the Second Universe. The giant battleships that entered the Death Star vortex belonged to different powers. No 2 belonged to the same power. The 3 universal fortresses were overseen by existences at the 12th level, the Void Realm. Even the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race's fortress was the same. The strongest expert of the Heaven's Legacy race stationed in the Death Star vortex was also a supreme existence at the 14th level, the Cosmic Light Realm. However, that existence was in another universal fortress of the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, he had been teleported to the core-killing array of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human clan's camp by the great technique of 5 elements reversal. Right now, the 15 giant battleships of various powers and Yi Xian's small private battleship, Dongshu Shuttle, were in different areas. After entering the Death Star vortex, they did not gather in the same area. However, all the battleships were moving toward the same target at full speed. There was a giant crystal egg there. Although it was called giant, it was only relative to the material it was made of. In fact, this giant crystal egg was not very big. It was only about 3 meters tall. However, its entire body was formed by the devouring source crystal. Moreover, it was completely natural. There was not the slightest gap in between. It was clearly a hole. That was why it was said to be a giant egg. After all, most devouring source crystals were the size of a pigeon's egg. It was difficult for this kind of mysterious crystal to continue accumulating to a larger size after reaching the size of a pigeon's egg. The reason why this giant crystal egg was so huge was naturally because it had devoured all the energy, light, and heat in the entire Death Star vortex. The devouring marrow essence was only the size of a nascent soul's fist. It was planted in the core of a star by Tian Chenzi. Since then, it had triggered a great change that lasted thousands of years. An entire Death Star vortex had become a sacrifice. Countless stars had perished. The price of death had created this giant devouring marrow essence, as well as a large number of rare crystals and devouring source crystals that were subsidiary products in the Death Star vortex. In addition to this giant devouring marrow essence, there were also a large number of rare minerals and devouring source crystals in the Death Star vortex. The energy, light, and heat of the entire Death Star vortex had all been absorbed into the Death Star vortex. Coupled with the power of the devouring marrow essence, it was not surprising that so many rare crystals were produced in the Death Star vortex. If not for this, the previous eruption would not have happened. Now, the dozen or so holes in the Death Star vortex had healed on their own. The eruption of the Death Star vortex had stopped, but the large number of crystals in the Death Star vortex still remained. The moment Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle entered, it immediately unleashed its maximum speed and absorbed the crystals with all its might. The large number of crystals were like a surging torrent, like rivers flowing into the sea as they were absorbed by the Dongshu shuttle. Although the interior of the Dongshu shuttle used the space folding technique, it was still unable to withstand the influx of so many rare crystals. The only reason it did not explode was because Yi Xian was also absorbing them with all his might. All the rare minerals and crystals that entered the Dongshu shuttle were all absorbed into the undying world within his body. During this process, an equal amount of rare minerals and crystals entered the Dongshu shuttle, which were then absorbed by Yi Xian. This cycle repeated endlessly. In less than a minute, 60 to 70% of the rare minerals and devourer source crystals that were suspended in the void of the Death Star vortex had been absorbed by him. Immediately after, the 15 battleships of the major forces that had followed the Dongshu shuttle into the Death Star vortex finally regained their senses. Like madmen, they began to plunder all the rare minerals and devourer source crystals in the void of the Death Star vortex, just like Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle. Another 2 minutes passed, and the remaining 40% of the resources were divided among all the battleships. Among them, nearly 10% fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Up to this point, from the moment they entered the Death Star vortex until now, 70% of all the subsidiary resources in the Death Star vortex had been taken by Yi Xian alone, while the 15 battleships of the other forces only received about 30%. Chapter 3170. Merciless deprivation. Although the Dongshu shuttle was fast, it was not fully activated at this moment. Yi Xian was still busy collecting all kinds of rare minerals and devouring origin crystals that filled the cabins of the spaceship. As for the other 15 spaceships, due to their slower reaction speed, they had only collected about 30% of the rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex. Although the Death Star vortex was vast, the rare minerals and devouring origin crystals inside it were not as full as the sea. Therefore, although the 30% was more than the total amount that had erupted outside, it was actually not a lot. At the very least, when divided among the 15 spaceships, it was not enough to fill the cabins of the spaceships. Therefore, the Starry Sky experts in the 3 Starry Sky fortresses did not have to be busy collecting the rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the cabins of the spaceships into their storage spaces or magical treasures because their cabins were full like Yi Xian. After collecting all the rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex, they immediately focused on the giant egg in the depths of the Death Star vortex in the distance. The 15 spaceships of various sizes all rushed forward at their maximum speed. In less than 10 seconds, the 15 spaceships of various sizes all overtook the Dongshu shuttle and rushed forward. The fastest 3 Starry Sky fortresses were now less than 100 kilometers away from the giant crystal egg. 100 kilometers might be a decent distance on land, especially for ordinary creatures, but in the void of the Milky Way it was really nothing. Especially in this environment that was like a black hole, the sense of distance was really weakened too much. For the Starry Sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was even more negligible. It could be said that the 3 Starry Sky fortresses were completely in front of the giant crystal egg and were almost touching it. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change occurred. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The giant crystal egg, which was about 100 meters in size, suddenly exploded at this moment without any warning. The oval-shaped egg instantly cracked into countless small pieces. The entire egg was formed from the devouring source crystal. It was originally a devouring marrow essence that had devoured the void energy of the entire Death Star field, as well as the light and heat of all the stars. It had taken thousands of years for it to grow to this day and become this huge egg. Now that it had exploded, it was clear that the being nurtured in the giant egg had matured. All the essence of the devouring marrow essence had been gathered into the being nurtured in the giant egg. What had exploded was just an ordinary devouring origin crystal. Although the Devourer Source Crystal was also a precious treasure, it was an important strategic resource for all the forces in the 3 universes. Its specific use to these forces was still unknown, but it could be seen from the fact that they were so eager to send large fleets to the Death Star field. At this moment, after the giant egg exploded, everyone ignored the devouring source crystal that was flying in all directions. On one hand, it was because they had already collected a lot of devouring source crystals, but more importantly, what they were truly concerned about was the being nurtured in the giant crystal egg. To be able to be nurtured in such a huge devouring source crystal, and even the formation of the entire Death Star field, and the entire Death Star field at such a huge cost and shocking expense, what kind of being was being nurtured in the giant egg? The moment they saw the giant crystal egg, everyone had been blinded by the huge greed in their hearts and did not realize that it could actually be extremely dangerous. At this moment, when the giant crystal egg suddenly exploded, everyone's attention was drawn to everything inside the giant egg, and they did not have time to pay attention to anything else. Therefore, when the crystal body emitted a dazzling light, as if a perfect human body sculpted from the devouring source crystal was revealed, everyone, including Yi Xian who was far behind, opened their mouths wide as if they had been struck by lightning. For a short period of time, they did not have any other reaction, and their minds were in chaos. At this moment, a terrible crisis descended. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the crystal body that had appeared in the giant egg. Although it was invisible, it was more powerful than the suction force of an ordinary black hole. In an instant, the 3 Starry Sky fortresses closest to him with a diameter of 100,000 meters were sucked in and stopped in their tracks. However, this was only the beginning. This mysterious crystal body was like a terrifying beast that had just been born. As soon as it hatched from the giant crystal egg, its first thought was to eat. As an existence born from the devouring marrow essence, although the strand of Tianqinzi's self-destructing remnant soul that had entered his body had yet to gain control of the entire body, just the attribute instinct of this crystalline body had already determined that there could only be one way for it to eat. And that was to devour. It was just like how the devouring marrow essence had absorbed the energy of the void and the light and heat of countless stars in the process of nurturing him. It had even turned an entire vast star region into a land of death as it devoured everything. Domineering. Violent. The merciless plundering of red fruits. Boom. Boom. Without any suspense, the 3 starry sky fortresses closest to the crystal body exploded in an instant. All the starry sky experts and resources in the fortresses were exposed to the dark void inside the Death Star vortex. In an instant, they withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Including the various resources in the fortresses, including all the starry sky experts who had been caught off guard and were now in a panic. Immediately after, the other 12 smaller fortresses and 10,000 meters large fortresses behind the 3 starry sky fortresses also followed in the same footsteps without any suspense. A series of loud explosions rang out. Strangely, although such huge fortresses and starry sky fortresses had completely disintegrated and exploded, none of them showed the flames that should have been there. It was as if they had all been forcibly pulled apart by an invisible and strange force, causing them to disintegrate in an instant. At the same time, all the resources and starry sky experts in the 12 smaller fortresses that had exploded, just like the 3 fortresses that had been destroyed half a second ago. All the resources and starry sky experts quickly withered and withered. The extracted energy turned into an invisible storm and poured into the crystal body that still had its eyes closed and seemed to have no consciousness at all. It seemed to be devouring everything. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before suddenly descended upon him and completely enveloped his entire body and mind. Chapter 3171. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Descend of the ladle. Sovereign Yi Xian's entire body sank to the bottom of the valley with the arrival of danger. The crystalline body in the depths of the Death Star vortex was simply too bizarre. The formless suction force emanating from it was so terrifying that even a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was torn apart by it. On the other hand, the reason why Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was still alive and didn't suffer the same calamity was because it was the furthest away and was left behind by the 15 fortresses and strongholds. The terrifying devouring force emitted by the crystal body had already been weakened by a lot by the time it reached this side. On the other hand, it was because the Void Hole shuttle was, after all, an epic-grade battleship. It had been fused with by Yi Xian 6 times, and it had even used up a wormhole ship that was made from special materials to be able to jump through wormholes in the universe. In terms of attack power, it might not be comparable to the terrifying Starry Sky Fortress, but in terms of strength, it was definitely comparable. Even so, the Dongshu shuttle was still trembling violently and looked like it could completely disintegrate at any time. Since you've damaged this prince's treasure ship, this matter is not over. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and took a step forward without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his hand and stored the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. This battleship was the crystallization of his blood, sweat, and tears. Some of the similar battleships fused with it were even obtained by chance. Even the current Yi Xian might not be able to reforge a new battleship, so he didn't dare to take the risk. Although stepping out of the Dongshu shuttle was equivalent to exposing himself to the terrifying suction force, Yi Xian was certain that with the headless infant corpse around, it wouldn't sit idly by and watch him die. However, the same couldn't be said for the Dongshu shuttle. What surprised him was that after he stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle and stored it into his undying world, his body was exposed to the inner void of the Death Star vortex without any protection. However, Yi Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of suction force. It was as if the formless suction force was only effective against battleships. But this was obviously impossible. The Starry Sky powerhouses who fell out of the 15 fortresses and fortresses in the void ahead were clearly rapidly withering. Some of the weaker existences had already become withered corpses at this moment. Floating in the void, all signs of life were gone. But Yi Xian was completely unscathed, making him an exception. He was baffled and stunned for a moment. In the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a slight tremor in his sea of consciousness. A ray of light whizzed out from between his eyebrows. As it floated above his head, an invisible and mysterious aura poured out from it. This was also a type of power. Although Yi Xian couldn't understand it, he could feel it. This was because this mysterious aura had long since become extremely dense in his sea of consciousness. That was the result of the accumulation of the void essence crystals over time. But at this moment, the void essence crystal floating above his head was unusually generous. The mysterious aura pouring out from within the crystal was like a gushing spring, transforming into a formless waterfall that enveloped Yi Xian and protected him completely. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why he didn't feel the terrifying suction force from the crystal body. That force had been blocked by the mysterious aura of the Void Essence Crystal. The Void Essence Crystal was formed when an entire universe plane expanded to its limit and headed towards destruction, turning into a universe black hole. Then it condensed to its limit. When it condensed to its limit, a big explosion would occur. At that time, it would expand again, and this cycle would repeat just like the reincarnation of life. The Void Essence Crystal was the essence core of the Void Essence Crystal that Yi Xian had obtained. To it, all forces related to the laws of the universe's void should be able to ignore them. The Void Essence Crystal itself was the embodiment of the extreme condensation of a universe plane. Even the devouring system couldn't detect the mysterious aura emitted from the Void Essence Crystal. Even if it came into contact with it, it still couldn't analyze its attributes, power, and other characteristics. Just this alone was enough to show how high-end the Void Essence Crystal was. Naturally, it could block the suction force from the crystal body. After all, the crystal body was formed by plundering the void power of an entire star field. This kind of power couldn't affect the Void Essence Crystal, and even the subsidiary product of the formation of the Void Essence Crystal, the Void Soldier Ladle. Whoosh! Screech! Almost in the next second, a black ray of light suddenly shot out from the Void Essence Crystal floating above Yi Xian's head. It expanded in the wind, and at the same time, it let out a screech. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura instantly became fierce, affecting a part of the void. With a trembling sound, it rushed towards the crystal body in front of it. It was the venerable Void Ladle that Yi Xian had captured and taken away by the Void Essence Crystal when he was challenging the Void Inheritance Tower. Previously, in the Void Inheritance Tower, this Void Ladle was only in its energy form. Its body was extremely huge, about 50,000 feet long, which was equivalent to 15,000 meters, which was much larger than a star fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were 9 golden horns on its back. Together with the bigger one on its head, there were 10 golden horns in total, 1 big and 9 small. Now its body was much smaller. It was only about 10,000 meters long, which was 3,000 meters long. However, it was no longer in the form of energy but a real body. Obviously, this was the result of swallowing the essence crystal and absorbing it into his body. Then he used his own strength to condense this body. If a flesh and blood body could be reconstructed, then this kind of crystalline existence was between a living and non-living body. Condensing a solid body wasn't difficult at all. Although it had shrunk, it should be able to continue growing. However, its power was obviously weakened by too much. When they were in the Void Inheritance Tower, the venerable Void Ladle was 15,000 meters long. Although it was not the supreme desolation, it should be in existence of that level. However, after condensing a real body, the pressure emitted by the venerable Void Ladle was obviously much weaker. It gave Yi Xian the feeling that it was only slightly stronger than Long Ziwen and Huai Dongzi. It should be between the 14th level, Cosmic Light, and the 15th level, Chengkuan. Although it was weaker, it was not like the Desolation demonic dragon that was taken away by the headless infant corpse because it was still in the form of energy. Every time it arrived, it would consume a lot of energy. One day it would completely dissipate due to the exhaustion of its energy. In just 10 seconds, the venerable Void Ladle had crossed the endless void. Its speed was even more terrifying than that of a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. When Yi Xian realized what was going on, it had already arrived in front of the crystal body. It was only 1,000 miles away. In front of them, a large number of withered corpses floated in the air. Some of them were still struggling on the brink of death. This was especially so for the 2 leaders of the Second Universe Federation who were in charge of the 3 interstellar fortresses, as well as the core member of the Tianji race. These 3 were all existences of the cosmic light realm. Although they could not resist the energy in their bodies being sucked away by the invisible suction force, they were not affected too much in the short term. At this moment they were rushing toward the crystal body trying to kill it. Chapter 3172. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The passage of time, half-step universe realm? That's impossible. A void-swallowing beast? And it has a golden horn. This is clearly a void-swallowing beast venerable. How can there be such an existence in the third universe? Long Xian. It must be him. What secrets does this guy have? How can he abduct a half-step universe realm void-swallowing beast venerable from the first universe of the Heavenly Legacy clan? When they turned around, they saw the figure of Senior Void Ladle in the air. The 3 top powerhouses who were pouncing toward the crystal body exclaimed in shock. The auras emanating from the bodies of these 3 existences were all at the cosmic light realm. Of the 2 giants from the Federation of the Second Universe, one of them was a master from the G clan. He had a human-like body and a pair of giant G clan wings on his back. Silver light flowed out of them and they were extremely dazzling. It faintly emitted a cold metallic texture. The other one was extremely tall and looked like a giant. He was about 30 meters tall and looked like a human bear. However, he had no hair on his body. His skin was wrinkled like the bark of a 100-year-old tree. It was extremely dry and looked like a giant bark monster. As for the core leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan, his real body couldn't be seen at all. His entire body was covered by a purple combat suit. Combat suits were very common in the third universe of the human race's technology camp. If a battleship was said to be a means of transportation and a weapon for long-range attacks, then a battle mech would be a well-deserved melee heavy mech. A good combat suit could not only merge with the controller's armor, but also greatly increase the controller's defense and attack index. It could even reach a level higher than the controller's. However, in the human race's technological camp, due to the cultivation camp's refining technology, the majority of the human race's experts preferred lightweight battle armor. Therefore, although the human race also had battle armor, they were not very enthusiastic about this aspect of research. The battle armor that they produced was far inferior to that of the Tianji clan's battle armor. The cultivation base of this Tianji clan member who had appeared in a combat mecha was only around the middle stage of the cosmic light realm after merging with the mecha. However, this combat mecha was actually able to resist the invisible devouring power of the crystal body without being damaged in the slightest. This was enough to show its grade. It should be the kind of top-quality combat suit that could allow the controller to exert the combat power of a level higher than the controllers. If that was the case, then the master of the Heavenly Legacy clan in the combat suit should be in the 13th level of the Genesis realm. He hadn't entered the cosmic light realm yet. Screech. Just as these three giants who all had the battle prowess of the cosmic light realm, exclaimed in shock, the void ladle who had already arrived in front of them roared again. Its huge body, which was thousands of feet long, was like a black mountain. Without any hesitation, it directly pressed down with a rumble. Its target wasn't the crystalline body, but the three cosmic light realm masters, including the silver winged Ji-Ren. Damn it! What does it want? You dare attack us? Can't you see the situation clearly? Whoosh 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 whoosh. This scene made the three cosmic light powerhouses roar in anger. At the same time, they stopped and turned around to attack Void Revered Ladle, forming a joint attack with great tacit understanding. Half-step universe realm experts were existences that had already surpassed the perfection stage of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm, and they'd stepped foot into the 15th rank step by step, causing them to be far from being able to go against them. Countless black vines instantly sprang out of the old demon's body. Each of them was a meter in diameter. Not only were they all as agile as snakes, but they also circled in the void as soon as they rushed out. They were like silk being peeled from a cocoon. They were endless. In the blink of an eye, they interweaved into a giant hammer that was 1,000 feet long in the void above his head. Like a meteor, it rapidly smashed toward the falling Lord Ladle in the void. At the same time, the wings on the back of the silver-winged Ji-Ren flapped slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The laws of the void in this Death Star vortex were already in chaos, making it impossible to teleport. Even warships could not perform space jumps. At this moment, his figure had disappeared in the blink of an eye, a sign that his speed had reached the limit. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Lord Ladle's back. The silver wings on his back flapped, and silver light flowed and swooshed, splitting the void. Like two unparalleled sharp blades, they slashed toward Lord Ladle at the same time. As for the purple mecha that housed the Tianji clan's upper echelon, at this moment, with a hum, a layer of dark purple energy shield instantly appeared on the surface of the Tenjiang Tall mecha. At the same time, the mecha's figure also rushed into the sky, punching out with a simple fist. But at this moment, its massive right fist was completely enveloped by a black sphere of about 1 meter in size. It was clearly antimatter energy. This punch was like a mini death ray cannon. It was indestructible. All matter and energy would be melted away under the impact of the antimatter death ray. Even the Void Soldier Ladle clan, who was known to have the strongest crystal body, could not resist it. This punch could at least blow a hole in Lord Ladle's body. Boom. Old Monster Bark's giant vine fist slammed into Void Lord Ladle's abdomen with a deafening roar, but it unexpectedly exploded. The only effect it had was to slightly slow down Lord Ladle's falling momentum. However, Old Monster Bark opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green liquid. This was the backlash from the destruction of a large number of vines. A single punch had caused him to suffer internal injuries. At this moment, a black light flashed beside him. The crystal body that had just opened its eyes suddenly appeared in front of Old Monster Bark in the blink of an eye. It raised its hand and directly stabbed into the back of Old Monster Bark's head, as if it was absorbing and devouring. Old Monster Bark's huge body withered visibly. In less than a breath, he had become dispirited. Not good, this crystal monster has awakened. Screech. On the ladle's back, Silverwing Ji-Ren's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Before he finished speaking, Lord Ladle, who had risen up again, had already made his move. The 9 golden edges on the ladle's back sprang up at the same time and intertwined and danced in the void at an extremely fast speed. The entire void was instantly filled with cracks. It was like a piece of tofu that was being cut by 9 sharp blades at a high frequency. It was completely chaotic. This kind of secret space technique was extremely strange. Silverwing Ji-Ren's body was instantly filled with countless space cracks, and the chaotic aura of space turbulence emitted from them made his expression change. His body came to an abrupt halt and he did not dare to move an inch. Otherwise, once he was sucked in, it would be difficult for him to return. In the blink of an eye, Venerated Void Ladle and the crystal body had each taken care of a cosmic realm elite. Only the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan who was piloting the mecha remained unscathed. However, his punch was destined to not be able to land on Venerated Void Ladle's body. Venerated Void Ladle had already targeted the antimatter death ray energy ball the moment it appeared on the mecha's right fist. A violent buzzing sound rang out in the void. The giant golden horn on Lord Ladle's head suddenly trembled at a high frequency. This seemed to be a secret space technique that involved the law of the void. It should belong to the bloodline ability of the Ladle Voiders. It actually changed its position in an instant. Chapter 3173. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation hitting a cow through a mountain space law divine ability? How is this possible? He's only a half-step Chenkuan realm. Inside the purple mecha, the Tianji clan's higher-ups exclaimed in shock. The entire mech turned around inexplicably. Its original form rose up and extended its arms to punch above its head. Strangely, its body flew horizontally, and its fist smashed towards the crystal body on the other side. This scene was too strange, and the key was that there were no traces to follow. As the person involved, he didn't even know how this change happened. He didn't feel the slightest bit. Other than the space law level divine ability, there was no other explanation. As for the power of the laws of the universe, it was clearly a domain that only the mighty figures of the 15th realm, the universe realm, had the qualifications to slightly touch upon. In fact, most of the mighty figures of the universe realm might not really touch upon the power of the laws of the universe. This required insight and opportunity. Venerated Void Ladle was only a half-step Chenkuan realm powerhouse. It was impossible for him to use the divine ability of the universe's laws. He did not know that Venerated Void Ladle's original body in the Eldritch era was a terrifying existence that was second only to the Primordial Supreme. Although the Tower of Antiquity had only left behind 30% of the bloodline inheritance of those terrifying beings from the Eldritch era. Even so, with the level of Venerated Void Ladle's original body, even 30% of the inheritance was enough for him to touch the power of the universe's laws. Boom. Before the purple mecha's death ray fist landed, a loud explosion came from the space above Venerated Void Ladle's back. The void, which had been torn apart by the 9 golden edges on the back of the ladle and was full of cracks, finally collapsed completely. The large area, about a few miles in size, instantly turned into a small black hole. Before the Silverwing G people in this area could react, their bodies had been swallowed and they were sucked into the void turbulence inside the black hole. Even if they did not die, it was like eternal exile. In any case, they would never come back. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was rushing at full speed from behind, finally arrived. He shouted at Venerated Void Ladle, who was falling down, "Are you a violent maniac? What other tricks can you use other than pressure? That crystal body is still useful. Besides, the purple mecha is also mine. The guy inside doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. Just don't break the mecha." Venerated Void Ladle obviously did not understand these words, but its crystal body was refined from the Void Marrow Crystal. At this moment, the crystal was like a signal relay station. Yi Xian's words were immediately transmitted through the Marrow Crystal and received by Venerated Void Marrow Crystal. Its body came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in midair like a giant mountain, right above the purple mecha and the crystalline body. In the next moment, the high-frequency vibration of the giant golden horn on top of the Void Ladle Senior's head suddenly changed, and the rapid buzzing sound in the void instantly became heavy and solid like the beating of a drum. This must be another weapon ladle bloodline ability that touched upon the power of the universe's space law. If the previous ability was called stellar transposition, then the weapon ladle that venerated void ladle used now could be called hitting a bull through a mountain. This was because the purple mecha, which had just stabilized itself under the effect of the stellar transposition, suddenly shuddered and then became completely still. The antimatter death ray ball on its right fist also disappeared, and its 10 feet tall figure was suspended in the void like a statue. If there were no accidents, the Tianji clan's higher-ups in the mecha had already fallen the moment the purple mecha trembled. They were killed on the spot, but the mecha was undamaged. This was also the power of the universe's space law. Venerated Void Ladle was originally a half-step universe realm expert, and it used its bloodline ability to borrow the power of the void to form a powerful shockwave attack. The Tianji clan's higher-ups in the mecha were only at the Genesis realm. They were almost 2 realms weaker than the purple mecha, so it was natural that they would die in one hit. In fact, Yi Xian had already seen this kind of attack before. It was in the black hole of the first universe. At that time, the Void Ladle Sovereign, whose body was as large as a mountain, was at least 1,000 miles away from Yi Xian and Bachai. Suddenly, the Void Ladle Sovereign, whose body was as large as a mountain, let out a shrill cry without warning. Its power was so terrifying that the huge black hole of the void was shaken. In an instant, the sound of rolling thunder resounded, covering the sky and earth as it swept over. Using the sound as a guide, it instantly drew upon the power of the void in the huge black hole area, turning it into a cage that crushed from all directions. This kind of void cage could only be considered a secret technique. It was not a divine ability, and it did not touch upon the true universe's space law. However, it was also an inheritance of the weapon ladle race's bloodline. Although the void weapon ladles were not living beings, and even if they were, the nest of weapon ladles in the black hole of life had nothing to do with that one from the primordial era. The weapon ladles were a subsidiary product of the formation of the void marrow mother. The weapon ladles born from different void marrow mothers were not related to each other. However, the essence of the void marrow mother was the same. Although their levels might be different, they were the reincarnation products of the extreme contraction and expansion of different universe planes. The magnitude of their power depended on the scale of the universe plane. Their formation embodied the essence of the universe's space law. Therefore, whether they were from the same nest or not, when they grew to a certain height, they would be able to comprehend some of the universe's space law. Like the bloodline inheritance of living beings, it would never be broken. Yi Xian had already vaguely guessed this. Therefore, when he saw that the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan being shocked to death by this seemingly familiar divine ability, he was stunned for a moment before he quickly understood. F***CK. With a raise of his hand, the stars move, and with a flip of his hand he can hit a cow through a mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine abilities related to the power of the void have appeared. TSK, amazing. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but show a hint of envy on his face. Anyone who saw these 2 divine abilities would be jealous. Although he couldn't communicate with the weapon ladles directly, and the void marrow crystal as a transfer station didn't pay much attention to him, Yi Xian didn't intend to give up. At this time he was already thinking about it and he would think of a way later. After throwing away this thought, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look at the crystal body standing in the void not far away. The crystal body had just absorbed all the vitality and power of a cosmic light realm master, and now it had closed its eyes again as if it was digesting it silently. However, this digesting process was obviously very fast. Just as Yi Xian turned his head to look, the crystal body that had closed its eyes for a few seconds had opened them again. This time, the confusion in its eyes had disappeared by more than half, replaced by a strong sense of resentment and killing intent. Chapter 3174. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation I am big tongue. Before the other party could finish speaking, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Innate treasure body discovered. Attribute, innate energy crystal form. Grade, perfect pure grade. Grade, innate defective grade. Status, consciousness has taken over the body. Compatibility is insufficient. Fusion is incomplete. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The activation conditions for the doppelganger system have been met. Do you wish to activate it now? Ding. Congratulations to the host. If you choose to activate the doppelganger system with 3 subsidiary systems, the host system will reward you with a one-time success rate of 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host. One after another, the system notifications rang in his mind. Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't pay much attention to the rest of the notifications. Fortunately, it didn't matter. He just had to check with the system later. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by a huge surprise. He even felt like it was raining pies from the sky. Doppelganger system? Just the sound of it sounds awesome. Yi Xian had activated the fusion system and his personal star communication system twice before. Now that he had activated the doppelganger system, he had 3 subsidiary systems of the main doppelganger system. And all of them were extremely practical, especially important to Yi Xian. His luck was off the charts. The so-called doppelganger system was obviously a system ability that allowed Yi Xian to have a doppelganger system. Although Yi Xian had come into contact with a lot of doppelganger cultivation techniques before entering the starry sky, everything was reset after entering the starry sky. He couldn't use them now. Moreover, those cultivation techniques and doppelganger cultivation techniques were obviously of a lower level and might not be suitable for him to cultivate now. In the starry sky, all the laws were different. Previously, it was a small world. Now Yi Xian was in the endless starry sky. The level of the laws was at or near the peak. Therefore, he had never thought of cultivating a doppelganger before. He hadn't come across a suitable starry sky doppelganger cultivation technique, so it was a waste of time to think about it. But he never expected that he would be so lucky today and encounter a clone in the form of an innate energy crystal. He didn't even need to cultivate painstakingly anymore. According to the system, it seemed that as long as he placed a strand of his primordial spirit into it, he would be able to successfully possess an external incarnation. This was an innate treasure body that had been formed at the cost of the destruction of an entire vast star field. It was unknown how much energy had been consumed before the giant devouring source crystal egg had matured. If there was no accident, this should be the work of the palace master of the 6th Absolute Palace. Yi Xian had already guessed this when he heard the conversation between the wretched mosquito butcher and Tian Qinzi. Right now, the wisp of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit that had escaped after exploding and rushed into the Death Star vortex should have already entered this innate treasure body. This was what the system meant when it said that the consciousness had entered the body. However, although Tian Qinzi's Yuan spirit had already entered, due to the lack of compatibility, he had not completely fused with it. In other words, this innate treasure body was not his yet. If others wanted to snatch it, there was still a chance of success. This was especially true for Yi Xian. After activating 3 subsidiary systems, the main devouring system had actually rewarded him with a 100% success rate of forcible devouring. This was simply helping him cheat. With this reward, Yi Xian could directly forcibly devour the other party and pull them into the devouring space in his body, which was today's undying world. At that time, with the help of the devouring system and the headless infant corpse, there was no need to be afraid that they would not be able to kill the wisp of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit. If he wanted Yi Xian to do this, he really didn't have the ability. However, this biggest problem had already been solved before he had the time to worry about it. What was there to hesitate about in this situation? With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system to immediately activate the subsidiary doppelganger system. At the same time, he proposed to receive the opportunity to forcibly devour as a reward. As for the target, it was naturally the innate treasure body that had not yet finished speaking. As soon as he replied, the result of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The doppelganger system has been successfully activated. Current level, Level 1. Number of doppelgangers available at the current level, 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 3 subsidiary systems have been successfully activated. System reward, 1 forcible devour with a 100% success rate. Confirmed to be used immediately. Target confirmed. Adjusting the system's energy, progress 1. He actually wanted to adjust the system's energy? It seemed that the 100% success rate of forcible devouring was not given for free. Wasn't the system's energy the same as Yi Xian's resources? The devouring system had already fused with him. All the energy required to maintain the system's operation was provided by Yi Xian. Wool comes from a sheep's back. All the resources obtained in the undying world could be used by the system at any time. Yi Xian did not care about it. This time he was going to have to bleed a lot. Fortunately, the harvest was huge, so it was acceptable. At this moment, the innate treasure body standing in the void opposite him finished speaking. However, in the end he stuttered for a long time. He was so anxious that his neck seemed to have become thicker. However, he could not squeeze out the rest of his words. Seeing this, Yi Xian was instantly delighted. This was the side effect of an incomplete fusion. He could not even straighten his tongue. Haste makes waste. In such a good mood, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor suddenly appeared. He grinned and laughed at the innate treasure body opposite him. He continued the other party's words, I am Big Tongue. I am 7 kills deity. Tian Qinzi's avatar, who had already taken control of his innate treasure body, had almost exploded from anger. As he roared, his tongue actually became even more uncontrollable. His body swayed twice and he almost fell into the void. In the next moment, the system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Energy adjustment complete. Target locked. Forcible devouring activated. Whoosh! A faintly discernible sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The innate treasure body in front of him, which was still in a rage, disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was forcefully devoured by the system and pulled into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian still couldn't understand this method, but there was a reason for everything. He believed that one day he would be able to fully comprehend everything. Of course, that would only be possible when Yi Xian grew up in the starry sky environment and reached a very high level. Now, as the innate treasure body was successfully devoured by the system, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. A thought flashed through his mind and his face immediately froze. Big Tongue? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? If he remembered correctly, the system's first few notifications seemed to have said that this innate treasure body's grade was perfect and pure. If that was the case, what the hell was the evaluation of its grade being innately defective? It was already perfect and pure but innately defective? This was illogical. Could it be that this innate treasure body that walked out of the giant egg that devoured origin crystals had not fully matured? Could it be that the primordial spirit of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit had self-destructed because the Death Star vortex had been discovered? Could it be that it had no choice but to mature prematurely and enter the innate treasure body? Chapter 3175. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation sent to the Inheritance Tower. Although he had obtained the innate treasure body, there was still a wisp of Tian Qinzi's primordial spirit in it. He had to get it out first before Yi Xian could proceed with his first outer body incarnation. He did not intend to intervene in this matter, so he directly gave instructions to the devouring system. At the same time, he tried to communicate with the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest, but there was still no response, so he could only give up. Fortunately, after receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the system did not send a warning tone. It must be dealing with this matter and should be able to succeed. Yi Xian was relieved. Taking advantage of this time, he could clean up the mess in front of him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned his head and scanned the surrounding void. The entire space within the vast vortex of stars was now deathly silent. Not only was the innate treasure body gone, one of the 3 fellows with cosmic light realm battle prowess had been banished into the turbulent streams of space, one had been turned into a withered corpse, and the last high-ranking member of the Qinji clan had been struck with a stick, directly falling into the enormous purple mecha. The 15 fortresses and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex were all disintegrated. The resources and the energy contained in some of the treasures were all sucked away. The starry sky masters who fell out of the fortresses, without exception, were all withered corpses. Even the fragments of the giant egg that had exploded and the devouring source crystals that had fallen from the 15 fortresses and strongholds had all disappeared. This kind of highly pure energy, after being absorbed, was gone without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The devouring power before was too terrifying. It was probably not used in a normal state, just like the first cry of a newborn baby, which was always louder. After Yi Xian took over the innate treasure body, he might not be so powerful when he used this kind of talent. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, there were ruins of fortresses and floating corpses everywhere. It was a shocking sight. It was a mess. At this time, Senior Void Ladle had returned and once again drilled into the Void Marrow Crystal. As for the latter, it immediately turned into a ray of light and flashed through the top of Yi Xian's head and entered his sea of consciousness. As expected of the innate treasure body that was nurtured from the origin of devouring, its appetite is really big. This kind of devouring power should be some kind of divine ability that originated from the same source as the treasure body. It will be mine soon. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian grew excited once more. He turned to look at the purple mecha hovering silently in the air. He was also very interested in this mecha. Even the 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had collapsed under the terrifying devouring power of the innate treasure body. Even the Dongshu shuttles, which were already epic-grade starry sky treasure ships, couldn't withstand it. However, after the high-level member of the Tianji clan fell out of the Silver Fortress and lay in this purple mecha, which was not far away from the innate treasure body, he was safe and sound. The mecha was not damaged at all, which showed its quality. Yi Xian didn't like mechas, but since it was a rare and good thing, he couldn't let it go easily. It would be good to keep it and play with it when he had nothing to do. Besides, if he could use it to fuse with his indestructible glass armor for the 6th time, there might be unexpected surprises. Of course, the mecha had not been appraised yet. Yi Xian was just thinking about it. He would do it later. Very quickly, after circling around the enormous mecha more than a dozen times, Yi Xian finally saw through some tricks. After tossing and turning for a while, he opened the entrance and pulled out the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fate clan, who were no longer breathing and had probably been damaged by the shock. He originally wanted to throw it away, but this guy was a middle-aged man with a rather hateful appearance and shifty eyes. Yi Xian was unhappy just looking at him. However, this was a high-level member of the Tianji clan after all. He was at least a Genesis realm cultivator. Moreover, he was a mecha, so he could still use it. However, it was hard to say whether he would still have the same consciousness after changing the innate treasure body. At the very least, he could still remove the parts and continue to use them. How could the body parts of a mecha at the 14th stage of the Genesis realm be ordinary? Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately changed his mind. He threw the mecha into the undying world inside his body and lay down in an inconspicuous corner to kiss the earth. Then he began to study the ownerless purple mecha in front of him. Although Yi Xian didn't know the name of the mecha, he didn't care. Who knows, he might just merge it with the indestructible glass armor later. After studying it for half a day, he still couldn't figure out how to operate it. Moreover, the devouring system was obviously busy dealing with Tian Qianzi's Yuan Shen inside the innate sky treasure. It didn't have the time to answer Yi Xian's questions, nor was it convenient for him to ask. Therefore, after a fruitless search, Yi Xian simply waved his hand and stored the mecha into his undying world. At this point, there was no need to stay in the Death Star vortex anymore. It was time to rush out and return to Planet Victorious Return. However, this Death Star vortex was like a black hole. It was easy to enter, but there was no way out. They could only find some void passage similar to a natural wormhole to escape. Just as Yi Xian was about to take out the Dongshu shuttle and look around to see if he could find the exit, the system's notification sounded in his mind again. The surprise came too quickly. The Yuan Shen inside the innate sky treasure was finally forced out. However, the system couldn't erase it. After all, it was the Yuan Shen of a Universe Realm Master. Throw it into the Tower of Desolation, directly to the 9th floor. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately made a decision and issued a new order to the system. The Tower of Desolation recognized Yi Xian as its master and had been refined. Now it was suspended in the air above Yi Xian's mind. Although the devouring system, including Yi Xian, couldn't use its power because it was sealed, it was still possible to throw things into it. The 9th floor was a big scene. There were supreme beings at the level of Desolation Supreme and the giant Eye of the Desolation Heavenly Way. Even a Universe Realm Master would be like an ant if thrown in. Tian Qianzi didn't know what was good for him. He actually said that he wanted to take his head. Now Yi Xian gave him a wisp of his Yuan Shen to show his attitude. It was a slap in the face. As a result, following Yi Xian's order, Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit within the innate heavenly treasure was immediately expelled. Immediately after, within the 9th floor of the ancient desolate inheritance tower, incomparably mournful screams suddenly sounded out. They actually resounded endlessly, and even the tone of their voices changed. Those who didn't know better would think that some little girl was being ravaged and howled endlessly. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't hear it. At this moment he was asking the devouring system about the doppelganger system. Since the innate sky treasure was settled, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. This place was quiet and no one would bother to rush into the Death Star vortex. He could use this place to cultivate in seclusion and create his first outer body incarnation. Chapter 3176. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Planting a primordial spirit. After a series of inquiries, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This doppelganger was not easy to make. Although the process was simple, the requirements were extremely special. It was definitely an unusual path. At least, Yi Xian had never thought that doppelgangers could be done in this way. Generally speaking, to cultivate a doppelganger, one had to split a strand of primordial spirit from one's own primordial spirit and let it enter the main doppelganger. It was equivalent to having one primordial spirit and two or more bodies. Of course, there would be a distinction between the primary and secondary parts. This was also why doppelgangers were generally weaker than the original body. The strand of primordial spirit that was split could not be too large, or else it would have a great impact on the original body. Although injuries to the primordial spirit could be healed, it would take a long time and was generally unacceptable. Previously, when Yi Xian left the Void Brand in the First Universe's black hole, he had split a strand of weak primordial spirit. At that time he had been tormented badly. The original body's primordial spirit, which had been damaged by that incident, had just healed and fully recovered not long ago. This time, in order to obtain a strong devouring doppelganger, Yi Xian had been prepared to split his primordial spirit again. This time, the primordial spirit that was split would definitely be much larger than before. However, at this moment, after understanding the details of the doppelganger system, Yi Xian immediately realized that he had taken things for granted. Splitting a primordial spirit was not necessary at all. However, Yi Xian was not happy at all because the method provided by the doppelganger system was too time-consuming. To successfully condense this doppelganger, Yi Xian's primordial spirit and consciousness had to leave the original body and enter the innate treasure body. Then, according to the secret technique provided by the doppelganger system, it would slowly condense a primordial spirit seed in the innate treasure body, as if the primordial spirit was in seclusion. Then, basically there was no then. After this step, more than half of the process was completed. Yi Xian's primordial spirit could leave the original body and do what it was supposed to do. As for the innate treasure body, it could only be stored away and let the primordial spirit seed in the sea of consciousness slowly grow. At last, it would break out of the shell and a perfect doppelganger would be successfully condensed. The doppelganger refining doppelganger's advantages were obvious. First, the primordial spirit seed in the doppelganger would not be damaged and the primordial doppelganger's primordial spirit seed was not like an ordinary doppelganger which was difficult to grow. By the time it broke out of its shell and entered the main body, it had also grown into a complete primordial spirit. It was equivalent to making a copy of Yi Xian's primordial spirit instead of splitting it. The significance of this to the future growth of the avatar was simply immeasurable. According to the doppelganger system, doppelganger treasure of the treasure doppelganger treasure body, of of course. If he really had to wait for 100 years before he could use this devouring avatar, it would be too late. At that time Yi Xian's original body would have already grown to an unknown extent, and this avatar would most likely become useless. Wouldn't this be a waste of effort? In addition, after the original primordial spirit entered the innate treasure body, although there was no need to immediately condense the primordial spirit seed, the process would take an entire day. For the sake of the harvest in 100 years, Yi Xian was really unwilling to waste an entire day with the complicated matters at hand. He fell into hesitation on the spot. After a while he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and he raised his hand to slap his forehead. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I actually went into a dead end and even forgot to be flexible. I'm really speechless. What he meant by being flexible was actually very simple. That was to change the concept. He still had to condense the primordial spirit seed, so he couldn't save a day. However, after this primordial spirit seed was successfully condensed, it might not necessarily stay in the body of the innate treasure body. The original body and the innate treasure body could be used interchangeably. It was like two energy laser swords with different powers, but both required energy crystals to be embedded in them in order to be activated. Although there were two energy crystals, one was full, and the other was empty and needed to be recharged. In that case, when the sword needed to be used, he just had to insert the full energy crystal into the groove, and the one that was not used would be filled with the empty energy crystal. Next time, when there was a different need, he could just dig out the energy crystal and switch it. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was the full energy crystal, and the primordial spirit seed needed to be recharged. Although it was a little troublesome to switch it back and forth, the key was that both sides would not be delayed, so it was worth the trouble. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately summoned the innate treasure body's undying world. At this time, as Tian Chenzi's primordial spirit had been expelled, this innate treasure body had already closed its eyes, and did not have any qi. Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged, suspended in the void, and entered a state of cultivation. His primordial spirit quickly rushed out from the top of his head, and entered the body of the innate treasure body opposite him. Then, according to the method of condensing the primordial spirit seed that he had thoroughly understood from the doppelganger system, he started to condense it with all his might. Unknowingly, a day and night passed. Yi Xian's first primordial spirit seed was finally condensed successfully. What he had to do next was to send the primordial spirit seed into his original body to be nurtured, and then return to start the fusion between his primordial spirit and this innate treasure body. After completing this step, Yi Xian would be able to completely control the power of this innate treasure body. Not only would he be able to take his original body into his original body with a wave of his hand, but he would also be able to temporarily summon the few treasures in his original body's knowledge sea. As for his original body, it was currently at the 6th major realm, Nebula First Order, and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Leaving his original body inside the innate treasure body to be nurtured was equivalent to his original body cultivating in seclusion, and Yi Xian's primordial spirit would temporarily stay in the innate treasure body, using its terrifying devouring talent to rapidly improve the innate treasure body's cultivation realm. It was like killing two birds with one stone, without delay on either side. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. It seemed that after entering this innate treasure body, he was so focused on condensing the primordial spirit seed that he actually forgot to check the current cultivation realm of this innate treasure body. It shouldn't be too low. After all, when it had just broken out of the giant source crystal egg, it had swallowed the energy of a full 15 fortresses and strongholds, including the cultivation realm and vitality of those starry sky masters, and even all the power in the body of a supreme cosmic realm existence. Even if there was some loss and damage during the essential conversion and refining process of absorbing and devouring, the cultivation realm of this innate treasure body would definitely not be so weak. Not to mention the cosmic realm, there should still be a chance for it to reach the origin or heavenly cave realm. With this expectation, Yi Xian immediately began to investigate, but the result was far beyond his expectations. The strength of this innate treasure body was only equivalent to the peak of the 9th order of the galaxy realm. It was still a small breakthrough away from the 8th major realm, the black hole realm. Chapter 3177. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Half-Step Black Hole. Previously, the innate treasure body's cultivation had greatly disappointed Yi Xian. It was actually still a small step away from breaking through to the 8th great realm, the black hole realm. It didn't seem like it had just devoured 15 fortresses and strongholds, as well as all the cultivation and vitality of a supreme expert of the cosmic light realm, causing Yi Xian to be greatly disappointed. However, that might be because the innate treasured body had been matured in advance. The innate incomplete grade indicated by the system should be referring to this. The reason why Yi Xian was still not at the black hole realm while devouring so crazily was probably because he was using it to repair his innate incomplete body. This comforted Yi Xian quite a bit. At least, the innate treasured body's big tongue was only temporary. After the treasured body was repaired, it would disappear. However, what he did not expect was that after his primordial spirit returned to his main body and through the primordial spirit seed into his knowledge sea suddenly expanded. The cultivation of Yi Xian's main body actually shot up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had broken through 2 small stages, but it still did not stop. Seeing all this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. His mind went blank for a moment, and then he came to a realization. The sudden increase in cultivation this time was obviously due to the innate treasured body. First of all, the primordial spirit seed had consumed a huge amount of the treasured body's cultivation to successfully condense it. Now that it was thrown into Yi Xian's knowledge sea and had taken root there, some energy would more or less overflow and flow into the knowledge sea, causing Yi Xian's main body's cultivation to rise rapidly. In addition, Yi Xian's primordial spirit had entered the innate treasured body for the first time. Not only did he stay inside for a day and night, but he also focused on condensing the primordial spirit seed. During this process, his own primordial spirit had unknowingly undergone some changes due to the innate perfect attributes of the treasured body. Now that it had returned to his main body, it immediately led to a change in his main body's cultivation. Under the superposition of these two factors, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation rose from the 1st level of the nebula realm. In the end, it directly stabilized at the 7th level of the nebula realm, breaking through 6 small levels. Now, Yi Xian was already a powerful existence at the late stage of the nebula realm. However, compared to the innate treasure body that was about to break through to the black hole realm, there was still a gap. After the psyche ocean calmed down, Yi Xian's Yuan Shen once again rushed out of his body and entered the innate treasure body. What he needed to do now was to refine the Yuan Shen with all his might and improve the compatibility between the Yuan Shen and the innate treasure body to perfection. After completing this step, Yi Xian's first doppelganger could be considered to have been successfully condensed. Initially, he thought that this process would take at least 1 or 2 days, but it ended in less than half a day. Perhaps this was because Yi Xian had already cultivated a Yuan Shen seed in the innate heavenly treasure body. His original Yuan Shen had been subtly influenced by the innate perfection of the innate heavenly treasure body, greatly increasing his compatibility with it. Boom. Just as Yi Xian's primordial spirit completely merged with the innate treasure body, a deafening boom rang out from within Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Immediately after, he felt an incomparably vast and boundless cultivation power surging within his innate treasure body like a raging river. Is this the feeling of a half-step black hole? It's really very powerful. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The appearance of the innate treasure body could be changed according to his will, including his clothes and everything else. After all, this was a doppelganger formed from pure energy. Changing all these was just a small change in the form of energy. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian's mind moved slightly, and the appearance of the innate treasure body immediately began to change. Although his original appearance was extremely valiant, he still felt that his original appearance was more pleasing to the eye. Soon the appearance of the innate treasure body was completely changed. It was exactly the same as Yi Xian's original body. The original naked body was also covered with clothes transformed from energy. It was exactly the same as the original body that was sitting cross-legged in the void opposite with eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. With a wave of his hand, the original body was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Then he began to try to connect the original body's sea of consciousness with the devouring system. Now that the original body was in the doppelganger, although it had the terrifying devouring talent and its cultivation had reached the half-step black hole realm, at certain critical moments, the black hole realm was far from enough to deal with. However, the various treasures and magical powers in the original body's sea of consciousness often had miraculous effects. If he could use everything in the original body's sea of consciousness while the original body was in the doppelganger state, it would be perfect. However, that was obviously impossible. After Yi Xian tried, he discovered that the current him couldn't even connect to the original body's sea of consciousness. It was naturally impossible for him to use the treasures and abilities that the original body possessed. If he wanted to do this, he would have to wait until Yi Xian completely fused his avatar with his original body. He wouldn't be able to simply absorb his original body into his body like a magic treasure like he was now. In addition, when the spirit seed in Yi Xian's original body's sea of consciousness was completely mature, he should be able to achieve this through the connection between the doppelganger and original body's spirit. Fortunately, the devouring system was integrated with Yi Xian's original body's spirit. At this moment, the original body's cultivation and the key points and magical powers in the original body's sea of consciousness could not be used, but the devouring system was not limited by this. At a critical moment, Yi Xian could use the devouring system to summon everything in the original body's sea of consciousness, but it would take some time, but it was better than nothing. At this point, Yi Xian's first doppelganger was finally completely condensed, and he had one more trump card. After calming down, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system to immediately count the gains. He was anxious to know how many devouring source crystals he had obtained this time. This was a really rare resource, and Yi Xian had been searching for it for a long time, and today he finally got what he wanted. The counting was soon over, and the system's prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind as usual. This should be an effect at the level of the spirit. After all, the doppelganger did not have a real brain or internal organs, and it was a pure body of energy crystal. The final tally of the data made Yi Xian very excited. Even he was surprised by the huge harvest. When he first entered the Death Star vortex, he was so focused on collecting the crystal resources that the Dongshu shuttle had absorbed from the surrounding void that he did not count it carefully. In terms of the devouring source crystals, his harvest this time was 56,207. Including the one given by the system at the beginning, Yi Xian currently had a total of 56,208 devouring source crystals, which was enough for him to shop around in the exchange shop. In addition to the devouring source crystals, his harvest of various other rare minerals was even greater. After all, even in the inner void of the Death Star vortex, the ratio of devouring source crystals was only about 30%. There were hundreds of types of rare minerals, with the smallest having only a little over 100 pieces, and the largest having more than 100 pieces. In total, there were nearly 10 million pieces. Some of them were not only unknown to Yi Xian, but even the devouring system was still analyzing and identifying them. Obviously, they were all ordinary items that would be of great use in the future. Chapter 3178. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Interstellar Trailblazer, Ding. Congratulations host. Unknown teleportation array discovered. Appraisal result. One use, one-way teleportation array. Teleportation destination. Unknown. Danger factor. Unknown. Do you wish to explore it immediately? Hint. If the exploration is successful, there is a certain chance of upgrading the system title. System current title. Level 3 Interstellar Explorer. System next title. Level 4 Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title comes with a halo effect. On the basis of the previous 3 titles, Interstellar Trailblazer, Interstellar Adventurer and Interstellar Explorer, it will add a beginner-level planar coordinate jump ability. Beginner-level planar coordinate jump. The system's ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universes, ignoring the barriers of the universes and directly jumping to the destination. The beginner level is limited to the adjacent universes connected by wormholes. Hint. The position that the planar coordinate jump ability can reach is limited to the wormhole coordinates that have been imprinted in advance. Activation condition. At least one coordinate imprint in 2 or more universes. If there is no coordinate imprint, the universal coordinate jump ability cannot be activated. Ding. The system explanation is complete. Do you wish to explore? Unknown teleportation array? As the system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Ever since the system title was upgraded to Level 3 Interstellar Explorer in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in Universe 1 and obtained the ability to jump between universes, he had a very special feeling of anticipation for this kind of randomly triggered system title exploration mission. The halo effect of the Level 3 Interstellar Explorer title already allowed him to perform a universal coordinate jump regardless of distance within the same universe. What about the Level 4 Interstellar Explorer title? The result was as expected. The halo effect of the Level 4 Interstellar Trailblazer title was more practical. It was practically cheating. It could actually achieve a coordinate jump between different universes, even without the need for wormholes. Although the beginner level was limited to performing a planar jump between 2 adjacent universes connected by wormholes, and he had to leave a coordinate imprint in both universes, this was not a problem. Currently, all 3 universes were connected by natural wormholes, and Yi Xian had already branded a jump coordinate in the black hole of life in the first universe. He only needed to brand another one in the third universe. Once the exploration was successful, his system title would be upgraded to Level 4, and he would immediately have the qualifications to initiate a beginner dimensional jump. As for the second universe, he would find an opportunity to go there in the future and leave a mark of coordinates. After being agitated for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. After calming down, his mind spun rapidly as he began to think. Naturally, the exploration mission of the system title was not to be missed, and the temptation of the halo ability of the Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder was indeed great. However, the rewards and risks were equal. The destination of this teleportation array was unknown. If it was in Universe 3, then so be it. Even if it was leading to the other 2 universes, Yi Xian was not afraid. As for the Starry Sky Forbidden Grounds like the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb, he didn't care about them at all. Any forbidden grounds would definitely have a chance of survival. Moreover, he had the headless infant's corpse by his side, so no matter how dangerous it was, he was confident in his ability to survive. But what if the destination of the teleportation array was some unknown universe, or the boundless void of turbulence? This was a one-way teleportation array that could only be used once and it would be destroyed. Moreover, there was no return ticket. If that really happened, wouldn't he be like the Silver Wing G person, exiled forever? In this situation, even the headless infant's corpse would be helpless. With so many worries, Yi Xian wavered in hesitation, unable to make a decision. At this time, the system's notification sounded again, still asking whether or not to accept the exploration mission. If he kept silent 3 times in a row, this opportunity would be missed, and the system would reject it by default. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and unwillingness welled up in him. He gritted his teeth and immediately gave a reply of yes to the exploration mission. At the same time, he requested to postpone it because he had to first prepare the mark of coordinates to Universe 3. It was better to be prepared. The reason why this matter had not been implemented after returning to Universe 3 was because each universe could only leave 1 mark of coordinates, so he had to choose carefully. But now he couldn't care less. Yi Xian decided to solve this matter immediately, and then began the exploration mission of the system title. The Death Star region was located in the central region of Universe 3, in the gap between the 2 major human factions. The geographical location was quite suitable, so Yi Xian could accept the mark of coordinates to Universe 3. Without further ado, after making the decision, Yi Xian immediately set off. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and flew quickly in the Death Star vortex. Soon after, he locked on to the best position and began to mark the jump coordinates. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 days had passed. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes, and a touch of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Although this was the second time and everything was familiar to him, the great pain of having his primordial spirit separated was really unbearable. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation was far from what it was when he first marked the first coordinate in Universe 1, he was still physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The jump coordinates to Universe 3 had been successfully marked and integrated into the void. From then on, it would be fixed forever and there was no trace of it. Even Yi Xian himself could not sense it. It would only appear when the jump ability of the system was activated. After that, it took another 2 days to recuperate his primordial spirit. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, it had been 4 days since he entered the Death Star vortex. Originally, he should have left for Planet Triumph long ago. Unexpectedly, all kinds of accidents kept happening and in the end it was delayed for so long. Next, he would immediately start the exploration mission of the system title. In a short time he was afraid that he would not have time to leave. However, with the old devil mosquito butcher, there was no need to worry about Planet Triumph. The old wretch could even send a supreme existence of the cosmic light realm flying with a roar. He did not know how strong his cultivation was, but he had always pretended to be a demon slave and called himself master. Even after revealing his strength he was still like this, which really made people speechless. Yi Xian's heart was full of doubts, but at the moment he had no time to think about it. Everything could only wait until he finished the exploration mission of the system title, and then he could think about it. Shaking off these thoughts, Yi Xian immediately ordered the system to start the exploration mission immediately. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host, the exploration mission of the system title has been activated. Exploration target, the destination of the unknown transmission array. Mission completion condition, unknown. As the prompt sounded in his mind, ripples suddenly appeared in the empty void in the distance. A small but extremely simple transmission array platform suddenly appeared without warning. Whoosh! Yi Xian's shoulders shook, and he gritted his teeth and rushed over. In the blink of an eye he was on the transmission array platform and his face was gloomy. Chapter 3179. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the Sixth Palace of 10 Absolutes, whoosh. As soon as Yi Xian landed, the ancient teleportation platform suddenly shone with a dazzling light. It was unknown what material the platform was made of, but it instantly changed its shape and turned into a ball of energy, wrapping around Yi Xian's body. Finally, it condensed into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. At this time, Yi Xian probably didn't know that he had entered the lair of his mortal enemy. This top-grade teleportation platform was made of extravagant materials and could only be used once. It would be destroyed immediately after use and it could only teleport one way. It was obviously set up by Tian Qianzi as a backup plan. After all, although the devourer doppelganger that he had his eyes on was very talented, it had just been born. No matter how strong it was not that strong. With this teleportation platform, the primordial spirit of Tian Qianzi's doppelganger could enter the treasured devourer body and complete the refinement and integration. If anything happened, it could safely return to the Sixth Palace of 10 Absolutes immediately. Right now, although it was indeed the treasured devourer body that Tian Qianzi had been thinking about for thousands of years, the primordial spirit that entered the teleportation platform had already changed owners. The 10 Absolutes Celestial Palace was the absolute overlord of the human cultivation camp. It occupied half of the universe in the third universe and was a close friend of the immortal dynasty of the technology camp, as well as a secret competitor. The immortal dynasty of the technology camp was an imperial system. The half of the universe that it controlled was the territory of the imperial dynasty. Although there were 3 big empires and countless big and small countries, they were all nominally part of the immortal dynasty. However, it was different in the territory controlled by the cultivation camp. Basically, there were various sects and clans. Although there were some imperial systems and other forms of countries, they were all small fish and shrimps. In addition, in the half of the universe controlled by the cultivation camp, no matter whether it was a country or a cultivation sect, they were all independent of each other, at least nominally. The 10 Absolute Celestial Palace was also a cultivation sect, but its position was unique and transcendent. Although it was nominally not like the Immortal Dynasty which commanded the entire cultivation camp, it was still the Immortal Dynasty. But as a matter of fact, with it dominating the world, even if the sects and countries behind it joined hands, they were still far from being able to compete with it. Its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivators' camp had been confirmed long ago. The ancestral land of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace was the first palace, also known as the Heaven Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of Heaven Absolute Palace was the highest leader of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces. The second palace was called Earth Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace was in charge of the external affairs of the sect. The Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace was in charge of all interactions with the Undying Dynasty and the Myriad Luo Federation. The third palace was the Absolute Palace. The Palace Master of Renjue Palace was in charge of the punishment of the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. These three palaces were the most powerful and most mysterious of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces. Their status was transcendent. After that, the 4th to 10th palaces were slightly weaker. Generally, the Palace Master was only responsible to his own palace, and his authority could not extend to the other 9 palaces. Of the was. The of the Absolute Celestial Palace. Was. Of the Yi was. Was of the was of Absolutes of Heaven. Was. The sky. Was. Heaven. The Heaven Absolute Palace was located in the Central District. The Earth Absolute Palace and the Absolute Palace were not too far from the Central District. The first 3 palaces were the core of the entire sect, standing tall in the Central District of this half of the galaxy. The other 7 palaces were like governors, located at the border of the cultivation camp in different directions. Among them, the 4th, 5th, and 6th Absolute Celestial Palaces bordered the territory of the Immortal Dynasty. The closest to the Death Starfield was the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace. Perhaps it was because of this reason that Tianquanzi chose the Death Starfield to nurture his strongest doppelganger. Entering the cultivation camp from the border of the Death Starfield, one was already in the starfield controlled by the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace. However, if one wanted to go to the headquarters of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace, it would still take 2 months to reach it. On the way there were 2 wormholes in the universe. If one entered the wormhole and launched a wormhole jump, the time would be reduced by half, only a month. The headquarters of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces were located in different environments. Some were huge celestial bodies, while others were vast continents suspended in the void. The sky was round and the earth was round. There were even places that were similar to ancient cages. For example, the Heaven Absolute Palace was like this. It could not be seen in the central district of the cultivation camp at all. It was located in the void of a small alien plane and was connected to the third universe by a void passage. The entrance passage was in the central district of the cultivation camp, guarded by the Earth Absolute Palace and the Absolute Palace. The headquarters of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace was a supercontinent with a circumference of millions of miles. If some ordinary celestial bodies were regarded as chess pieces, this 6th Absolute Celestial Palace, which was suspended in the void like other celestial bodies, was as vast as a chessboard. It could be regarded as the state of a normal celestial body after being crushed. The edges of the surroundings were rugged, and the spiritual energy at the bottom was thin. There was no sign of life, so it was not a good place to live. Only the surface of the land was full of spiritual energy, so it was full of life. Not only were there lakes everywhere, but there were also mountain ranges. Although its shape was special and was not spherical like ordinary celestial bodies, this supercontinent had all the characteristics of a celestial body with life, including gravity, atmosphere, abundant vitality, and so on. The headquarters of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace was located at the top of a giant mountain in the central district of this starry sky continent. A large number of palaces surrounded the peak area, which was grand and extraordinary. But at this moment, this vast area of palaces was quiet, and there were not many people in sight. Except for those who were in seclusion or had gone out, more than half of the upper echelons and disciples of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace had gone to a certain valley in the northern district of the giant mountain a few days ago. Over there, Palace Master Tianquanzi had set up a huge starry sky killing array nearly 10,000 years ago. Many alarms could be heard in the killing array. Tianquanzi was furious and led a large number of powerhouses from the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace to start the killing array. They had been gone for 4 days and the killing had not ended yet. That was why the headquarters of the 6th Absolute Celestial Palace at the top of the giant mountain was so quiet, with only a few ordinary disciples and a few upper echelons staying behind. This was also the destination of the top one-way teleportation array that Tian Chenzi had left in the Death Star vortex. This array was set up for a quick return, so it was reasonable for the headquarters of the Six Absolutes Celestial Palace to be teleported to. However, the peak of this giant mountain was too vast, and the teleportation destination that Tian Chenzi had set wasn't precisely located. As a result, Yi Xian, who was teleported over with a nervous heart, randomly fell into a pool. It was not an ordinary pool but a hot spring pool. It was a dreamy hot spring pool with dense water vapor floating on the surface. Dense spiritual energy seeped out of the mist, and the hot spring water in the pool was clearly some kind of spiritual spring. But that was not the main point. The main point was that this spiritual spring was not only located in Tian Chenzi's harem, but also in the pool. There were more than 10 beautiful figures splashing water and frolicking. Chapter 3180. Damn the mission. Oh my god. Someone dropped down and it was actually a man. Stinking lecher, you actually dare to trespass into the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes? You're simply courting death. What are you waiting for? Our bodies have been seen by him, we must kill him. No. I'll gouge his eyes out first, then kill him. Is Miss alright? He was actually in a daze? He even had a nosebleed. That damn guy, he must have been frightened by him. As these flustered and angry cries entered his ears, it was precisely because the teleportation was completed that he plunged headfirst into the spirit spring. Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, felt an explosion in his mind and was instantly stunned. Following that, more than a dozen incomparably hot and delicate bodies were reflected in his line of sight. Without exception, all of them were completely naked. In any case, it was only a single glance, and those places that should be looked at and should not be looked at were all seen through by Yi Xian. What was going on? What happened to the danger? What happened to the turbulent void? That damn transmission array, it actually threw this prince into a spirit spring bath full of women. It was one thing to see those angry women shouting and killing, but at least they were quite pleasing to the eye. But what the hell was this person who was only a palm's distance away from him? Not only was his face full of black pockmarks, but there was also a large tooth protruding from his slightly opened lips. More importantly, why was this ugly ghost having a nosebleed? She was actually staring at his face with such an infatuated expression. A love-struck fool? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian shuddered. The hairs on his back stood on end and he felt very uncomfortable. This was simply too tragic to actually be remembered by such an ugly ghost. In particular, the identity of this ugly ghost was clearly not ordinary. How could someone who could be called a young lady in the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes and lead such a large group of maidservants to soak in the spirit spring in the open air be an ordinary existence? She must be closely related to Tian Chenzi, either a cultivation partner or a daughter. Well, the former can be ruled out. She was so ugly that Tian Chenzi would not like her even if he was blind. If it was the latter, then it would be even worse. Not only did he suddenly fall into the lair of his sworn enemy, he even saw the body of his daughter, and was conveniently taken by the other party. This matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. Even if Tian Chenzi didn't risk his life and decided to turn hostility into friendship with a smile, the final result would definitely be to drive Yi Xian onto a pedestal and recruit a son-in-law. At the very least, he should throw out the unsaleable goods in his hands first. This was worse than the turbulent void, it was simply fatal. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face instantly turned green. At this time he did not care about anything else and did not even have the interest to explain. After shuddering again, he suddenly turned around, jumped out of the spirit spring and ran away. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport or fly far away, but the moment he leaped up, an invisible force that was as vast as a mountain instantly pressed down on him. With Yi Xian's half-step black hole realm cultivation, he was only able to leap up a few meters before he was forced to land at the edge of the spirit spring pool. That was clearly the power of the formation here. Not only was it forbidden to fly, but it was also suppressing Yi Xian's cultivation. If there was a ceiling effect, it would be really miserable, he would not be able to escape at all. While running wildly, Yi Xian's mind turned quickly. When he thought of the last possibility, his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, the dozen or so maids in the spirit spring also reacted. They didn't care that there wasn't a single strand of hair on their bodies as they rushed onto the shore and quickly chased after Yi Xian. The enraged shouts from their mouths resounded endlessly. "Stinky pervert, where do you think you're going? Stop, I promise I won't beat you up." The cultivation of the dozen or so maidservants was not bad, they were all in the nebula realm. Although they were far inferior to Yi Xian's treasure body doppelganger, They were obviously not suppressed by the power of the formation here. Their speed was even faster than Yi Xian's. Just as he was about to catch up, several of them waved their hands and summoned their own magic weapons, intending to kill him. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced back. His eyes were full of turbulent waves, causing his face to turn slightly red, but then it immediately turned white. He was too unlucky. He never thought that one day he would be chased by a group of naked women shouting to kill him. Unfortunately, he could not escape from them. Once they caught up, the consequences would be horrifying. Stop. Who told you to chase him? You even summoned your magic weapons. Since he can't escape, let him wander around first. When he's tired, he'll naturally come back. Just at this moment, the body of the ugly ghost who was still bleeding from her nose in the spirit spring pool shook, and she finally returned to her senses. She immediately shouted with a strong aura, but when she reached the end of her sentence, her tone suddenly changed and became incomparably gentle. Brother Jun, don't be afraid, they are just playing with you. Go go go, it's good to run a few laps to vent. Ling Yang understands. Everything has a process of adaptation. Don't worry, you've seen Ling Yang's body anyway. In the end she can only be yours. You can slowly adapt. I can wait. Oh right, don't be a heartless man and abandon Ling Yang. Outsiders can only enter this back courtyard but not leave. Once you take a step out, you'll attract the full force of the sect protecting Great Formation to kill you. Those below the Genesis realm will definitely die. As for those half a step into the Black Hole realm, they'll be killed on the spot. Hearing these words, Yi Xian felt his vision darken and almost fell, but he did not stop. Instead he ran even faster. He really did not care about the Sixth Palace's sect protecting Great Formation that could kill a Genesis realm expert. With the headless infant corpse, he could be safe. The key was that this ugly ghost's words revealed a soft chill that made him feel uncomfortable. Not only was she ugly, but she was also scheming. She was definitely a scorpion woman. She was too dangerous. He could not stay here for a second longer. Behind him, the dozen or so maidservants had already stopped and put away their magic weapons the moment the ugly ghost shouted. They looked at each other, and their expressions quickly became strange. They did not continue to pursue, allowing Yi Xian to rush into a purple bamboo forest not far away and disappear. The moment he rushed into the bamboo forest, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Teleportation complete. You've arrived at the destination. System title: Exploration mission successfully activated. Mission completion time limit: 30 days. Mission completion requirement: obtain the target's inheritance and refine it. Special reminder: before the mission is completed, it is strictly forbidden to set foot in the area outside the sect protecting Great Formation. Otherwise, the exploration will be considered a failure. Exploration failure punishment. System title will drop by 1 level. Bang, bang. Just as the system notification in his mind finished speaking, Yi Xian collided head-on with a purple bamboo that was as thick as his waist. Although he didn't feel any pain, he still felt that the stars in front of him were chaotic, and it was completely dark. This damn mission, I'm probably going to be played to death this time. It actually wants me to obtain the inheritance of the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates and refine it, and before the mission is completed, I'm not allowed to take a single step out of the sect protecting Great Formation. Chapter 3181. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianqinzi. Yi Xian simply sat down in the bamboo forest and fell into deep thought. At this point, he had already understood who set up the teleportation formation and had a general guess about the origin of this avatar. There should be no doubt about it. Obviously, the big crystal egg was the work of the palace master of the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates, Tianqinzi. His purpose was to create a powerful avatar with the devouring innate skill. For this reason, an entire star area had become a sacrifice. The energy in the void and the light and heat of countless stars were all unknowingly swallowed up. Tianqinzi clearly knew that this might cause problems, so in order to ensure that the completed devouring avatar could return to the Sixth Palace smoothly, he set up the one-way teleportation formation. Who knew that the avatar's avatar had returned? But it was not the primordial spirit it left in Tianqinzi's body that entered it, but Yi Xian. This was a great loss for Tianqinzi. The devouring avatar that he had plotted for thousands of years had gone down the drain, and he had also lost Tianqinzi's avatar. How could he not be angry? In addition, that ugly woman just now should be his daughter, but she was accidentally seen naked by Yi Xian. With all these new and old grudges added together, anyone would be completely furious. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, he was now restrained by the exploration mission. For a month, he had to stay within the range of the sect-protecting formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates and could not take a single step out. Otherwise, not only would this exploration mission fail, but his system title, which was originally at level 3, would also be reduced by 1 level, and he would return to level 2 Interstellar Adventurer. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Who knew when the next time he would be able to trigger the system's title exploration mission again? In other words, no matter how depressed he was, he had to obediently stay in the sect-protecting formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates for a month. Moreover, he had to find a way to find out what the so-called inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was, get it, and refine it. This was going to cost him his life. The 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes was not some inn or post house. How could it be a place where one could stay as they pleased? Tian Qinzi was an unparalleled almighty in the 15th realm, the universe realm. Even the Thunder Origin bead might only be able to severely injure him. The headless infant corpse was Yi Xian's final trump card, so he couldn't reveal it easily. Furthermore, Tian Qinzi wasn't the only one in the 6th Palace. There were even 4 Vice Palace Masters of the Cosmic Light Realm. Among them, Huai Dongzi had been sent to Black Sky City. If there were no accidents, at least 2 of the other 3 would still be in the palace. In addition to the other experts of the 6 palaces, Yi Xian was all alone. How could he stay in this dragon pool for a month? It was simply an impossible mission. The only way is to figure out what the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates inheritance is before Tian Qinzi finds out. Then, I have to seize it and take it away. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light. He stood up as he muttered to himself. He decided to return to the Spirit Spring Pool and start with that ugly female ghost. He wanted to force out everything he needed to know. This was not the technological faction. Although there were definitely technological treasures such as battleships, those things were definitely not popular in the Cultivation faction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal star communication system was completely useless here. They didn't even have a star network with the star superbrain as the central intelligence. It was completely unrealistic to hack into their star network to obtain information like he did in the technological faction or the Demonkin star region. At this time, Zhao Lingyang, who was in the spiritual spring, had come ashore to change her clothes with the help of the dozen maidservants. Seeing Yi Xian return with a gloomy expression, the maidservants' expressions changed. Even Zhao Lingyang was slightly stunned. "Brother Jun, you thought it through so quickly? Someone is going to marry Yanger. Yanger is so happy." As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's face, which was full of black spots, suddenly turned red. Her eyes were watery as she glanced shyly at Yi Xian. She covered her mouth and giggled. "Wretch." Yi Xian felt like he was going to throw up. His stomach was dry heaving. She was so ugly that she could scare ghosts to death when she went out at night. How could she still have the nerve to be so bashful? No, he had to destroy this ugly female ghost. He had to get rid of an evil for the people. At the same time, he could force out what the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates inheritance was. The ugly female ghost's cultivation was not bad. She was also in the black hole realm. Moreover, there were more than a dozen maidservants around her. Although their cultivation was not as good as Yi Xian's, none of them were suppressed by the formation. On the surface, Yi Xian, who was suppressed by the formation, did not seem to be a match for them. However, he knew that he was very confident. Once he used his devouring inherent skill, these maidservants in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be sucked dry. At most, he would just stop halfway and leave them alive. Yi Xian could not bear to ruthlessly destroy flowers, even though there was an ugly female ghost among them. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up and he was about to make a move. At this time, a long laugh suddenly came from outside the small courtyard. "Ah! Who wants to marry my Yanger? This is a joyous occasion." As soon as the voice fell, an extremely burly figure pushed open the courtyard door and strode in. It was an old man in a purple robe. His temperament was elegant and extraordinary. The aura around his body was faintly discernible. It was far more powerful than Huai Dongzi. Imperceptibly, he gave Yi Xian an extremely strong sense of danger. Even the hair on his back stood up. Although this was an innate treasure body, not a life of flesh and blood, but a crystal form, he still felt that way. Everything was because the opponent's cultivation was too strong. Even if it was only half a wisp of it imperceptibly, and it might not be intentional, he still felt that way. The supreme almighty of the universe realm was indeed not to be underestimated. Without a doubt, this burly old man was Tian Qinzi's original body. At this moment, Yi Xian was already considering contacting the headless infant corpse, or immediately getting the devouring system to transfer the Rai-D seal from the original body's sea of consciousness. In that case, once an unforeseen event happened, he could use the seal at any time and use the Thunder Origin Pearl to kill Tianquanzi. With a few more, he still had a chance to deal with the opponent. Daddy, what are you saying? It's so embarrassing. Without waiting for Yi Xian to make a move, the ugly ghost Zhao Lingyang had already stomped her feet and complained coquettishly. Then she turned around and stole a glance at Yi Xian. She covered her face and turned around to run to a small courtyard not far away from the small courtyard. The dozen or so maids looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, bowed to the old man and then hurried away. At this time, the burly old man Tianquanzi's gaze swept towards Yi Xian. The moment he saw him, the corners of his eyes twitched. He saw Yi Xian's state at a glance. He was emitting a dense aura of the marrow-devouring mother. Tianquanzi instantly understood. No wonder he suddenly appeared here. It turned out that this person had snatched the good fortune that originally belonged to him. He had teleported here through that one-way teleportation array. Chapter 3182. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio an equal match, you've already refined the treasured body? Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty? With a gloomy expression, Tianquanzi suppressed the anger in his heart and asked tentatively. As the head of the sixth palace of the Tenju Celestial Palaces, he naturally recognized Yi Xian's identity at a glance. After all, the appearance of this innate treasured body was exactly like Yi Xian, and this was no secret. Even the demon domain in the first universe suddenly realized that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son was the prince of the immortal dynasty of the human race, Long Xian. This matter caused a great sensation in the demon domain, and the demon emperor even made a series of moves. This is a story to be told later. Now, not only did Tianquanzi recognize Yi Xian's identity, but he also clearly understood that he had already entered this innate treasured body and refined it into a clone. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old man didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He pondered for a moment and then understood. This time, Tianquanzi and Huai Dongzi had caused a great commotion in Black Sky City. The key was that they had activated the secret formation at the end and failed to capture all the fleets of the large and small forces in the Death Star field. Some people still managed to escape, and the news couldn't be hidden at all. Although no one knew what happened in the Death Star vortex, how could a discerning person not see that all this was related to the Tenju Celestial Palaces? At this moment, Tianquanzi was obviously under pressure from all sides. The Tianji clan in the first universe was fine as they were originally enemies, but he couldn't ignore the doubts of the various races in the second universe, especially the Immortal Dynasty. There might even be different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palaces. In the face of all this, Tianquanzi more or less had to give an explanation. Now that the treasured body clone he wanted had been refined by Yi Xian, even if he erased Yi Xian's primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to use this treasured body. Rather than that, he might as well do something with Yi Xian to resolve the pressure from the Immortal Dynasty. As long as the technology faction didn't pursue this matter, the various races in the second universe would be easy to deal with. The doubts of the other 9 celestial palaces within the Tenju Celestial Palaces could also be stopped. Thinking of this, Yi Xian lightly smiled and casually sat down on the stone chair beside the spirit spring. Those fleets couldn't have all been destroyed by you, right? Stutter? He stared at Yi Xian for a while, pondered for a moment, then sat down as well. Separated from Yi Xian by the stone table, he laughed involuntarily. Looks like you didn't get much out of it after all this time. Although this sovereign lost a devouring avatar, at least I obtained a son-in-law. With your status, you will be able to bring me quite a bit of benefits in the future. But you, the dignified Prince Xian, gave up your physical body with the royal bloodline and thought that you had picked up a treasure. In the end, what you got was a clone that had not fully matured and had a congenital defect. With your current stuttering condition, I'm sure you won't dare to return to the immortal planet, right? That's even better. Stay here and accompany my beloved daughter Lingyang. As for the Empire and the outside world, don't worry. I will give them a good explanation in your name. This matter can be considered as unintentional. You and this lord's beloved daughter are clearly a good match for each other. Aha! Tianquanzi stood up as he laughed. He raised his hand and shot a ray of light. Yi Xian was caught off guard. Before he could react, the ray of light had already entered his body. Don't be nervous. This is only the restriction seal of the Sixth Palace's great protective formation. You are my son-in-law and you will marry Lingyang in a month. How can I hurt you? However, in this 1 month, it's best that you don't take a single step out of the great sect protecting formation in case I misunderstand. In addition, the restriction imprint just now has extremely limited authority. Although it can allow you to walk out of this backyard and even set foot on the entire peak, it does not include the area outside the Great Sect protecting formation. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, the formation will attack you with all its might. That's what you asked for. Also, weren't you very concerned about the fleets of the various races? Although this matter is coming to an end, it is not completely over yet. Since we are going to be a family in the future, my son-in-law, please lend me a hand and clean up this matter. Don't worry. The entrance to the Killing Void formation is also within the range of the Great Protective Formation of the Sixth Palace. With the restriction seal that I gave you just now, you can walk out of the formation at any time as long as everything in it is resolved. It just so happens that your devouring treasure body also needs a large amount of energy to grow. Consider this a meeting gift from me to you. Go ha! He was clearly trying to drag Yi Xian down with him. The fleets of the various races that were plotted against all had powerful clans and forces behind them. The Sixth Palace might not be able to handle it alone. Now, he wanted to resolve this matter with his identity as Prince Xin, but he was worried that Yi Xian would be unwilling to do so. His current action was clearly to take Yi Xian's authority as a sign of his allegiance. Whoosh! Following Tianquanzi's loud laughter, he waved his hand, and a fierce light instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. The latter already understood what he was going to do and naturally couldn't resist. He just sat there quietly without any reaction. In an instant, he was enveloped by the fierce white light and rushed to a restricted area on the north side of the giant peak. He entered the entrance of a void passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Father, where did you take him? Just as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the ugly ghost Zhao Lingyang ran out from the side villa. She had a worried look on her face as she pouted and said, Father, he is Lingyang's idol. I won't allow you to hurt him. After all this time, this girl had already recognized Yi Xian's identity. Coincidentally, she was actually a fan of Prince Xian. It was no wonder that she was so infatuated the moment she saw him. It had nothing to do with her extremely ugly appearance and the fact that she would fall for any man she saw. Don't worry, I have already discussed with him. The date of your wedding has been set. It will be in a month. Looking at Zhao Lingyang, Tianquanzi's face was full of love. He said gently, during this month I happen to need to handle some matters. I will also prepare for your wedding. In order to prevent that brat from having other thoughts, I still need to show my allegiance. Otherwise, even after the wedding he will still run away. You don't want to stay with such a husband every day, right? Chapter 3183. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Immortal Technique. After Tianquanzi left, the group of maidservants walked out. Some were stunned, some were pleasantly surprised, and some were enlightened as if they had finally recalled something. For a moment, there were cries of surprise and it was a lively scene. Oh my god, no wonder he looked so familiar. It's actually Prince Xian. Miss, I'm not dreaming, am I? That's Prince Xian we're talking about. How could he come to our sixth palace? And he fell from the sky. I must be dreaming. My head is still exploding. It's too unreal. That's great. Miss will be marrying Prince Xian in a month. When the time comes, we'll all be dowry maidservants. We'll be able to serve our idol for the rest of our lives. How blissful. Miss, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and go into seclusion. Your immortal technique should really make a breakthrough. How can you marry our idol with this ugly appearance? It's too imperfect. Only your original appearance is a match for Prince Xian. When the two of you stand together, you'll amaze the three great universes. Hearing these words, Zhao Lingyang's ugly face immediately turned red. Prince Xian wasn't just her idol. He was also the idol of these maidservants who had grown up with her. However, these maidservants were obviously too immoral. They had never said that she was ugly in her current appearance. This time, for Prince Xian, they actually called her ugly. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became somewhat angry. She turned her head and hit the servant girl who called her an ugly ghost. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Good for you, Ziyun. You actually dare to call this young miss an ugly ghost. I think your heart is rippling with love, right? Once Long Shen comes, you bitch will immediately betray him. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she reached out and tickled the maidservant named Ziyun a few times. Ah, help, sisters. Miss is angry. She clearly knows that Ziyun is ticklish. She actually fell out with her sisters for Prince Xian. Ziyun immediately laughed. She laughed as she ran away. The group of maidservants immediately became a mess. The entire backyard was bustling with noise and excitement. After a long time they gradually quieted down. After a short while, the group of maidservants seemed to have had enough and gradually quieted down. Zhao Lingyang, who was slightly sweating, turned her head and looked around at everyone. Finally, she brought up the important matter. Alright, this young lady is going to enter seclusion. A month is a bit rushed, but it shouldn't be a problem to end this period of cultivation in the mortal world and seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. All of you wait outside the villa. This time there can't be any accidents. This young lady must restore her original appearance. Marriage is a big matter. As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's waist swayed slightly as she turned and walked towards the villa. Soon, a light pink protective barrier was erected, enveloping the entire villa. Ziyun and the other girls regained their solemn expressions and sat down cross-legged around Biwan. They didn't say anything else as they stood guard over her. The Immortal Mortal technique was also one of the top legacy techniques of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. It was on the same level as Palace Master Tian Chenzi's Billion Incarnations technique. The Billion Incarnations technique emphasized the creation of billions of incarnations. When cultivated to the highest level, these billions of incarnations would become one, and the Great Tao would be formed. What the Immortal Mortal technique pursued was the cultivation of the mortal world. To cultivate this technique, one had to experience everything in the mortal world. Although there were no incarnations, the original body was ever-changing. It was as if one had entered the mortal world to train. All kinds of identities and appearances had to be experienced. Finally, one's state of mind would reach perfection. It was as if one had ascended to immortality in the mortal world, and the Great Tao would be formed. Zhao Lingyang wasn't very old, less than 100 years old. It could be said that she was extremely young. She was the daughter of Tian Chenzi when he was old. This girl was born with a natural beauty. Whether it was her figure or appearance, she was the best choice. She wasn't inferior to the likes of the purplish warbler and Yingtai. What was even more stunning was her state of mind. She was simple, kind, and pure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had the heart of a child. Ever since she started cultivating the worldly immortal technique, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation and strength had skyrocketed. She had personally encountered all kinds of people in the mortal world with her original body. There were even a few years when she had been begging for cultivation outside. She looked like an old beggar with a foul stench all over her body. This was not a disguise, but because she had cultivated the worldly immortal technique, her original body had really evolved into that appearance. That time, Zhao Lingyang spent 3 years cultivating outside. As she begged, she experienced the hardships of the mortal world and cultivated her heart in the mortal world. After 3 years, she had a breakthrough. Her cultivation and strength had skyrocketed by 2 major realms. Even Tian Chenzi, who cultivated the Billion Incarnations technique, was dumbfounded. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that wasn't the case. It was because she was still in another stage of cultivating her heart in the mortal world. Her cultivation and other aspects were suppressed. This time, Zhao Lingyang had already gone through 2 years of cultivating her heart with such an ugly appearance. She had been traveling outside and had just returned to the 6th Palace not long ago. She was preparing to cultivate in seclusion for the breakthrough. Yi Xian's arrival had only allowed her to break through this time's mortal heart refinement and pluck the heart refinement Tao fruit a little earlier. Yi Xian knew nothing about Zhao Lingyang. At this moment, he had been sent by Tian Chenzi to avoid killing formation in the North Core area of the 6th Palace. This void-killing formation wasn't a normal space. It was similar to the prison in the depths of the Devil Emperor planet that was connected to the Forbidden Valley. There was a space passage that connected to the peak of the 6th Palace. A killing formation had been set up in the entire inner void. After the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 Elements teleportation formation that had been set up in the Death Star field was activated, a large number of battleships, fortresses of various forces had been teleported here. In the past 4 days, most of these battleships had been destroyed by the void-killing formation. Only a few starry fortresses and a small cosmic stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters were left. They were from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, and one of them was from the Tianji clan. With the arrival of Yi Xian, the experts of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates who had stayed in the void-killing formation to maintain the operation of the formation left one after another. Finally, the void passage was closed, trapping Yi Xian and a dozen remaining starry fortresses and small strongholds in the void-killing formation. Only when the battle was over could it be opened again. In front of them was a smoke-filled void of the universe. There were some stars in the void, but they were obviously not formed naturally. They were man-made. These stars were the eyes of the formation. The entire killing formation of the void was like a huge net of killing, enveloping the entire vast void. These man-made stars were the nodes of the net of killing. Originally, there was a peerless powerhouse of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates guarding each star. Under the activation of all of them, the power of the Great Void-killing formation was boundless. Even the supreme powerhouses of the 15th realm, the universe realm, would not be able to escape easily once they fell into the formation. Chapter 3184. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Descent of the Black Hole. This time, the Black Sky City used the great technique of reversing heaven and earth 5 elements teleportation to teleport them to the core of the sixth palace. There were close to 1,000 battleships from the fleets of the various forces in the Death Star field. Some of the star-level battleships had already been destroyed during the Great Void teleportation. When they arrived at the Great Void killing array, they were already damaged ships. Then, from the damaged parts of the ships, a large number of Starry Sky warriors fell out. None of them could survive the first round of attacks from the Great Void killing array. They were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood, with no signs of life left. They floated in the void filled with dense killing intent. Then, the second round of attacks was launched. A large number of star nodes that filled the Great Void killing array emitted billions of sword rays that intertwined into a net. It was unknown how many Starry Sky warriors were killed. Some of the smaller fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters could not withstand it and collapsed, turning into wreckage. It filled the entire void. 2 days ago, the third round of attacks was launched. This time it was personally controlled by Tian Qianzi. Countless sword rays of various sizes shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void killing array. In the end, they gathered into a few 10,000-meter-long killing swords that flew back and forth. Even the large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not withstand it and were disintegrated. Among them, the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters shot out huge energy light pillars. The super meteorite cannons continued to wreak havoc. There were more than a dozen fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all shot out death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. During this time, some of the star nodes of the Great Void killing array were destroyed. However, some of these fortresses were also disintegrated and headed towards destruction. A large number of sword rays shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void killing array turned into a terrifying heavenly sword with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was not inferior to the death ray cannons of the fortresses in the slightest. As it moved unhindered, it cut down 3 fortresses in just 1 day. However, the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates also suffered great losses. Apart from the destruction of half of the star nodes of the killing void formation, some of the sixth palace's experts who were in charge of the star nodes had also perished. The first round of slaughter had just ended, and both sides had just taken a break. Just as they were preparing for the fourth round of battle, Tian Qianzi suddenly left. Then, the order quietly came, and a large number of experts guarding the nodes of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates retreated. In the end, the passage of the Great Killing Void formation was closed, and Yi Xian descended from the sky. He was surrounded by the remaining Starry Sky fortresses and small fortresses. Long Xian? Damn it, those fellows have all retreated, so why did they only teleport him here? What is the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace trying to do? Do you want us to have a civil war with the Undying Dynasty? So they can just sit back and reap the benefits? No, can't you see it? Long Xian didn't have a trace of surprise on his face. Clearly he had already expected this. He wasn't forced to teleport here at all. It's more like he was prepared. Damn it, scheme, this is definitely a huge scheme. The Undying Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace have joined hands. This time, they have ruthlessly tricked us and the other races of the second universe. That Death Star vortex is clearly a trap. Long Xian deliberately lured us closer, and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace's Black Heaven City suddenly launched an attack. They are in cahoots. What do the humans want to do? Do they want to provoke a civil war between the third universe and the second universe? Are they trying to split the Wanluo Federation? They are the sinners of the Federation. They are too bold. Kill Long Xian, this matter is not over yet. Yes, join hands to kill Long Xian and then we will force our way out. This matter must be reported to the Federation. The humans are going to rebel? Along with the cries of alarm, a monstrous mood quickly brewed. The experts in the more than a dozen Starry Sky fortresses and small fortresses were all enraged. Even those from the Tianji race were the same. Under such circumstances, they actually joined hands against the common enemy. For a moment they actually joined hands and clamored to kill Yi Xian. Boom, boom. A series of loud explosions resounded. Nearly 10 Starry Sky fortresses all fired death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The other small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were not willing to be left behind. At the same time, the super meteorite cannon's energy beam fired. The scorching white light and the mysterious black death ray cannon's energy beam intertwined into a net, enveloping Yi Xian, who had just arrived. This was clearly the rhythm to kill him instantly and completely cut off his life force. Originally, I was still a little hesitant. Now, it seems that there is really no need. The innate treasure bodies devouring innate skill, this is really exciting. Boom. Yi Xian stood in the void at the center of this enormous void-killing array. His face was expressionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. As he muttered to himself, he brazenly activated this treasure body's devouring innate skill. A powerful and terrifying suction force suddenly appeared from Yi Xian's treasure body clone. Although it was formless, it was much more powerful than the suction force of an ordinary black hole. In the blink of an eye, the 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters suddenly became sluggish and stopped in their tracks. This was only the beginning. At this time, Yi Xian was like a terrifying beast that had just been born. It wanted to devour everything. It was just like how the devouring marrow essence had absorbed the energy of the void and the light and heat of countless stars in the process of nurturing him. It had even turned an entire vast star region into a land of death as it devoured everything. It was just as tyrannical. It was just as fierce. It was just as ruthless and merciless. Boom. Boom. The 3 starry sky fortresses closest to him exploded instantly without any suspense. All the starry sky experts and resources in the fortresses were exposed to the dark void inside the death vortex. In an instant, they withered and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the resources in the fortresses, including the starry sky experts who were caught off guard and were in a panic at the moment. Then the other smaller fortresses and starry sky fortresses followed suit without any suspense. A series of loud explosions rang out. The situation was still very strange. Although such huge space fortresses and starry sky fortresses had completely disintegrated and exploded, none of them showed the flames that should have been there. Clearly, they had been forcibly pulled and disintegrated by an invisible and strange force. All the resources and starry sky experts, like the 3 starry sky fortresses that had been destroyed half a second ago, began to wither and wither rapidly. The energy that had been extracted turned into an invisible storm that surged into Yi Xian's body. Even the energy beams of the huge black death ray cannons trembled violently and disintegrated before they could hit Yi Xian's body. Then they were devoured together. From this moment on, Yi Xian's treasure body could no longer be seen. The place where he had been standing had turned into a huge vortex-like black hole. Once this innate devouring talent was activated, it was as if a black hole had descended and wanted to swallow everything. Chapter 3185. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Black Hole Great Perfection. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Where's Long Xian? Where did he go? What kind of supernatural power is this? He disappeared in an instant. Did he summon a black hole? It wants to devour everything. No, the situation is too strange. Even if it's a normal black hole, it shouldn't have such a terrifying suction force. It actually crushed a 100,000-meter diameter starry sky fortress in an instant. Where did this invisible suction force come from? It's so terrifying. Heavens run. The fortress is disintegrating, and all the resources inside are being devoured, including us. Our cultivation base and vitality are quickly draining away. This is definitely not a natural universe black hole. This is a supreme demonic technique related to the Tenju celestial palaces. It wants to devour everything and turn us into flesh and blood. This is terrifying and infuriating. The human race is really going to rebel. The Tenju celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty have joined hands. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. They want to kill us. Their scheme is too shocking. Screech. Screech. As all the starry fortresses and small fortresses disintegrated, all the resources and experts in the starry sky were exposed. Moreover, their cultivation base and vitality were rapidly being devoured. Shocked and angry cries quickly sounded and spread throughout the entire void-killing formation. Not only were there experts from various races in the Second Universe's Federation, but there were also the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. There were actually 2 cosmic realm experts in the highest command. However, they were both from a race in the Second Universe's Federation. The cultivation base of the Tianji clan's higher-ups was not very high. They were only at the 13th realm, the Void Realm. At this time, facing the power of the black hole vortex formed by Yi Xian's devouring treasured physique, the cultivation base and vitality of these experts were rapidly draining away. Even the two cosmic realm experts of the other races withered a lot in an instant. They didn't dare to get too close. They cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated in horror. This black hole vortex was too terrifying. Its power was too strange. It could even disintegrate and devour the antimatter energy light beam of the death ray cannon. They didn't dare to lightly face it. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to quickly retreat and leave this place. But even so, no matter how quickly they retreated, in this sealed void, the power of the black hole vortex was still everywhere. There was no way to escape. Even if they retreated to the most remote corner, the cultivation strength and vitality in their bodies were still rapidly draining away. The power of the innate devouring treasure body's devouring talent was so terrifying. At the same time, in the deepest part of the black hole, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the middle of the black hole with his eyes closed. The boundless energy in the void was being rapidly sucked in by this devouring vortex formed by Yi Xian's devouring innate skill, gushing into Yi Xian's body. This caused his cultivation base to rise at a terrifying speed. Although more than half of the energy had been used to repair the innately damaged innate treasured body, this was only less than half of the energy. Including the consumption and loss during the refining and conversion process, the amount that was truly absorbed by him was actually less than a third. However, it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! The roar of a breakthrough in cultivation base rang out in Yi Xian's body. In less than a minute, his cultivation base ushered in the first breakthrough. He had finally reached the black hole realm. Everything did not stop there. After breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm, the innate treasured body's cultivation base was still rising rapidly. This was the biggest advantage of this devouring treasure body. In addition to the devouring innate skill, as long as there was enough energy for it to devour, its cultivation base would continue to rise rapidly. There was no bottleneck at all. There was also no problem of the state of mind. As the cultivation base of the innate treasured body increased, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit, which had merged with this treasured body clone, would also benefit. For example, Yi Xian's original cultivation base was originally only at the 6th stage, the nebula realm. However, after entering this treasured body clone, his original primordial spirit merged with the innate treasured body. This was equivalent to feeling the power of the 8th stage, the black hole realm, in advance. This feeling was branded in the primordial spirit. In the future, when Yi Xian's original primordial spirit returned to his original physical body, the comprehension of the primordial spirit in advance would also be beneficial for his original body's cultivation base breakthrough. This would lead to the improvement of his original physical body's cultivation base. This was especially so when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. After all, the original primordial spirit in the innate treasured body clone had already experienced and felt the power of that level in advance. At this moment, as the black hole vortex formed by the devouring innate skill continuously sucked in the massive amount of energy from the void around the killing void formation into the innate treasured body, its cultivation base did not stop after breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm. Not long after, the rumbling sound of a breakthrough could be heard from Yi Xian's body. It was like thunder, and not only did it increase the cultivation base of the innate treasured body, but it also shook Yi Xian's original primordial spirit time and time again. In his mind, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang again and again. The interval was at least 1 or 2 minutes and at most 3 minutes. Every time the sound of a notification rang out, it was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound of cultivation base. This meant that the innate treasured body's cultivation base had broken through again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 2nd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 3rd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Every time the cultivation base increased, not only did the doppelganger's cultivation base increase rapidly, but even Yi Xian's original primordial spirit seemed to have been baptized. Every rumbling sound of cultivation base was accompanied by a sublimation of the original primordial spirit's soul. The understanding and comprehension of the mysteries of cultivation base were directly imprinted in his mind, as if he had an epiphany. In less than 20 minutes, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit had grown much, much stronger. During this process, his entire consciousness felt as if he was sitting under a Bodhi tree that was comprehending the Tao. Large amounts of light from the great Tao poured down from the top of the tree time and time again, washing and baptizing his primordial spirit. With every impact, his primordial spirit became more solid. In addition, A large amount of profound mysteries related to the breakthrough of cultivation base appeared in his mind and were deeply imprinted in his mind. All of this was accumulated and stored in Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. Once the original primordial spirit returned to the original physical body in the future, just the comprehension of the breakthrough of cultivation base would greatly benefit the original physical body. Furthermore, the baptism of the primordial spirit time and time again would immediately lead to the growth of the original physical body's cultivation base. It could be said that this time, although it was only Yi Xian's doppelganger devouring energy and increasing its cultivation base, because it was Yi Xian's original primordial spirit that had entered this doppelganger, the result was no different from the original physical body's cultivation base. In fact, the original physical body's cultivation base was also increasing stealthily. Chapter 3186. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Sprout Black Hole Level 9 Perfection. In less than half an hour, the cultivation of Yi Xian's devouring avatar had soared from the 7th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Star River Realm, to the 8th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. An entire level of cultivation had been raised in less than 30 minutes. This was the first time Yi Xian had used the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill. He did not expect the results to be so terrifying. He almost could not believe it. One had to know that most of the energy had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body. In addition, the loss of energy from refining the energy had also been consumed. The treasure body's devouring innate skill had absorbed less than a third of the energy. Unfortunately, after reaching level 9 perfection of the black hole level 9 perfection, Yi Xian's cultivation breakthrough noises that had been rumbling in his body every few minutes for the past half an hour no longer appeared. Even so, the black hole vortex formed by the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill was still absorbing energy from the surrounding void and continuously pouring it into the treasure body. Although the momentum of the black hole vortex had weakened by more than half, it did not stop. Obviously, before the energy in the outside world was completely absorbed, the innate devouring ability of the innate treasure body wouldn't stop unless Yi Xian took the initiative to end it. Soon, another 5 minutes passed. Although the amount of energy pouring into the innate treasure body had decreased by a lot, it was still flowing like a trickle. However, the innate treasure body's cultivation realm did not change anymore. Yi Xian was confused at first, but then he came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this innate treasure's devouring inherent skill should only be able to raise his cultivation by one large realm at a time. After absorbing enough, it wouldn't continue to increase explosively. This was understandable. Any terrifying innate skill had a limit. One level at a time should be the limit of the innate treasure body's devouring innate treasure body. Every time the treasure body reached this limit, it would automatically stop breaking through. It probably needed some time to stabilize and digest the devouring innate skill and increase in cultivation. After everything was under control, it could start devouring innate skill again and continue to improve. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and became even happier. This was the safest way to do it. If it was true that as long as there was energy to absorb, his cultivation base would continuously increase explosively. If this continued, even Yi Xian himself would be frightened out of his wits. Something like reaching the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, in one go was tantamount to suicide. His innate treasure body might not be able to withstand such a terrifying degree of explosive increase in strength. Even if he could withstand it, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would not be able to withstand it. In the end, he would definitely be lost and suffer from chi deviation. Right now, as the innate treasure body no longer absorbed the energy that had entered its body, other than a portion of the energy that had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body, the other small portion actually flowed towards Yi Xian's original body, which was being nurtured by Yi Xian's treasure body and poured into it. With a thought in his mind, Yi Xian immediately dispelled the thought of immediately stopping this kind of devouring innate skill. He looked inside his body, and his primordial spirit inside the innate treasure body focused on his physical body, feeling the changes in his physical body. Ding! Congratulations to host. The primordial spirit seed has sprouted. Current status: thriving. Just at this time, the familiar system prompt sounded again in the mind of Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. The primordial spirit seed that he had placed in his original body's sea of consciousness had suddenly sprouted. This surprise came too suddenly, and Yi Xian was completely unable to accept it. If he remembered correctly, the system had clearly said that using this method of condensing a primordial spirit seed to temper the avatar, it would take nearly 100 years for the primordial spirit seed to fully mature and for the avatar to successfully condense. And how long had it been? The primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in his original body's sea of consciousness had actually sprouted? And it had even entered a state of thriving growth. Could it be that the 100 years of nurturing was about to end in such a short period of time? Realizing this, Yi Xian was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, the reason for this was greatly related to the energy that was flowing into his original body like a stream. After this energy entered his original body, it should have directly entered the sea of consciousness of Yi Xian's original body, and was absorbed by the primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in the sea of consciousness, which accelerated its rapid germination. But this was definitely not the main reason, otherwise, it would have been impossible for the avatar system that had just been activated by Yi Xian to not have such a prompt before. Yi Xian's original primordial spirit entered the avatar's body, and the primordial spirit seed that originally belonged to the avatar was placed in the sea of consciousness of the original body to nurture. Although this method was unorthodox, it was impossible for the avatar system not to have deduced it. If this method could nourish the primordial spirit seed from the avatar's precious body, the avatar system would have recorded it long ago. In fact, this was indeed the case. At present, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit had already fused with the avatar's precious body, and could not directly enter his original body from the precious body. Therefore, he could only control everything in his original body through the devouring system, and could not directly peek into everything that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness. If he could see it with his own eyes, he would be even more shocked. This was because the scene that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness was too miraculous and extraordinary. Even Yi Xian had never seen it before. The vast sea of consciousness undulated, and from the cultivation waves that represented the realm of Yi Xian's original body, a small gray sapling was rapidly growing. Although there was no soil, its roots were directly rooted in the cultivation waves in the sea of consciousness. As it undulated, a mysterious gray aura burst forth. During this process, the precious treasures and divine ability imprints that were originally floating above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also shot out rays of light from time to time, entering the small gray sapling. As it grew rapidly, some kind of mysterious imprint was left on it. There was no doubt that every ray of light that shot out from the precious treasures in the sea of consciousness was changing the intrinsic nature of the primordial spirit that represented Yi Xian's avatar. The gray light that poured out from the small sapling's body was becoming more and more mysterious. There were a total of 6 precious treasures and divine ability imprints floating in the sea of consciousness of Yi Xian's original body. In the center of the sea of consciousness was a mysterious gray pagoda and a small lightning seal that was covered in countless green and gold lightning bolts. In the other 4 directions, the dark purple spirit source core was resonating with the void essence crystal. The small golden bow that represented the divine ability of the fallen sky bow was communicating with the black gold dragon scale that possessed both the bloodlines of the divine golden dragon and the primordial demon dragon after its mutation. Chapter 3187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Blossom and Bear Fruit Whoosh. A beam of gray light shot out from the Tower of Desolate Antiquity, sinking into the small gray tree that was floating on the surface of the sea of consciousness. The small gray tree burst forth with a gray light, and in an instant, it grew by about a foot in height. Then, another faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A ray of greenish gold light, which seemed to be surrounded by countless tiny green and golden lightning bolts, entered the little gray tree's body and caused it to grow by another foot. It was now a meter tall. Soon after, the small golden bow, the azure dragon scale, the void essence crystal and the dark purple spirit source core lined up and shot out a beam of dark light. Each beam of light had a different color and entered the small gray tree floating in the knowledge sea below one by one. After another 4 times of rapid growth, the small gray tree that was originally only about 1 meter tall suddenly grew to about 2 meters tall. It still hadn't stopped, but the growth speed had slowed down a lot. It was almost half an inch higher now. At this rate, it would not be long before it stopped growing. Sure enough, after another 3 minutes, the gray tree, which had grown to a height of about 2.5 meters, seemed to have completely stopped growing. The energy that had entered Yi Xian's body and been refined by the innate treasure body had become even smaller. Some of it entered the body of the gray tree, while some entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness directly. It was also at this time that a small flower bud grew on the 2.5 meter tall gray tree. It was very, very small, only the size of a pigeon's egg. The flower had not yet bloomed, but the surface of this small flower bud was enshrouded in a layer of extremely blurred and mysterious colors. It represented the mysterious gray of the desolate ancient tower. It also represented the aura of the Rai D seals green lightning and golden lightning. It also represented the dark purple spirit source core's oppressive power. It also had the same mysterious aura as the void essence crystal. It also shone with a golden radiance. That was the sharp aura of the fallen skybow. When one focused, they actually felt a sense of fear towards this little flower bud, as if its sharpness couldn't be ignored. In addition, there was a kind of divine and demonic aura that fused together. An indescribable ancient dragon aura was faintly emitted from the little flower bud. Sure enough, after each of the 6 treasures or divine ability imprints in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness shot out a dark light into the body of the gray tree, they actually managed to activate an extraordinary flower bud. Since there was a flower, there would definitely be results. It was clearly a fruit of the primordial spirit. Once the fruit ripened, a mature primordial spirit would step out from within like a cracked egg. It was identical to Yi Xian's primordial spirit. It was the fusion of the treasures and divine ability imprints in his sea of consciousness with Yi Xian's primordial spirit. It was like a true primordial spirit clone. Not only was this primordial spirit flawless, it was also something that was nurtured innately. No matter which treasure body it entered, it wouldn't face the shackles of cultivation growth. It would be the same as Yi Xian's primordial spirit. As long as it had the opportunity, as long as it had the time, it would continue to grow healthily. Its future was limitless and its Tao would be unobstructed. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 6 treasures and divine ability imprints in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had all been injected with a ray of light into the gray tree. Even if they were injected again, it would be ineffective. At this moment, the gray tree had stopped evolving because it didn't have this level of external energy to nourish it. It was about to stop evolving and stop at the peak of a small budding flower bud. If that was really the case, it would probably take a long time for this primordial spirit to be truly complete. The tiny flower bud would have to grow slowly. In the end, the flower would bloom and then the flower would wither and give birth to a fruit. Other than that, the tiny primordial spirit fruit would have to grow slowly. When it was fully ripe, the egg would crack and the primordial spirit would be able to take its first step out. This process might take dozens of years. The primordial spirit seed planted by Yi Xian's primordial spirit had grown from a tiny seed into a gray tree that was 2.5 meters tall. It even gave birth to a tiny flower bud. It could only be considered to have completed half of the journey. The flower that would bloom and give birth to the fruit would be the other half of the journey. From this point of view, this kind of clone originally required 100 years to cultivate, but now it had only been shortened by half. If Yi Xian wanted to completely condense this clone's primordial spirit, he would need another 50 years. Obviously, Yi Xian couldn't wait for such a long time. The headless infant corpse couldn't wait either. Whoosh! Just as the gray tree stopped growing and the tiny flower bud at the top of the tree stopped growing, the left chest of the primordial spirit clone that was sitting cross-legged in the primordial spirit clone's treasure body suddenly flashed. The infant corpse tattoo that was branded on the primordial spirit clone's left chest in the form of a corpse lamp finally made its move. Although it was just a weak ray of light, the mysterious energy it contained was far superior to the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Before this, even the Rai D seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance that were suspended in the middle of the sea of consciousness only shot out a ray of light that made the gray tree grow by half a meter. Then, the next ray of light had to be shot in before the tree could continue to grow. At this moment, the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo was injected into the gray tree. The gray tree that was originally 2.5 meters tall actually grew by half a meter in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, it had grown to 10 feet tall. The tree was completely strengthened and didn't continue to grow. But all this was not over yet. Although the green tree didn't continue to grow, the power of the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo still continued to spread and affect the small flower bud at the top of the tree. In less than a breath, the flower bud that was originally the size of a pigeon egg grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the size of an adult's fist. Only then did it stop. But everything that followed still continued. After reaching the size of a fist, the growth of the flower bud had come to an end. The flower bud began to bloom slowly, faster and faster. In less than a minute, the entire flower bud was completely in full bloom, emitting a dazzling light like a dream. This process didn't last long. In just 3 breaths it was over. The blooming spirit flower withered in half a breath. The flower bud turned into a light rain and sank into the tree. In an instant, a small fruit that also emitted a mysterious dazzling light was born at the end of the stem. Until now, it still hadn't come to an end. The mysterious ray of light that shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo contained terrifying energy. It was comparable to the ray of light contributed by the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in the Sea of Consciousness, as well as the energy flow provided by the innate treasure body. Chapter 3188. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Innate Primordial Spirit. At this moment, everything in Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness was filled with endless dreamy aura. Above the Sea of Consciousness, the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand emitted a mysterious aura. They were silent and slowly rotating on their own. Below, the turbulent Sea of Consciousness was roaring endlessly. At the center of this majestic Sea of Consciousness was a monstrous tree. A gray Mongolian tree about 10 feet tall, was floating in the air, emitting a blurred, mottled glow. There was also a kind of invisible ancient aura vaguely leaking out from it. At the top of this monstrous tree, where the spirit flower had been in full bloom, there was a fist-sized strange fruit that was also enshrouded in a mottled brilliance. It released tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's true body. A thick desolate aura was raging and surging. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly sounded in the Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's true body. The fist-sized strange fruit at the top of the monstrous tree released tens of thousands of rays of light. A 3-inch tall figure stepped out of it and opened its eyes. The spirit seed had finally matured. The innate primordial spirit was born. The innate primordial spirit figure was exactly the same as Yi Xian's true body. There were no slight differences between its eyebrows. It was like a copy of Yi Xian's true body. As the little primordial spirit walked out of the fist-sized primordial spirit fruit, it silently floated in the air above Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, the small gray tree that was originally rooted in the waves of his Sea of Consciousness started to wither at an extremely fast speed. It was as if its mission had been completed. After blooming to the extreme from this moment on, it would rapidly move towards complete annihilation. In fact, this was indeed the case. From the top of the monstrous tree where the spirit fruit was originally located, the entire monstrous tree from top to bottom, instantly turned into gray spots of light at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell into the Sea of Consciousness below. The whole process only lasted for a short breath. This monstrous tree that was originally about 10 feet tall completely disappeared. All the trees turned into gray spots of light and merged into Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness as if they were regurgitated. Like flowers falling into the soil, they nourished the soil below. Without a doubt, Yi Xian's true body's cultivation base and strength unknowingly rose a little. As for what realm he had reached now, it was still unknown. In the next moment, the energy that had flowed from outside Yi Xian's true body and was refined by the treasure avatar finally completely disappeared. Even the avatar that nurtured true body no energy no longer flowed into Yi Xian's true body. The mysterious whirlpool formed by the devouring innate skill outside the treasure avatar disappeared in the blink of an eye. The treasure avatar that was sitting cross-legged in the void killing array was completely revealed. In the surrounding void, a large number of wreckages of battleships and various resources were floating. However, at this moment, whether it was the wreckage of the battleships or the various resources, they had all become gray and dull. The energy and essence in them had been completely absorbed by the invisible devouring innate skill formed by the treasure avatar. The same was true for the starry sky masters who fell out of these collapsed fortresses and battleships. Even the 2 cosmic realm masters of the Federation of the Second Universe were unable to resist this terrifying and invisible devouring innate skill when they had no way to escape. Like the other starry sky masters, they had all turned into withered corpses. The power of cultivation, vitality, and blood in their bodies had all been drained away and turned into resources that aided the growth of Yi Xian's true body and the birth of the innate primordial spirit. However, although everything in the outside world had ended, everything that was happening in Yi Xian's true body inside the treasure avatar was clearly still going on. Therefore, the primordial spirit of Yi Xian's true body, which had entered the treasure avatar's true body, was still paying attention. It was as if it was cultivating. This directly led to the treasure avatar's true body still sitting cross-legged in the void of the killing array with its eyes tightly closed. At the same time, in the Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's true body within the treasure avatar's true body. Whoosh! The Sea of Consciousness, which represented Yi Xian's true body's cultivation and strength, was surging with waves. The sound of crashing waves reverberated endlessly, revealing a majestic and mighty aura. At this moment, as if they had sensed something or resonated with something, the few treasures and divine ability brands that were suspended above the Sea of Consciousness all released different and mysterious radiances at the same time. The small golden bow released a dazzling golden light. On it, the phantom of an ancient yaksha could be faintly seen, and a pair of demonic wings on its back flapped gently. The black gold dragon scale also released a dazzling golden light, and a giant phantom of a divine dragon with black gold scales suddenly appeared. It had the aura of the golden divine dragon and the majesty of the primordial demon dragon candle dragon. A ray of light shot out from the void essence crystal and turned into the figure of the void ladle, which was faintly discernible. All of a sudden, a waterfall of pure grade 7 mind power gushed out of his mind source core. As it fell down, it disappeared into the void above his mind without stopping. In the center, the Thunder Emperor seal suddenly shone with a green-gold light. Countless green-colored thunderbolts densely exploded on the surface of the Thunder Seal, endlessly. Within the thunderbolts, there were even countless bolts of golden lightning that stretched out and spat out. Vaguely, there seemed to be 9 small green thunder origin beads rolling endlessly in the dense thunder mist rising from the Rai-D seal. In addition, the small desolate ancient inheritance tower suddenly released an endless gray chaotic aura. For a moment, countless phantoms of desolate ancient creatures rapidly appeared and disappeared around the tower. In less than half a breath, there were dozens of phantoms. They were all existences that had appeared on the 9th floor of the desolate ancient inheritance tower during the desolate ancient destruction battle. Moreover, every one of them was a supreme master of the desolation, including the supreme master of the desolation who was suspected to be on the opposing side of the headless infant corpse formation. But things were not over yet. In the next moment, from the sea of cultivation below, endless waves of knowledge sea suddenly surged up like a tsunami. The entire vast sea of knowledge sea came to life, completely churning. Right in the middle, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of his knowledge sea. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the incomplete version of the Dongshu technique that Yi Xian had cultivated. It had a mysterious connection with the Dongshu giant tortoise, so at this moment, the phantom of this supreme giant tortoise had appeared. For a moment, in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, all the desolate ancient inheritances and supreme treasures had appeared. However, this was not the end. Screech! An earth-shattering demonic roar suddenly tore the sky above the sea of consciousness. An incomparably huge black dragon phantom rushed in. On its neck there was clearly a small corpse lamp brand. Then a huge blood-red curved horn also rushed in. It was the Weeping Soul blood horn. Behind it, there was a faint shadow of a Weeping Soul blood ape, but it was extremely faint. Chapter 3189. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The infant corpse general. At that moment, all the treasures and primordial inheritance that Yi Xian's original body had obtained entered his consciousness and manifested as inheritance phantoms. Like a gathering of wind and clouds, the entire consciousness bloomed with boundless brilliance. The aura was extremely fierce, and the primordial aura was so thick that it was almost tangible. Screech! Another vicious howl that caused the heavens and earth to tremble rang out. At the top of the sea of consciousness, a dim light burst out, revealing a ferocious infant corpse. Its head was actually held in his arms, and it had been tightly closed all this time. The headless infant corpse had arrived. Following the arrival of the infant corpse body, the originally clamorous sea of consciousness had completely quietened down. Even the surging waves of the sea of consciousness had quietened down, and there was no longer the slightest fluctuation. Regardless of whether it was the demonic dragon phantom, the primordial yaksha phantom that exuded an incomparably sharp aura, or the giant void tortoise floating in the consciousness, all of them retracted their auras and quietly looked at the headless infant corpse that had appeared at the top of the consciousness. Even the Thunder Emperor seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, which occupied the central domain of the Sea of Consciousness together with the infant corpse, tacitly retreated to the edge of the central domain even though they were right above the infant corpse to begin with. They quietly spun around. The infant corpse had just appeared and all living things had submitted. Even the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai-D seal didn't dare show any disrespect and took the initiative to retreat. At that moment, the innate primordial spirit that had just been born from the primordial spirit mutated fruit was still sitting cross-legged in a corner of the consciousness with its eyes closed. It was in the inner circle, forming a triangle with the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai-D seal. At the outer circle were the void essence crystal, the spirit source core, the black gold dragon scale, the small golden bow, and the bloodline inheritance phantoms that appeared behind them. Of course, There were also the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the Demonic Dragon Phantom that were branded with the Corpse Lantern tattoo, indicating that they had been refined and subdued by the headless infant corpse. All of these formed the outer circle of the consciousness outside the inner circle of the triangle. At the top of all these was the headless infant corpse. At that moment, the ferocious head in its arms suddenly opened its eyes. Two dim lights shot out from the headless infant corpse's eyes and rushed toward the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the Demonic Dragon Phantom that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Screech. Brr. A dragon phantom pagoda roar sounded at the same time. The Demonic Dragon Phantom Dragon Phantom Dragon Phantom Dragon Phantom. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn then turned Phantom Dragon Phantom Dragon Phantom Dragon Phantom Bloodhorn turned Phantom Dragon Phantom Phantom Corpse, and disappeared. The headless primordial corpse general was the headless infant corpse generals. Was the Yi was headless corpse general. Was head. After the headless infant corpse was awakened, its eyes immediately opened again. This time, two streaks of ghostly light shot out and landed on the void essence crystal suspended above the knowledge sea. Buzz. With a violent buzzing sound, the void ladle, which had 1 large and 9 small golden horns, turned into a streak of black light and entered the inner circle of innate nascent divinities as well. Then 2 ghostly lights shot out from the headless corpse lamp's bloody eyes. This time they rushed to the tower of the remote antiquity, which was hanging in the inner circle of the Sea of Consciousness. This time the Tower of Desolation's legacy was slightly delayed for half a second, but in the end, it did not resist at all. It turned into a gray ray of chaotic light and rushed into the innate Yuan Shen. From then on, there were already a few treasures, skills and ancient phantoms that had entered his innate Yuan Shen. The Tower of Desolate Ancient Heritage, the Revered Ladle, the Demon Dragon, and the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. At this point, the selection of the headless corpse seemed to have come to an end. After his figure suddenly flashed, he directly disappeared from the top of Yi Shen's Sea of Consciousness, completely disappearing. In the next instant, the cultivation waves in his Sea of Consciousness began to gently surge again, and the huge void tortoise slowly sank into the depths of the Sea of Cultivation. The Rai-D seal, which had retreated to the edge of the inner window, moved again and hovered in the center of the Sea of Consciousness alone. Apart from the innate nascent divinities that were floating in the inner circle, there were 4 treasures and inheritance marks. They were the Spirit Source Core, the Void Essence Crystal, the Black Gold Dragon Scale, and the small golden bow that had been handed over to Yi Xian. Then, as the headless corpse left, the waterfall of spirit power in the Spirit Source Core disappeared. The Void Essence Crystal, which had a strong aura, also returned to its original state. The faint shadow of the desolate ancient Yeksha on the Skyfall bow disappeared as well. The shadow of the divine dragon covered in countless black gold scales, which represented the Black Gold Dragon Scales variant bloodline, also disappeared in an instant. The Sea of Consciousness of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness regained its tranquility once again. The Rai-D seal hovering in the center of the Sea of Consciousness also silently rotated slowly. Only the 3-inch-tall innate nascent divinity that was sitting cross-legged on the side opened its eyes at this moment. At the same time, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity, which was in the clone's treasure body, seemed to have sensed something and withdrew from this state of introspection. Previously, although his original nascent divinity consciousness could not directly enter his original physical body to see what was happening in his Sea of Consciousness, he could vaguely feel all kinds of throbbing in his original body's Sea of Consciousness. This made Yi Xian feel apprehensive as he tried to guess what was happening in there. But now, after feeling the throbbing calmness, the energy that was pouring in from the clone's treasure body also disappeared. Yi Xian's original nascent divinity immediately withdrew from this state of introspection and sat cross-legged in the middle of the void-killing array and opened his eyes. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian's original physical body, which was left in the clone's treasure body, was summoned out. It was still sitting cross-legged in the state of cultivation with its eyes closed tightly. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed out of the clone's treasure body. As the clone's treasure body closed its eyes, the scene looked extremely strange from the outside. 2 identical Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void about 10 feet apart. Both of them had their eyes closed tightly, like a pair of twins who were cultivating. In the next moment, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity rushed directly into the head of the original physical body. Without any delay, it went straight to the original body's Sea of Consciousness. The moment it rushed into the Sea of Consciousness, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of telepathy. He subconsciously looked at the corner of the sea of consciousness and just happened to meet the innate nascent divinity's eyes. In less than half an instant, Yi Xian's original nascent divinity had received a huge amount of information. Everything that happened in the original body's sea of consciousness appeared directly in his mind, which made Yi Xian extremely shocked. The original nascent divinity opened its mouth slightly. Obviously it was shocked. Innate nascent divinity, was it born so quickly? Then, so many strange things happened. The mysterious headless infant's corpse came to the sea of consciousness and started a battle? Chapter 3190. Benzin Gene Black Hole. Although the innate primordial spirit prepared for the devouring avatar had been successfully nurtured, he had yet to complete the fusion with the devouring avatar. He still needed to refine it. Therefore, after Yi Xian's primordial spirit recovered from the extreme shock, he immediately started a short communication with the innate primordial spirit. He asked the innate primordial spirit to go to the innate primordial spirit to refine the innate primordial spirit as soon as possible so that he could completely control the innate primordial spirit. At that time, Yi Xian's doppelganger, be it the treasure body or the primordial spirit, would have innate attributes and would be complete. Only the innate treasure body would have some flaws that needed to be repaired. With the fusion of the two, his future was destined to be limitless. At this moment he felt very mysterious. It was as if he had another version of himself. Although it was called communication, there was no need for words. Whatever Yi Xian's original body thought of, the innate primordial spirit would immediately know. This was truly multitasking. They were independent of each other, yet there was an invisible line that connected the two soul cores, and it felt extremely profound. The innate Yuan Shen immediately left the spiritual sea of the original body and rushed out from the top of the original body's head. It entered the devouring treasure on the opposite side and began to refine and merge with it. Due to his familiarity with the process, there was clearly no suspense in the process. In fact, it was extremely fast. Yi Xian's primordial spirit was not worried at all. He had already put aside the matter on the other side and devoted himself to the study of his primordial spirit. Previously, when Yi Xian's primordial spirit left his body and entered the devouring treasure body, his primordial spirit threw his primordial spirit into the devouring treasure body for nourishment. His primordial spirit's primordial spirit was at the 6th great realm, the 7th level of the nebula realm. At this moment, his original primordial spirit had returned. Although it hadn't merged with his original body and was sitting in his sea of consciousness, it had already sensed the difference in his original body. Compared to before, it was clearly much stronger. On one hand, it was because it was being nurtured in the devouring treasured body. At the same time, it was because the devouring treasure body had used the devouring innate skill to absorb a large amount of energy, and a part of it was being's primordial spirit. Yi Xian could clearly feel that his primordial spirit was the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit's primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit's primordial void insight. Primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to experience another explosive increase in his cultivation? Previously, his original body was already at the 7th level of the nebula realm, which belonged to the late stage of this realm. Could it be that this time he was going to rush to the 7th level of the galaxy realm in one go? With this kind of exciting anticipation, Yi Xian's primordial spirit began to merge with his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit merged with his primordial spirit, it was equivalent to the primordial spirit of his primordial spirit returning. In this way, Yi Xian's primordial spirit, which had been sitting in the treasured body's primordial spirit, would bring various benefits such as baptism to his primordial spirit when the treasured body's primordial spirit skyrocketed. All these benefits would turn into substantial gains one after another. Once again, it would drive Yi Xian's primordial spirit to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. In other words, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would have two opportunities to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. One was the improvement of his primordial spirit's primordial spirit, and the other was the effect of the primordial spirit's return to his primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Under the influence of these two factors, it might not be as simple as just breaking through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. It might even be possible to break through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. The surprise was too great and he couldn't stay calm. Very soon, the primordial spirit of the original body completed the integration and control of the original body's sea of consciousness. The original body's primordial spirit returned. In the next instant, the familiar sound of system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Although he was already mentally prepared, Yi Xian was still shocked. The notifications rang out one after another. Was this the effect of his inner body and primordial spirit merging together to form a cultivation base increase? It was simply too shocking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, Nebula level 8. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, 9th Order Nebula Peak. Ding. Congratulations host. The familiar system notifications rang out one after another, all of them reminding him that his cultivation base had broken through and leveled up. There was almost no gap between them. As soon as the first notification rang out, the next notification immediately rang out. In the end, Yi Xian became numb. He felt that everything was too dreamy and unreal. Even in the mysterious starry sky, there shouldn't be anyone who could use such a terrifying method to break through their cultivation base. It was too shocking. As the system notifications rang out in his mind one after another, Yi Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Whether it was his primordial spirit or his physical body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as dumb as a wooden chicken. He didn't know how much time had passed, but because Yi Xian's consciousness had fallen into a state of confusion, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until the last system prompt sounded, which represented a boundary between realms. It could be said that when the two extremely sensitive words were captured by his consciousness, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. His entire body trembled slightly and he finally returned to his senses. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm, Black Hole Level 1. This was the last system notification. After it rang out, Yi Xian's mind completely quieted down. The long-awaited peace made him feel as if he was in a dream again. Black Hole Level 1? He had actually broken through to the 8th major realm, the Black Hole level? From Nebula Level 7 to Black Hole Level 1, this was a total of 12 minor realms, including an entire major realm, which was the 7th major realm, the Galaxy level. Yi Xian probably didn't stay in this major realm for more than a minute. If this matter were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. No matter how freakish or monstrous one was, it couldn't be to this extent, right? He had broken through the 7th major realm in less than a minute? These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. At first he was stunned and then overjoyed. Black Hole level. He had finally broken through to the Black Hole level. As the 8th major realm in the starry sky, the Black Hole level could be said to be a widely recognized cultivation-based watershed. Before the Black Hole level, even the 7th major realm, the Galaxy level 9, couldn't be considered a true starry sky master. Only by breaking through to the Black Hole level could one be considered a true starry sky master. And Yi Xian had finally reached this step. Moreover, he had done it in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, it was simply amazing. Chapter 3191. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Reforged Battle Armor. At this point, Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger had both leaped into the 8th Great Realm, the Black Hole Realm. They could be considered true starry sky experts. Among them, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation had reached the 8th Great Realm, the great perfection of the rank 9 Black Hole Realm. His original body had entered this great realm, the rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, in terms of overall combat strength, his original body, which had the headless infant's corpse and the Rai-D seal, was definitely more lethal than the devouring doppelganger. Even with the devouring doppelganger's terrifying devouring talent, the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, the demonic dragon's shadow, and the Void Ladle, the devouring doppelganger still could not shake his original body's combat strength. The headless infant's corpse alone was enough to suppress everything. After finishing this round of cultivation advancement, Yi Xian calmed his excitement and quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw his devouring doppelganger, who was also sitting cross-legged in the void of the Great Killing Formation, opening its eyes slightly and meeting his gaze. It was obvious that during the period of time that his original body's cultivation had increased, the innate primordial spirit had already completed a perfect fusion with the innate treasure body. Yi Xian's first clone could be considered to have completely mastered it. This was not an ordinary doppelganger. Not only was this doppelganger's body an innate treasure body with a terrifying devouring talent, even the primordial spirit that had entered the doppelganger was complete and also belonged to the innate attribute. Even Yi Xian could not imagine how a complete primordial spirit of this level would develop after merging with the innate treasure body. He was full of anticipation. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now there were still problems that needed to be solved. First, there was the system's title exploration mission. Second, there was the problem of escaping from the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates in the Cultivation camp. Of course, the easiest and most direct way for Yi Xian to get out of here was to complete the system title quest. Once the exploration mission was completed, Yi Xian could leave immediately. The 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates belonged to the human clan's Cultivation camp. After all, this was still Universe 3. Yi Xian had already imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates in the Death Star vortex between the two camps in Universe 3. As long as this mission was completed, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave directly. He instantly appeared in the Death Star vortex from the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. In addition, with the completion of the exploration mission, Yi Xian's system title would be upgraded from Level 3 Interstellar Explorer to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder. Interstellar Explorers would have the ability to jump between adjacent universes. Of course, there were two prerequisites. First, the two universes had to be connected by a natural wormhole, so they were considered to be adjacent universes. The second was that Yi Xian had to imprint a set of coordinates in the universe plane of the target beforehand. The black hole of life in the Devil Star field in Universe 1 fulfilled both of these prerequisites. Before Universe 1 and Universe 3, there was a natural wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star field that connected them. They were indeed two adjacent universes. Yi Xian had also successfully imprinted a set of universal coordinates in Universe 1, which was inside the black hole of life. In other words, as long as this exploration mission was completed and his system title was upgraded to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder, Yi Xian would have more than one destination to choose from when he performed a coordinate jump between universes. Apart from the Death Star vortex between the two major forces in Universe 3, he could even perform an ultimate jump between universes directly from the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates of the Cultivation camp to the black hole of life in Universe 1. Unfortunately, no matter how many options there were prerequisites. If he did not complete the system title quest this time, everything was just empty talk. Although there was nothing he could do about this, Yi Xian was actually looking forward to it. Even if he did not mention the system title quest, his interest in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates was definitely not small. It was rare for him to come here, so he had to gain something. Of course, this kind of inheritance was absolutely important to a sect. Although the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates was only one of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp, the fact that the 6th Palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces had been able to stand tall for such a long time and always be ranked among the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp spoke volumes. His foundation was definitely not shallow. The so-called mysterious inheritance of the 6th Palace must be extraordinary even if one were to think with their heels. It just so happened that whether it was Huai Dongzi Tianqinzi or the palace master of the 6th Palace, Tianqinzi, Yi Xian did not have a good impression of them. In fact, these guys were all scheming against him as soon as they met, including Tianqinzi's ugly daughter. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was the same. Under such circumstances, if there was a chance to obtain the inheritance of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates and then refine it, Yi Xian would definitely be willing to do it. Even if there was no system title quest this time, he would still be willing to do it without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, not feeling pressure was one thing, but being able to do it was another. The biggest problem in front of him was that until now Yi Xian was still completely confused about what the so-called inheritance of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates was. He had no idea at all what the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates inheritance was. However, 1 month later. No, it was already 25 days later. 5 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this killing formation of the void. According to his deduction, that old bastard Tianqinzi would definitely make a big fuss about this so-called marriage alliance. Perhaps the news had already spread. This was an overt scheme. The other party planned to tie the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology faction to the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates warship. Even if it was only on the surface, it would be fine. After all, Prince Xian's current status was no small matter. If the marriage became a reality, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry the immortal dynasty was, they could only hold their noses and swallow it. This concerned the face of the royal family. Some things on the table could not be ignored. In short, Yi Xian was clearly a valuable treasure in Tianqinzi's eyes. As long as Yi Xian was trapped in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates, he had a way to squeeze out all of Yi Xian's value bit by bit. Yi Xian originally did not fear him. It did not matter even if they fell out. With the headless infant corpse around, who would be afraid of who? However, the system title quest that he still had no clue about had become a binding spell over Yi Xian's head, binding him tightly. He could not even take a single step out of the great protective formation of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. How could Yi Xian turn the situation around? Chapter 3192. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Indestructible glass armor. Clenching his fist tightly, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. For this, even if we have to directly shed all pretense of cordiality, we won't hesitate. However, before that, we still have to make some preparations and try our best to increase our ability to protect ourselves. After all, we can't leave the sect protecting formation. This restriction is too much of a headache. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple mecha. He was ready to fuse them for the 6th time. Yi Xian's 3 basic treasures were now all Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Among them, his personal battleship, the Dongshu shuttle, had been fused 6 times, the demonic Blood Star Tear Sword had been fused 5 times, and the indestructible glass armor had also been fused 5 times. Yi Xian had always been extremely cautious about the subsequent fusion of these 3 basic treasures. After all, regardless of whether they'd successfully fused 5 or 6 times, there was at least one thing that was the same, and that was that their quality was already at the Starry Sky epic rank. One more step and they would be Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Starry Sky epic grade treasures were not to be trifled with. They were man-made. Whether it was a technological treasure from the technological faction, a treasure from the cultivator faction, or a treasure from the other Federation races, as long as it was man-made, there was basically no one that could reach Starry Sky epic grade. Yi Xian only knew of one, which was the life fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. In fact, he had not seen many Starry Sky epic grade treasures that were born naturally. The Raidi seal was one of them. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence that he would personally upgrade these 3 basic treasures that had followed him since he entered the Starry Sky environment to Starry Sky epic grade. He was still too weak now and he had too few suitable resources at hand. If he became stronger in the future and had more treasures or materials of the same type that he could choose to fuse with, it might be possible. Therefore, ever since these 3 basic treasures had been fused 5 or 6 times and all of them had been raised to the epic rank of Starry Sky, Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of fusing with them. Haste makes waste. It was fine as long as it was enough for now. After all, the next step would be to obtain a Starry Sky Supreme treasure, which was no small matter. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. But now, facing such a helpless situation, on the one hand, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would fall out with the 6th palace of 10 ultimates. On the other hand, they were limited by the requirements of the system's title mission and could not leave. They could only stay within the range of the 6th palace's Great Protection formation. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had to do his best to raise his defense to the maximum. And the armor was his last layer of protection. If this was before Yi Xian had obtained this purple combat armor, he might not have even thought of gritting his teeth and giving it a try. The key was that in the Death Star Vortex, that Genesis realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race had appeared in this purple combat armor. The effect was simply too stunning. In the face of the invisible tearing force of the Devourer treasured body, even the Starry Sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters collapsed instantly. Even Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, which was so far away, almost could not withstand it. However, this purple combat armor was not damaged at all, which was enough to show its quality. If venerated Void Ladle had not used its space bloodline divine ability to kill the expert of the Heaven's Legacy race inside the purple combat armor, this guy might not have been able to deal with it so easily. This level of combat armor, not to mention its attack power, was enough for Yi Xian to try fusing it with the indestructible glass armor again in terms of its sturdiness. Even if he could not upgrade the current Starry Sky epic grade to the coveted Starry Sky Supreme treasure grade this time, as long as the fusion was successful, the indestructible glass armor's defensive properties would be greatly improved. There was no doubt about it. And this was the safeguard Yi Xian needed the most at the moment. Thoughts flew in Yi Xian's mind. After considering everything thoroughly, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment he had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to fuse the indestructible glass armor for the 6th time. He did not want to upgrade the grade, he only wanted the fusion to be successful. Fortunately, the fusion system had never disappointed him in this aspect. It had completed a total of 16 fusions for the 3 basic treasures, and all of them were successful. Thinking of this, the last bit of hesitation in Yi Xian's heart disappeared. He should have confidence in the Devourer system. With this thought in mind, he immediately ordered the Devourer system in his body to activate the supplementary fusion system immediately. At the same time, he directly took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple combat armor that was as tall as a small hill from the undying world in his body and threw them to the Devourer system. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, a treasure that can be fused has been discovered. Indestructible glass armor, Starry Sky epic grade, completed 5 fusions. Purple Chang combat armor, Starry Sky epic grade, quality perfect. Do you want to fuse it immediately? Yi Xian's eyes lit up in an instant. Purple Chang combat armor? The name was quite good, revealing an iron-blooded aura. In addition, this combat armor produced by the Tianji clan was also of the Starry Sky epic grade, which surprised even Yi Xian. After all, this combat armor was a purely man-made treasure. Moreover, it was not a refining treasure in the category of cultivators, but a technological heavy armor produced by the Tianji clan. Before this, Yi Xian's estimation of its grade was only of the Starry Sky epic grade. He did not expect it to be a grade higher. It must be because the various materials used to forge this combat armor were extremely rare. The higher-ups of the Tianji clan must have spent a lot of effort to forge this Purple Chang combat armor. Not to mention other things, just the fact that it was of the Starry Sky epic grade and the quality was perfect meant that this Purple Chang combat armor was absolutely qualified to be fused with Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. These were 2 rare Starry Sky epic grade treasures, and they belonged to the same category. Once they were successfully fused, there might be a surprise. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing could not help but quicken. He immediately ordered the system to fuse immediately. At the same time, he took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. To ensure the success of the fusion this time, he even threw in a level 9 9-colored star core. With such a big investment, the final result was obviously not going to be too big of a surprise. After waiting anxiously for 3 whole days, just as Yi Xian was about to lose his patience, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the fusion is successful. Treasure obtained, indestructible glass armor. Grade, quasi-starry sky treasure. Rarity, perfect. Indestructible glass armor? Its grade is actually a quasi-starry sky treasure? Chapter 3193. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Life Fortress. Before this, Yi Xian's battle armor had been called the indestructible glass armor after the 5th successful fusion. But now, after adding the Purple Chang battle armor, the Tianji race's technological treasure of the same grade, and successfully completing the 6th fusion, the name of the battle armor had changed slightly. The difference of one word had changed from the previous indestructible glass armor to the current indestructible glass armor. Armor and armor, although the meaning was roughly the same, if the latter was understood as the armor of a battle armor, then the meaning was completely different. Before this, it was merely a defensive treasure armor, but now, after being called armor, the battle armor of a battle armor, this treasure armor not only had defensive capabilities, but also offensive capabilities. After all, the Purple Chang battle armor used for the fusion was originally a battle armor that could shoot small death ray cannons. These attributes had obviously been inherited by Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, causing it to be reborn. This could be seen from the fact that its grade had been upgraded from the epic star grade to the current quasi-star grade. In fact, even without considering this point, just looking at the appearance of this indestructible glass armor was enough to analyze its huge changes and attribute increase. The indestructible glass armor before was just a mighty battle armor, but now, after fusing with the Tianji race's technological treasure, the indestructible glass armor had clearly become a strange existence that was somewhere between a battle armor and a battle armor. Its entire body was purple, and its shape basically followed the bold streamlined style of the indestructible glass armor, but its size had increased by a large margin. Although it was not as terrifying as the Purple Chang battle armor's original height of 10 zhang, at this moment when it stood inside Yi Xian's body, it was still a colossal object that was 30 zhang tall. In other words, it was nearly 10 meters tall. Normal battle armors, including the Purple Chang battle armor, had access cabins that could be opened from the outside. Yi Xian had done this back then. After opening the cabins, he had taken out the corpse of the Tianji race executive who had been killed inside. This meant that the original Purple Chang battle armor could be lost. However, the indestructible glass armor that had successfully completed the 6th system fusion did not have this problem. Although its 6th fusion was a treasure in the category of technology, with almost all of the technological elements in it, the indestructible glass armor that had completed the fusion was still a magic treasure, not a technological treasure, even though it was of the element attribute. It didn't have an entrance to the cabin, and it couldn't be opened from the outside. It was a transcendent artifact, and it had already been refined by Yi Xian. Yi Xian could activate it with just a thought and directly equip it outside his body. Indestructible glass armor. After calming down, Yi Xian suddenly shouted. With a thought, the indestructible glass armor in his body instantly turned into a purple light and rushed out, enveloping Yi Xian's body in less than half an instant. A mecha battle body that was 30 feet tall with purple light flowing all over its body suddenly appeared with a mighty aura. At this time, Yi Xian was in the inner cabin of the indestructible glass armor. Its space was not more, not less, and was perfectly compatible with his body, making him feel like he was controlling his own arm without any burdensome inconvenience. He couldn't test the defensive ability at this time, but since the elements of the battle armor had been integrated, the new offensive ability of this indestructible glass armor could be tested. In this regard, Yi Xian was quite looking forward to it. Subconsciously, Yi Xian raised his right arm and directly blasted out with a thought. Buzz. A low and violent sound of space trembling rang out. The front half of his huge right arm was instantly surrounded by a black antimatter energy light ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. Without waiting for Yi Xian to react, as he suddenly clenched his right fist, the energy light ball of the death ray cannon that enveloped his entire right forearm had already blasted out with a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the endless void and directly wiped out a small planet in the distance, not leaving a single hair behind. This was clearly a miniature version of the death ray cannon of the Void Fortress. The death ray cannon of the Void Fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters, but the death ray cannon blasted out by Yi Xian's arms had a diameter of 1 meter. Although the overall power was too much smaller, the advantage was that it was incomparable, and the charging time was almost negligible. It was one of the trump cards that was hard to come by. Previously, the Purple Chang battle armor had also used this move, but the diameter of the death ray cannon blasted out was only about 1 foot. Now, it could reach 1 meter, presumably because it had merged with the indestructible glass armor and improved its quality. Ding warning. Warning. The indestructible glass armor's energy index decreased. Current index, 16%. Recommending charging. Just as Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, the familiar voice of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. He was stunned for a moment, then understood. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a thought, he retrieved a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and tossed it to the system, allowing it to charge the indestructible glass armor. It seemed that although this miniature death ray cannon was useful, its consumption was extraordinarily large. It was definitely a money-burning item. If possible, he would have to use it less in the future. With a thought, Yi Xian stored the indestructible glass armor in his undying world. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Originally, the Dongshu shuttle had a large number of demonic slaves, soldier ladles, and mosquito beasts, but now it was empty. Before the expedition to the Death Stellar Vortex, Yi Xian had moved Gui Haidao and the rest of the demonic slaves and soldier ladles to the Black Mosquito. The Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Thunderbolt Fort were all left behind in the Death Stellar Vortex. Yi Xian didn't have a single bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Considering the various situations that he might encounter in the future, under certain circumstances, just a small private battleship might not be enough to deal with them. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make use of the Life Fortress, the Dragon Field. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Wild Dragon Fortress that he'd been keeping in his undying world all this time. When he first obtained this Life Fortress, it was only a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. But now, ever since he obtained the World Bug's growth energy from Yi Xian, the World Bug that formed the entire fortress could be said to have grown rapidly. At this moment, when he took out the starfield, what appeared before his eyes was actually a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Although there was still a gap between them and a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied with the speed at which the entire world's insects were able to grow from a diameter of 5,000 meters to a size of 20,000 meters in such a short period of time. From the outside, the Wild Dragon Fortress didn't look very different from any other fortress. But in essence it was completely different. Chapter 3194. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nuebo Studio Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. After checking for a while and confirming that all the attributes of the Starfield Life Giant Castle were in their best condition, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed. With a wave of his hand he once again stored it into his body. Then he fell into a short period of contemplation. Now that his doppelgangers were formed and they were both in the 8th stage of the Black Hole Realm, should he use his original body or the devouring doppelganger to get out of this killing void formation and face everything that came after? On the surface, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation was slightly higher and had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. However, in terms of overall battle strength, the devouring doppelganger was obviously inferior to the original body that was protected by the headless infant corpse. Moreover, the devouring doppelganger had just advanced to a new stage and needed to stabilize it. Even though it was the same for the main body, and the breakthrough this time was even greater than that of the devouring avatar, reaching 12 minor levels, this kind of improvement was achieved through the accumulation of the main body's physical body in recent times and the baptism of the main body's soul. There was no such problem in stabilizing the cultivation base at all. After considering this, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He waved his hand and stored the devouring doppelganger into his original body. Then, his figure flashed and he was already far away in the blink of an eye. This void-killing array was an independent small space that was like a blessed land. It was similar to the desolate ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the Demon Emperor Star. The experts from the 6th Palace that were guarding the nodes of the stars in this enormous killing array and controlling the killing array to kill their enemies had all left after Yi Xian's arrival. They had also sealed the entrance and exit. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have directly taken out his original body from the devouring doppelganger after solving everything. If Tian Qinzi found out, there would be some trouble. At this moment, everything in the killing void formation had been purged. According to Tian Qinzi's words, Yi Xian could leave as soon as he got close to the void passage. Whoosh! With a flash of brilliance, as if a transmission formation had been activated, Yi Xian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the mountain where the ancestral land of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was located. It was located in the north, but it was still within the range of the 6th Palace's protective formation. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces and pavilions in sight. This was the core ancestral land of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Although it was located at the peak, the buildings were continuous. With a casual glance, the buildings in the 3 directions in front of him were at least 100 miles away. Even on the north side of the peak behind him, the pavilions that he could see were 30 to 40 miles away. The edges were submerged in a dense fog and he couldn't see the end. Although Yi Xian had been granted a certain level of authority and could walk freely in this area, there were still some areas that he couldn't set foot in. As he spread out his divine sense, he casually swept through the area and sensed at least 7 or 8 areas with a strong sense of danger. Even though the entire peak was shrouded in the sect-protecting formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes, these 7 or 8 places were all protected by independent restrictions. With the authority that Yi Xian had obtained, he would definitely not be able to set foot in them. Although he wanted to explore, he finally gave up after pondering for a while. Now, the only goal he had to search for in this group of palaces was the inheritance of the 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes. Before starting the operation, he must have accurate information. If he ran around like a headless fly, he would only alert the enemy. Right, demon spirit pupil. Thinking about it, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed a light and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot about it. Previously, in the ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor Star, Yi Xian accidentally saw the strange scene in the depths of the corpse pool with the help of the demon spirit pupil. Then, he had the subsequent good fortune of obtaining a large number of multiple pupil sense crystals. Along the way, he used the weak innate chaotic power contained in the endless corpse liquid to temper his body with the Golden Divine Dragon Clan's body tempering technique to officially activate the Divine Dragon bloodline. Now, in order to find the mysterious inheritance of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes, the demon spirit pupil's origin tracing should also have a miraculous effect. At least, he should be able to see more clearly the 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions. It was very likely that he would find the real hiding place of the mysterious inheritance of the 6th Palace. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated and immediately activated the demon spirit pupil that was like an invisible vertical eye deep in his glabella. Closing his eyes slightly, an invisible gray light shot out from the center of his glabella, carrying a mysterious and indescribable aura. Like an invisible searchlight, it swept into the distance. The origin tracing was activated in an instant. After a round of examination, The result disappointed Yi Xian greatly. These 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions, although each had its own mysteries according to his analysis, they should not be the place where the mysterious inheritance of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes was enshrined. However, even though this inspection was fruitless, Yi Xian keenly discovered a strange situation. The spirit energy that filled the air at the peak of the giant mountain that was enveloped by the sect protection formation seemed to have some sort of inherent law, and all of it gathered towards a single location. It was very obscure. If Yi Xian hadn't activated the origin tracing, such a slow flow of spiritual aura, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. What surprised him even more was that the spiritual aura of the entire peak gathered in the direction of the small harem courtyard where he had arrived before. To be precise, it was the purple bamboo forest on the edge of the small courtyard. At that time Yi Xian fled here in a hurry and was caught off guard. He even bumped into a purple giant bamboo as thick as his waist. At that time he felt that this purple bamboo forest was a little unusual, but he was uneasy and didn't think much about it. Now it seemed that this place was clearly strange and there must be a secret. Yi Xian's heart was moved and he examined again. The origin tracing power of the demon soul pupil was fully activated. Gradually, his sight passed through the bamboo forest and strangely went deep into the ground. He caught a piece of purple bamboo root that was only the length of a palm and the thickness of 3 fingers. Further down there was a dark shadow as thick as ink. It seemed to have spread beyond the edge of the entire peak. Moreover, this black shadow that was as thick as ink was not only boundless, it was also buried deep under the giant peak. Its essence was actually something that even the power of the demon soul eye's ability to see through, causing Yi Xian to be greatly surprised. While he was in a daze, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes. Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. Attribute: Innate Spiritual Root. Grade: Starry Sky Treasure. Do you want to collect it immediately? Jie? Immortal Purple Spiritual Root? Innate Spiritual Root? Piece of bamboo? Was this the mysterious inheritance treasure of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes? It was actually buried so simply in the depths of a purple bamboo forest? Chapter 3195. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't lose his head because of this. He immediately withdrew the demon soul pupil's incorporeal probing ability and silently leaped into the air. He leisurely flew towards the purple bamboo forest in the distance. Although the system had given him a prompt on whether or not he should immediately collect it, indicating that he could basically successfully collect it now, due to the distance and the fact that this was the core ancestral land of the 6th Absolute Palace, Yi Xian really did not dare to take the risk. In addition, the enormous black shadow below the dark purple spirit root caused him to feel rather uneasy. It was best not to act rashly before he had thoroughly investigated its origins. After all, there was only one chance. If he failed, it would be hopeless to try again. While he was deep in thought, a majestic pressure suddenly descended from the sky like a heavy waterfall. It unceremoniously enveloped Yi Xian's body and immediately seeped into his body. His expression changed. Before Yi Xian could react, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly heated up. Then, the terrifying pressure that was about to seep into his body seemed to have been startled and quickly retreated without any gains. It can even resist the probing of my divine sense. Could it be that this devouring treasured body has other mysteries? In the next moment, a soft gasp of surprise rang out from the east. Tian Qianzi stepped out of the void with a doubtful expression on his face. His eyes flickered as he studied Yi Xian from head to toe. It's been a short 7 days and you're progressing quite well. However, after devouring so much energy, you've only advanced by a small level? Do you think I will believe you? You are quite good at hiding your cultivation level. It seems that I have misunderstood you. The power that blocked my divine sense was just a secret technique that you have mastered. It has nothing to do with the devouring treasure body. After saying this, seeing Yi Xian's gloomy and extremely unfriendly face, Tian Qianzi immediately chuckled. Now you and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. I don't want to say anything else, but you are a smart person. I think you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I'm afraid those Federation clans that you devoured as cultivation resources will not let you go easily. I need a place full of spirit energy to stabilize my cultivation level. I won't accompany you. Yi Xian pretended to be angry. His eyes flashed as he replied in a cold voice. Then he turned around and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. Tian Qianzi editor. Tennish translation. Haha, it's just to stabilize your cultivation level. I will personally arrange a spirit gathering array for you. Don't forget that you and I are not outsiders. I don't have the fortune to enjoy a spirit gathering array personally arranged by a universe master. It would be bad if the spirit gathering array turned into a spirit absorbing array. Yi Xian didn't even look back. He didn't slow down and responded with indignation. Then he flew away with a cold snort. Don't worry. The purple bamboo forest where I stayed before is not bad. At least it's safe. As soon as he finished speaking, his back had already disappeared. He plunged into the rare purple bamboo forest. It should be just a coincidence. Even if it isn't, this kid won't be able to make any waves. Although the purple bamboo forest is an extremely important place, there is after all, protection deep underground. It's fine. Tian Qinzi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he was relieved. He didn't think too much about it. While muttering to himself, he stepped into the void and disappeared. It had been 10 days since the incident in the Death Star region. Leaving aside the Tianji clan from the first universe. During these 10 days, the human clan of the third universe was in an uproar. Even the situation of the entire myriad Luo Federation was turbulent. This time, the various clans of the Federation had gained a lot in the Death Star region. All kinds of rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex had gushed out like a geyser. All the fleets present had more or less gained something, far more than what they had gained in the past 100 years. But in the end, an unexpected accident had wiped out almost all the fleets. Except for some starry sky fortresses and small fortresses that had escaped, the other thousands of large and small battleships and fortresses had either disappeared by teleportation or were forced to escape into the Death Star vortex. This included Prince Xian of the Eternal Dynasty, who had just been sent to the Death Star region. It could be said to be a heavy loss. It was definitely a big event. After that, some of the surviving experts of the various clans of the Federation questioned why the Tenju Celestial Palace was stationed in Black Heaven City in the Death Eastern region. They said that this matter must be related to Black Heaven City and demanded an explanation. But Huai Dongzi flatly denied it and even made a countercharge, blaming Prince Xian's victorious legion for the death of the young palace master of the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Tian Qinzi. Then, some of the top experts of the various clans of the Federation who had heard the news entered the Death Star vortex together. Finally they received bad news. All the battleships and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex to avoid the calamity, including several starry sky fortresses and all the experts of the starry sky inside, were all annihilated. Something ominous seemed to have happened in the Death Star vortex. All the battleships had collapsed. The endless resources and wreckage of the battleships, including the corpses of all the experts of the starry sky, had all withered and withered, their energy completely drained. Unfortunately, there was no trace to indicate that all this was related to Black Heaven City. But even so, the higher-ups of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe who had heard the news still united together to put pressure on Black Heaven City and demanded an explanation from the Tenju Celestial Palace. In particular, several extremely powerful clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, such as the Wood Spirit clan and the Yinji clan, had lost one or two of their top experts of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Light realm, in the Death Star field. The devouring source crystals and a large number of rare minerals that they had originally obtained were all in vain. They had not really obtained them at all. Naturally, they were extremely angry. These top experts of the Federation of the Second Universe gathered in the Death Star field. While threatening Black Heaven City, they also submitted an application for arbitration to the headquarters of the Federation. With a two-pronged approach, they swore not to give up, covering the entire vast starry sky of the Third Universe with a layer of dark clouds. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Dynasty, which had remained silent because of the small loss of Su Lao City's fleet, seemed to have shown signs of expressing their stance on this matter. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not stopped either. Under the dual pressure from both inside and outside, the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace could be said to be under heavy pressure. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the Immortal Dynasty had not officially expressed their stance, and the different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not formed a united front, the 6th Palace Master, Tian Qinzi, suddenly threw a heavy bomb. 20 days later, the Immortal Dynasty's Prince Xian would marry Tian Qinzi's beloved daughter, Zhao Lingyang, in the ancestral land of the 6th Palace. He sincerely invited all friendly forces and allies to attend the ceremony. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire Third Universe instantly exploded. The Immortal Dynasty, which had originally wanted to express their stance, once again fell silent. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace also disappeared. After all, the marriage between the Sixth Palace and the Immortal Dynasty was already the general trend of the human clan. It was just that the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe could not stir up any waves without solid evidence. Chapter 3196. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Grand Wedding Ceremony. After Tian Qianzi announced the wedding of his beloved daughter to Prince Xin, the situation immediately reversed. Although the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe still insisted on investigating the truth, at least the dissenting voices within the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty disappeared. This alone was enough to dissolve the heavy pressure that the 6th palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces was under. In the blink of an eye, the situation in Universe 3 had reversed. Originally, all the experts in the starry sky were discussing the unexpected changes in the Death Star vortex. But now, the hottest topic had become Prince Xian's wedding ceremony. Although Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star Zone, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the royal family, and his reputation was extraordinary. Suddenly announcing his marriage without the permission of the royal family elders was a crime of disobedience. In addition, the Elder Cabinet had already made it clear that he was not allowed to step out of the Death Star Zone or return to the everlasting star of the Imperial capital. Now, not only had he left the Death Star Zone, but he had also run to the Cultivation Camp Star Zone. Even if he had encountered an accident in the Death Star vortex such as a spatial crack, he still had to give a clear explanation to the Elder Cabinet of the Imperial capital. Therefore, even if the royal family did not approve of the marriage, they still issued an edict in the end. The royal family's Elder Cabinet, Long Ziwen, was ordered to represent the royal family and go to the 6th palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces. As soon as this edict was issued, the 5 princes' manners on the everlasting star of the imperial capital immediately laughed in schadenfreude. Old 18th, let's see how you deal with this. Patriarch Ziwen is clearly condemning you. I'm afraid he's going to make a scene at the wedding ceremony. Ah, it's a pity that I can't go and see for myself. It must be very interesting. This kid is really courting death. He's been sent to the Death Star Zone, but he still doesn't stop. As soon as he arrived, he offended Patriarch Ziwen. Then he didn't care about the face of the imperial capital and did such a thing. He must be tired of living. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Prince Xian's legend will be completely destroyed. He will become a negative example. This is the result of being arrogant. In addition, when the news of the marriage reached the heavenly underworld star of the heavenly underworld empire, the master of the Shenyuan family, Shenyuan Ziying, and the others immediately roared furiously in the backyard of the Shenyuan family. Little bastard, you really aren't a good person. How long has it been? He's actually doing it again. What a playboy. Long Xian, I'm not done with you. Sigh, this brother-in-law of mine doesn't have it easy either. This is the trouble of being a celebrity. Just a small matter like the blowing of leaves in the wind actually caused such an uproar. Other than him, there's no one else. At the same time, Huai Dongzi led the troops of Black Firmament City and withdrew from the Death Star Zone. The fleets and experts of the other forces and races that had gathered in this star zone also withdrew. This was because the Death Star vortex, which was supposed to be the source of the devouring source crystal, was already empty. It was basically impossible to find any more devouring source crystals in the Death Star Zone. In other words, this important resource, whose purpose had not been disclosed for the time being, was considered extinct in the Death Star Zone. The originally bustling Death Star Zone quieted down in the blink of an eye. However, Prince Xian's Triumph City was still the same as before. The strange thing was that although Naples wanted to lead his fleet to the cultivation camp to pick up Yi Xian after the news of the marriage from the 6th palace of 10 ultimates came, this matter was directly stopped by the wretched Mosquito Butcher. The reason was not given at all. Since Mosquito Butcher's cultivation strength was exposed, he was now the guardian of Triumph City. If he did not agree, no matter how much Naples tried, it was useless. In the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled. Yi Xian did not know about all this at first. However, since he entered the purple bamboo forest, some experts from the 6th palace of 10 ultimates would come every other day. They would walk around the edge of the bamboo forest and observe the situation inside. Occasionally, some of them would talk about the recent situation outside. Yi Xian listened a few times and roughly grasped the situation. For the past few days, Yi Xian seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest, seemingly cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. However, in fact, he had been secretly investigating the immortal purple spirit root deep underground, as well as the huge black shadow in the area below. Although he had not been able to find out the details of the huge black shadow, if it was just to collect the immortal purple spirit root, he had more than 80% confidence. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Since this so-called wedding banquet was so lively with guests from all over the place, he might as well make a big fuss and trick that old ghost Tian Chenzi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of the resentment in his heart. After making the decision, Yi Xian quietly took out his devouring doppelganger while no one was paying attention. After concealing all the aura with the perfect vibration secret technique, he ordered it to quietly go underground. However, he did not go too deep to avoid alerting the enemy. He always felt that the huge mysterious black shadow deep underground was a little strange, and a feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the wedding date was approaching. 3 days ago, a large number of disciples in the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates had already begun to busy themselves with decorating the entire 6th Palace Peak's ancestral land with a festive atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, there was a grand, bright red wedding dress. 2 days before the wedding date, Zhao Lingyang had already ended her seclusion this time. With a light veil covering her face, she came to the purple forest bamboo where Yi Xian cultivated under the protection of more than 10 maids behind her. She softly called out to her handsome brother. Her tone clearly revealed a sense of uncontrollable excitement and joy, and even her voice was slightly trembling. Yi Xian was so scared that he shrank his neck. Not only did he not dare to make a sound, but he also retreated further into the depths of the bamboo forest. The ugly ghost was wearing a veil. Half of her body was hugging the lute, and half of her face was covered. The shocking effect of her appearance must be even more extraordinary. The white hairs on his back faintly stood up. In the end, after the group of maids called out to no avail, they turned around and left while giggling. Perhaps it was because they were preparing for the wedding 2 days later, but from this day on, the group of maids never entered the small courtyard again. This gave Yi Xian some peace and quiet. The next night, Tian Chenzi sent someone to deliver a set of bright red wedding clothes and left a message. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. At that time, guests from all directions will arrive. The bridegroom must arrive early to welcome the guests. After that, the disciples of the palace will come to welcome them. Yi Xian sneered. He left behind the bright red wedding clothes and did not say anything else. At night, the guests of the other 9 celestial palaces arrived one after another. Among them, there was even a palace master who had a close personal relationship with Tian Chenzi. The rest were all vice palace masters who came as representatives and were properly arranged by Tian Chenzi. As for Elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, as well as the top experts from various Federation clans of the Second Universe, presumably, they would only arrive at the wedding ceremony the next day. Chapter 3197. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Goddamned Hob. The next morning Yi Xian got up and left the purple bamboo forest. As for the devouring doppelganger, it stayed behind and hid all of its aura, lying dormant under the bamboo forest. He didn't change his red wedding robe at all, and it was directly turned into powder. After leaving the bamboo forest, he casually strolled in the surrounding secluded areas, as if the lively scene on the peak of the giant mountain had nothing to do with him. At this time, the inside and outside of the main hall of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates, which was located in the central area of the giant mountain peak, was already bustling with noise and excitement. The large square outside the hall was filled with people. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all high-level leaders of various forces and clans. The lineup was quite luxurious. Tian Chenzi was full of smiles as he sat in the seat of honor in the middle of the main hall. The row on the left was filled with guests from the other 9 palaces, who were at least at the level of Deputy Palace Master. The row on the right was from various forces and clans outside the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. Among them, the Imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, who represented the Immortal Dynasty, sat close to Tian Chenzi. Below him were the high-level representatives of the Second Universe's Federation, such as the Yinji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. There were more than 10 of them. This result didn't include the many accompanying experts standing behind them. Otherwise there would be more people. All of them had a straight face and looked quite unfriendly. Even Long Ziwen, who belonged to the same human clan as the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, had a dark expression. He was waiting for Yi Xian to appear so that he could interrogate him on the spot. The other experts of the Second Universe's Federation also had the same thought. Yi Xian was the only survivor among all the experts who entered the death and death spiral. They had to ask Yi Xian face to face regarding the secrets and inside information. However, the latter had yet to appear. Even if they were angry, they could only force themselves to hold it in. Otherwise, without solid evidence, they couldn't find any clues. It would be rude to disturb the situation, and it would be unreasonable. Brother Tianquanzi Long Xian is the main character today. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't this a little neglectful of the guests? As if he was getting impatient from waiting, a high-ranking member of the Oxhead race snorted and went straight to the point, asking about Prince Xian. Tianquanzi subconsciously furrowed his brows. He had already sent people to search for him. They should have found him by now, but for some reason he still hadn't shown himself. Just at this moment, Yi Xian, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in from the main entrance of the sixth palace as if he was strolling idly. He was dressed in plain white clothes, and it was impossible to tell that he was the main character of today's wedding banquet. His expression was also extremely indifferent, without a trace of joy. Tianquanzi furrowed his brows once again. The anger in his heart had already started to boil. This brat seemed to be a thorn in his side. He needed to be taught a lesson. Deliberately not wearing a festive red robe, this was clearly going against him, wanting to embarrass him. 18th brother, how dare you? Without waiting for Tianquanzi to speak, Long Ziwen, who was sitting to his right, glared at him and suddenly scolded, as a direct descendant of the immortal royal family, who allowed you to privately form a marriage alliance with others. Do you still have any respect for the dorm elder pavilion? Humph, you were just sent to the Death Star zone, and you immediately left the place of your own accord. Are you trying to betray the royal family? This interrogation was extremely harsh. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the crime of betrayal. Long Ziwen's attack at this moment was not only to embarrass Tianquanzi, but also because of his personal grudge with Yi Xian. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Federation of the Second Universe looked at each other. They were not in a hurry and just watched coldly. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Palace of the Cultivation camp on the left were like Tianquanzi. Their faces darkened. They were all from the human race, and Long Ziwen had come on behalf of the immortal royal family. His attack at this moment was clearly the royal family's intention. This was not giving them any face. Among them, Murongju, the master of the 7th Palace of the 10 Ultimates, who was on good terms with Tianquanzi, harumphed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could reply coldly, Yi Xian, who'd already stepped into the main hall, curled his lips and choked. He rolled his eyes and glared at Long Ziwen. You old bastard, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which eye of yours saw me privately forming a marriage alliance with others? And who told you that this prince deliberately left the Death Star field? Has your brain been eaten by a rock in a latrine pit? That day, so many people saw me helplessly hide in the Death Star vortex and then appear in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Can't you see the trick behind this? Do you really think that I want to come to this wretched place? If I didn't accidentally fall into a trap while running for my life, how could I have been teleported here? To think that you are an elder of the imperial family. When you saw the juniors of the imperial family being detained and imprisoned by others, you didn't even think about rescuing them. Instead, you scolded your own people first, calling you cheap and praising you. Hua! Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, the hall was already in an uproar and completely exploded. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. The so-called marriage alliance was simply forced, and it was not his intention at all. More importantly, these words also revealed the reason why Yi Xian appeared in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. He was actually teleported directly from the Death Star vortex. However, within the Death Star vortex, the upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe had already carefully investigated it and did not see the so-called teleportation array at all. From the looks of it, it was clearly a one-time one-way teleportation array. Such a teleportation array had inexplicably appeared in the Death Star vortex, and the destination of the teleportation was the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates. Even if this was not irrefutable evidence, it could at least be listed as a major point of suspicion. The upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe immediately perked up. They had finally found conclusive evidence. For a time, the auras in these people's bodies surged, and their eyes shone with a bright light. They all turned their heads and looked at Tianquanzi, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. As for the latter, at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide in shock as he stared blankly at Yi Xian, who had an indifferent expression on his face. His entire mind was in a complete mess. This brat. Was he not afraid of death? He actually dared to reveal the truth in public? Could it be that he had forgotten that he was the one who personally cleaned up the killing void array to silence them? What are you staring at? You can't be dumbfounded, right? This prince hasn't finished speaking yet. Turning his head to look at Tian Chenzi, Yi Xian curled his lips again. He raised his hand and pointed at Tian Chenzi, saying, "This old bastard is not a good person." He wanted to use this prince to relieve the pressure, but he was worried that this prince would not like his ugly daughter. In the end, he played dirty and threw this prince directly into the void-killing array on the north side of the peak. They destroyed most of the thousands of battleships, fortresses and strongholds inside, but they deliberately left a few small fries for this prince to clean up. Saying that it was a sign of allegiance, did they really think this prince would be scared? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy main hall instantly exploded. This time, apart from Tian Chenzi and the upper echelons of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, even the upper echelons of the various races of the Federation on the right side of the main hall, including Long Ziwen, looked at Yi Xian differently. There was a strong sense of strangeness. Chapter 3198. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. How infuriating. As Yi Xian threw out one bomb after another, the entire Sixth Palace's main hall was in an uproar. Everything happened too suddenly. Not to mention Tian Chenzi and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, even the higher-ups from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty, were completely at a loss. Their minds were in chaos and for a moment they did not know how to react. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang, who was dressed in red and had a red veil covering her face, walked in from the side of the main hall under the protection of more than a dozen personal maids. Just as she stepped into the hall, she happened to hear Yi Xian's words. Therefore, as her body shook violently, Zhao Lingyang immediately stopped in her tracks. She was stunned for a moment or so, then she covered her face and sobbed, turned around and ran away. Miss, wait. This is too infuriating. This guy actually called you an ugly ghost. Could it be that he's blind? This is too disappointing. Prince Shen, you actually dared to bully Sister Lingyang. Little Huan will never like you again. More than a dozen maids stamped their feet. Some of them directly chased after her, while others turned around and glared fiercely at Yi Xian. After leaving behind some words, they turned around and left. Long Xian, you've gone too far. You're killing me. Before Yi Xian could react, Tian Chenzi, who was sitting at the head of the main hall, suddenly stood up in shock. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bursting with an undisguised strong killing intent. As he roared, he waved his hand, and the huge Sixth Palace's main hall strangely disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Although they were still in the central territory at the peak of the giant mountain, there was a continuous rumbling of thunder above their heads. Thunderclouds rolled and a murderous aura rose. The great protective array of the Sixth Palace was fully activated, and everyone in the main hall was enveloped by the power of the great array. Almost at the same time, Tian Chenzi, who had stood up in shock, and the other 9 upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace suddenly withdrew. Their figures hid within the sect-protecting array of the Sixth Palace, appearing and disappearing within the lingering mist of the array, making it difficult to see clearly. In the distance, the disciples of the Sixth Palace who were in charge of different affairs also shot out. They were naturally very familiar with the great protective formation of their own sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only the higher-ups of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were originally sitting on the right side of the main hall of the Sixth Palace, and the accompanying experts were left outside the hall. There were hundreds of experts in total, including Long Ziwen and Yi Xian. Caught off guard, they were all trapped in the great protective array of the Sixth Palace. This was clearly the rhythm of silencing them on the spot after they were exposed. Although it was difficult to clean up the aftermath, it was better than having the truth exposed on the spot. If that was the case, the Sixth Palace of the 10 Ultimates would become the target of public criticism in the entire Wanluo Federation. No, they had to include the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. In this way there would be no place for them in the 3 universes. Even the entire 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace would be implicated and would be affected. Because of this, when Tian Chenzi suddenly made up his mind to take such a risk, although the 9 upper echelons from the other heavenly palaces were shocked and even unwilling, none of them really objected. This was a matter of great importance and they could not be considerate. As the huge main hall of the Sixth Palace disappeared in an instant, the roar of thunder resounded in the sky, and an invisible pressure poured down. The accompanying experts of the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation, who were originally outside the main hall, had already gathered behind Long Ziwen and the other top experts. Only Yi Xian stood alone on the other side of the Peak Ouyang domain, as if he was unwilling to be associated with them. He stood alone and proudly opposite them. There was no surprise or joy on his face, and he was calm and indifferent. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of peerless and independent supreme aura that made people look askance. It was also at this time that the group of cosmic light realm experts, including Long Ziwen, after their faces darkened, the cultivation in their bodies instantly surged, and they had already raised their voices and reprimanded sternly. Tian Qianzi, is your sixth palace going to betray and become an enemy of the entire Federation? In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not just the sixth palace, right? I'm afraid that the entire Tenju celestial palaces has the same intention. Are the two camps of the human clan finally going to split? From now on, the Federation will have one more enemy, the human clan's camp of cultivators? I advise you not to make a mistake. In order to cover up your mistakes, you didn't hesitate to drag the huge sixth palace and even the entire Tenju celestial palaces down with you. Tian Qianzi, have you thought it through? Do you really have the strength to kill us all in one fell swoop? Fortunately, the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan sent two supreme experts of the universe realm. Otherwise, wouldn't we really have to die here today? Afterward, they can make up whatever they want. In the face of the unexpected change in front of them, although the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation from the second universe were furious, they did not panic. Following the sound of mockery and ridicule, a tall, white-bearded old man in a silver robe and a middle-aged strong man with green hair and a beard under his cheeks stepped forward with a sneer and walked to the front of the crowd. These two experts were the core high-level members of the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. They both had the terrifying cultivation of the 15th realm, the universe realm. Like Tian Qianzi, they were supreme experts of the universe realm. Existences of this level could not be completely wiped out by the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of the Tenju celestial palaces. Even if they were severely injured, they could still escape with injuries. With the two of them present, it was clearly unrealistic for Tian Qianzi to think of killing them to silence them. He might have done so out of impulse. Now that he was reminded by these words, he probably regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This was clearly a bad move, and it was extremely bad. Sure enough, after a short silence, in the depths of the sixth palace's sect-protecting formation in the distance, the gloomy-faced Tian Qianzi quickly appeared and stepped out. Behind him were 9 people, who were the high-level members of the other 9 palaces. Their faces were even uglier than Tian Qianzi's. Those who did not know better would think that they had just eaten a dead baby. They were full of bad luck and resentment. Fellow friends, you have misunderstood. You are all guests from afar. How can the sixth palace be negligent? As for the matter of silencing them, it is even more nonsense. It is purely a misunderstanding. After cupping his hands, Tian Qianzi forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After saying that, he suddenly changed the topic, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he glared at Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the various experts. The reason why I activated the sect-protecting formation was because I was worried that this thief would escape. This person harbored evil intentions, and kept saying that he was looking up to my beloved daughter, saying that he was willing to marry into the sixth palace. Who would have thought that he would turn his back on me in public today, and even said some things that were not true, clearly wanting to disrupt the harmony between the various races of the Federation. His heart is to be killed and he must be taken down today. Chapter 3199. Just destroy the formation and blow it up. Tian Qianzi, no matter how wrong Long Xian is, he is still a direct descendant of my eternal dynasty. How can we allow you to bully the weak and capture him as you please? Without waiting for Tian Qianzi's explosive shout to finish, the face of the elder Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, had already sunk as he retorted in a stern voice. Although he had a personal grudge with Yi Xian, he still had to protect the face of the royal family of the eternal dynasty under such circumstances, even if it was just for show. What are you saying, fellow Taoist Ziwen? Long Xian harbored evil intentions, framed me, and wanted to bring chaos to the sixth palace. How can I not do anything about it? At worst, we won't hurt him. We'll just hand him over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for a public trial. Besides that, this exalted one is an almighty figure of the universe. How can I personally deal with such a junior? Tian Qianzi seemed to have seen through Long Ziwen's perfunctory intentions and smiled faintly. He pointed to a blue-robed young man behind him and said, "This battle will be fought by Gu Daozi. He is also a new junior and his cultivation is also at the Black Hole realm. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" This. Long Ziwen frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. However, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that this was obviously a pretense. It was obvious that he was going with the flow and didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore. He immediately snorted coldly but did not point it out. Instead, he curled his lips and revealed a look of disdain. Anyone could see what he meant. Long Ziwen's old face was slightly hot, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the upper echelons of the various clans from the Second Universe secretly sneered. They walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the two supreme beings of the universe. The silver-robed old man from the Yingji clan snorted lightly. He ignored Tian Shenzi and turned to look at Yi Xian. Child of the Long family, since your temper is to my liking, if you can tell me everything that happened in the Death Star Vortex in detail and provide me with some clues, I will guarantee your safety. Even if there is a dispute, I can guarantee that I will hand you over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for investigation and public trial. I will never let you fall into the hands of evil people. I should thank you, Senior. However, I'm afraid that the 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes won't be able to keep me here. You don't have to worry about it. After cupping his hands, Yi Xian still had a carefree expression and didn't care in the slightest. He actually directly refused the good intentions of this great figure from the Yingji clan. When he saw the great figure frown when he heard this, he immediately continued. As for everything within the Death Stellar Vortex, I've indeed seen and heard it, so I'll naturally speak frankly. The truth cannot be hidden forever. All the battleships that hid in the death vortex of stars, including the powerful warriors in the universe, have indeed died. Only I and Tian Shenzi's devouring clone are left. The death stellar vortex of stars nurtured a large crystal egg. Its entire body was the devouring origin crystal. After we entered, perhaps because Tian Shenzi's primordial spirit had already entered the egg, the giant egg immediately exploded. A crystal body appeared, opened its eyes, and used its devouring ability to tear apart all the battleships on the spot. All the experts who fell out of the battleships were sucked dry. And the reason why I was left behind, as you can see, was because Tian Shenzi had prepared an overt scheme to resolve the crisis. After all, in order to nurture his devouring clone, the entire vast star region had turned into a land of death. It was truly a great disturbance. He was afraid that this matter would blow up, so I escaped with my life. I was captured by the devouring clone, stepped into the one-way transmission formation, and returned to the 6th Palace. Oh, that's right, he still has a backup plan. The appearance of the devouring doppelganger, this old guy actually changed it to look like this junior. Obviously, he is preparing to blame this junior when this matter is exposed. This is something that I have to explain in advance. There were lies in these words. As long as Yi Xian's devouring clone was not captured, no one would know the truth. But it was clear that everyone was inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. Even the higher-ups of the other 9 palaces behind Tian Shenzi frowned and looked displeased. They were obviously blaming Tian Shenzi for hiding something from them. The devouring clone was clearly in his hands, but he said that Long Xian had taken it away. I see. What a big deal. He paid the price of the destruction of an entire star region just to nurture a clone of yours. Tian Shenzi, aren't you afraid of angering the public? There have been rumors in the outside world that Tian Shenzi's status in the 6th Palace is very high, far higher than his status in the Shao Palace. It is suspected that this is a clone of Tian Shenzi, and it seems that it has been confirmed. The primordial spirit in this clone was prepared by him for the devouring clone. That's right. No wonder Tian Shenzi did not hesitate to self-destruct that day. It turns out that the body was already something that could be given up. Later on, the primordial spirit did indeed rush into the Death Star Vortex. Even the child of the Long family could come to the 6th Palace through the teleportation formation. How could Tian Shenzi not know? Why did he not appear today? With the means of Tian Shenzi, what is it to reconstruct a body for the Shao Palace? It is obvious that the primordial spirit has already entered the devouring clone. Quickly hand it over. As these words came out from the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, Yi Xian's words were completely confirmed. It was reasonable and reasonable. Even if Tian Shenzi had 100 mouths, he would not be able to defend himself. Little brat, you are slandering me? What are you waiting for? If you don't do something, I will kill you on the spot. You are killing me? Yi Xian's trick really angered Tian Shenzi. Even the higher-ups of the 9 palaces next to him were suspicious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He immediately roared. The last roar was obviously directed at the blue-robed young man. The latter's body trembled, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and rushed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Whoosh! The power of the perfect level 9 black hole surged out of the blue-robed young man's body like a giant waterfall. It instantly turned into a giant hand that was about 100 feet long. It covered the sky and the earth and slammed down on Yi Xian. Rumble. At the same time, the sound of thunder came again from the top of the giant mountain. The great protective array of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates actually responded at this moment and released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the 10 Ultimates immediately cried out softly. How can a mere black hole realm junior of the 6 palaces have such means? He can actually summon the great protective array to assist him? Only the deputy palace master can have such authority. Too shameless, Tian Qianzi. Do you dare say that this blue-robed young man is not another one of your clones? How can a perfect level 9 black hole use such a method against the level 1 black hole? How shameless. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Tian Qianzi dared to send a black hole realm cultivator to deal with him. How could he not know that he had killed an origin realm cultivator before? After all this time he was waiting here. Chapter 3200. One arrow collapses the heavens, break the formation? Just blow it up with one arrow? Hearing these words, the surrounding experts were all stunned, their expressions becoming strange. The broken formation Yi Xian was talking about was the ancestral land great protective formation of the 6th Absolute Palace. It was probably not much weaker than the star defensive formation of the immortal royal capital's immortal star. Yet here he was saying that he could break it with one arrow? This was absolutely impossible. No one took it seriously. Some of the experts had already curled their lips when they came to their senses. Some of them even sneered sarcastically. At the same time, the front end of Yi Xian's raised left arm suddenly blazed with brilliance. A giant golden bow in the form of energy appeared without warning. Yi Xian held the bow in his hand. The shape of the giant bow was simple and ferocious. The bow's body was clearly the body of 2 humanoid creatures. Yi Xian held their connected feet in his hand. What connected the energy bowstrings were the 2 humanoid spirits' gaping mouths. 1. Following the appearance of the giant golden bow, a golden light flashed in the middle of the bowstring. A dazzling golden energy arrow quickly condensed. As the arrow was drawn and released, an extremely sharp and invisible intent instantly burst out, causing one's scalp to go numb and giving birth to an inexplicably strong sense of oppression. The arrow was still on the bowstring, but it already showed an unstoppable momentum. This is a divine ability? What a sharp arrow intent. It seems to be able to cut through everything. It has a terrifying pressure that can reach the heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? This energy arrow seems to contain an incomparably majestic force. It has the aura of cultivation, the power of blood and qi, and even a faint vitality. Heavens, is Long Shen crazy? Although the power of this divine ability is impressive, the price is too high. After shooting this arrow, will he still be able to stand steadily? All around, many experts spoke out in surprise. Some cried out in alarm while others whispered. When Yi Xian heard this, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. This arrow had indeed absorbed a large amount of cultivation energy from his body, and even a little bit of his life force had been injected into it. However, the current Yi Xian was far from what he used to be. In a short period of time, after experiencing 2 large increases in cultivation, his foundation was already extremely strong. Although he was still unable to display the strongest power of the divine ability of the heaven-falling bow, he could completely control the amount of energy he consumed when shooting the arrow. He did not use his full strength for this arrow. He poured about 80% of his cultivation power, the same amount of spiritual power, and a little bit of his physical qi and even weaker vitality. The arrow shot seemed to have a miraculous effect, as if it was a part of flesh and blood, as if it was an arm, as if it was a finger's finger. Swish. As Yi Xian released the 3 fingers on his right hand, the energy arrow that was already fully drawn instantly whistled through the air, causing an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. As if it had teleported, it directly arrived in the sky above and pierced into the palm of the giant palm of cultivation. Boom. Without any suspense, the huge hand of cultivation suddenly exploded. The blue-robed young man suspected to be Tian Qianzi's clone opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became as pale as paper, tottering on the verge of collapse. Under the backlash, he had been heavily injured, losing all of his battle prowess. But this was far from over. As the blue-robed young man's giant palm exploded, the golden energy arrow that pierced through the palm streaked through the air like the fastest meteor. Its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest, and it instantly plunged into the surging thunderclouds even higher up in the sky. Immediately after, a series of even more violent explosions rang out, resounding endlessly, and the entire giant peak seemed to shake a few times. The layer of rolling thunderclouds in the sky that was condensed from the supreme array power of the sect protecting great formation of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes was completely penetrated, and a hole with a diameter of about 10,000 feet appeared, as if a gap had collapsed in the sky. A single arrow had collapsed the sky. The scene shocked everyone. Even Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed old man from the Federation of the Second Universe, and the green-haired man, opened their mouths reflexively and slightly raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock was written all over their faces. When this arrow was shot out, they could clearly feel the change in Yi Xian's cultivation. The originally abundant cultivation energy instantly disappeared by 80 to 90%, but even so, he was only in existence that had just entered the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, and was only at the 1st level of the Black Hole realm. Even if his physical strength and cultivation were to be completely exhausted, it would still be impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. Even a supreme almighty of the universe realm would need to use his full strength to break the sect-protecting array of the sixth absolute palace. What a weird technique. Not only is it able to instantly condense and compress one's cultivation base into an arrow for a killing blow, but it also has an invisible amplification effect, greatly increasing the power of the arrow. This is a desperate attack that far surpasses one's cultivation base, and it already has the qualifications to be a trump card. That's right. It's indeed shocking. The attack of a black hole state cultivator has an effect close to that of a universe state cultivator. Its power is at least hundreds of times stronger. Too shocking. The silver-robed old man and the green-haired man exclaimed in shock. There was even envy in their eyes. The power of the arrow was truly amazing. If they could master it, not only would they be invincible in the same level, but they would also be able to kill the 16th level experts of the star state, who had surpassed the universe state. As expected of the best of the younger generation of the dynasty, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, although this technique is amazing and terrifying, it's like a broken boat. Once the arrow is shot, you won't be able to continue the battle. In the distance, Tian Qianzi was still in the thick fog of the protective formation at the edge of the mountain peak. His figure was faintly visible, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. How dare you destroy my protective formation? I won't let you go today. I must suppress you. Boom. Thunder rumbled, but Tian Qianzi didn't move. He only slightly raised his hand and formed a seal in the air, causing a 3,000-meter-long claw to appear out of thin air. It enveloped Yi Xian's body like a cage and quickly closed. He clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man were unprepared to capture Yi Xian at lightning speed. Aside from the great hatred in his heart, the main reason was probably because he had his eyes on Yi Xian's heaven-falling Bao divine ability. He wanted to interrogate the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man before they could make a decision. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly? In order to get this Princess Fallen Sky Bao, you don't even care about the face of the universe state. Yi Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and his voice became sharp. Since even the universe state doesn't care about face, what else do I have to worry about? You only have yourself to blame for everything. Don't blame me later. The great calamity of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates today is all because of you. As soon as he said this, there were exclamations all around. What was going on? Did he have more powerful means? Chapter 3201. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Wither Purple Bamboo Forest, 100 meters underground. Just as Yi Xian took out the fallen sky Bao and shocked everyone with his arrow, the devouring avatar who had been hiding under the bamboo forest, also took action at the same time. His figure quickly descended, approaching the immortal purple spirit root that was 1,000 meters below. This action was also very important. Once he successfully obtained the immortal purple spirit root and quickly refined it, Yi Xian's system title exploration mission would be completed instantly. At that time, even if his original body was in trouble in the Peak Central Territory, he could activate the universe coordinate jump ability at any time. Just this alone would make him invincible. The distance of 1,000 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The devouring avatar who was diving quickly suddenly stopped. About 10 meters to the right, a purple root that was half a palm long and 2 fingers thick came into sight. To be named after the immortal, this thing was obviously extraordinary. The purple-gold brilliance was restrained, and the surface of the spirit root was covered with mottled lines, exuding a thick and ancient aura. After a slight hesitation, the devouring avatar suddenly made a move. The devouring talent was fully activated, and an invisible force wrapped around the immortal purple spirit root and pulled it closer in an instant. Rumble, almost at the same time deep in the ground under his feet, a dull roar suddenly came and the surrounding soil and rocks gently shook. It felt as if there was a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years under the ground, and at this moment, it was suddenly disturbed. The giant beast turned over and the earth was turned upside down. What was even worse was that with this huge roar coming from the depths below, the immortal purple spiritual root that was wrapped by the avatar with an invisible devouring force and was about to be absorbed into the avatar's body to start refining suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. It seemed to be connected with the entire giant peak and it was difficult to move for a while. It couldn't be absorbed into the body. The expression of the avatar suddenly changed and his heart sank. He gritted his teeth and was about to make a move again, using all his strength to forcibly absorb the immortal purple spirit root. From between his eyebrows, a small exquisite tower of about 3 inches suddenly appeared, protruding out like a vertical eye, embedded in the middle of the avatar's eyebrows. It was the Tower of Desolation that was moved into the avatar's body by the headless baby corpse. For some reason at this moment, it appeared on its own initiative and began to show its power. Hua! The sound of a waterfall suddenly rang out, and a gray chaotic fog poured out from the Tower of Desolation. Like a mini river, it quickly flowed and fell on the immortal purple spiritual root in front of the devouring treasured body. Without waiting for the devouring treasure body to come back to its senses, the gray chaotic fog had already wrapped around the immortal purple spiritual root. In an instant, it retreated into the Tower of Desolation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the small pagoda disappeared from the space between the clone's eyebrows and went back into his body. Screech! Rumble! At the same time in the depths of the ground below, there was another roar. It was far louder than before and there was even a sharp cry like a phoenix. The surrounding soil and rocks shook even more violently. The giant beast did not just turn over, but seemed to want to break out of the ground and rush up. What was even worse was that with the sound of the phoenix's screech, the surrounding soil and rocks were also affected by some kind of force, becoming extremely tight. In an instant, it gave the avatar a feeling of being trapped in a sticky swamp, and it was unable to quickly escape. In addition, there were countless thick and thin purple roots spreading out from all directions. They should be the roots of the countless purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest on the ground above. They were not visible before, but now they suddenly appeared together as if they had a life of their own. They intertwined together to form a large net, surrounding him from all directions. This was clearly the rhythm of not being able to escape even if he had wings. The complexion of the avatar changed again. He hesitated for less than half a second, but then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. He activated his devouring innate skill again, and an invisible devouring force burst out of his body. This time there was no specific target. In the blink of an eye, a vortex black hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared around his body, enveloping the avatar. His body disappeared as he hid in the vortex black hole. The next moment, some of the soil and rocks closest to the vortex black hole quietly loosened, and the mysterious force on them was swallowed up, so they were no longer like a sticky swamp that bound creatures. Whistling from the upper right, the first dozens of purple bamboo roots that approached from the upper right also suddenly stopped at this moment without any suspense. The originally extremely rich purple in the roots quickly dimmed, and the energy was swallowed up, invisibly sinking into the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. They withered in an instant. Moreover, this strange momentum of defeat was still rapidly spreading outwards, and the range of its influence was gradually increasing. Screech! Screech! Rumble! In the depths of the ground below, the angry roar like the cry of a phoenix came again 2 times in a row. All the soil and rocks were no longer just shaking, but began to undulate like waves in the sea. There were waves and there were waves. There was no doubt that the entire giant peak was affected and it shook easily. If the underground was so turbulent, the ground above must have already been shaking. With such a big movement, this was definitely not a giant beast turning over. The endless huge shadow in the depths of the ground should be struggling with all its might, and it was about to completely recover. At that time it would break out of the ground and its real body would soar into the sky and descend. The avatar, who hid in the vortex black hole, seemed to feel the danger. Although its figure did not appear, It urged the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. While it was swallowing the energy in the soil, rocks and purple bamboo roots, it slowly but continuously floated up. The aura from below was getting stronger and stronger, and it was too terrifying. It could not stay here any longer, on the ground in the central area of the peak. Just as the immortal purple spiritual root was successfully absorbed by the chaotic gray fog from the Tower of Antiquity and refined in an instant, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal purple spiritual root. Grade, Starry Sky Treasure. Quality, Innate Spiritual Root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the immortal purple spiritual root. System title Exploration task completed. Current title, Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title has a halo effect. On the basis of the original title of the first 3 levels, it adds a primary plane coordinate jump ability. Primary plane coordinate jump. The system ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universe planes, ignoring the barriers of the universe planes, and directly jump to the destination. The primary level is limited to the adjacent universe planes connected by the universe wormholes. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to perform the coordinate jump immediately? Did I succeed? Yi Xian was instantly energized. In such a short time, not only did he obtain a section of the innate spiritual root, which was a starry sky treasure, but he also obtained the coordinate jump ability to cross the universe planes. Chapter 3202. Seal Demon Subduing Leader. What happened? There seems to be movement underground and it doesn't seem to be small. Damn it, it's actually the purple bamboo forest? Stinking brat, what did you do? This sovereign has an extremely bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Following the sound of the system beep in Yi Xian's mind, the first rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. The surrounding experts even felt the ground beneath their feet slightly shake. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As for the palace master of the 6th palace, Tian Qianzi, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were about to split open as he stared at Yi Xian and roared. At the same time, the 3,000-meter-long claw print condensed to the extreme, turning into a claw-shaped cage, trapping Yi Xian in a space of about 10 feet, and quickly shot towards Tian Qianzi. You're quite fast. Tian Qianzi, do you think this sovereign is blind? Either we keep him here or we fight. Within one breath, it's up to you. Swish. Swish. Seeing that Yi Xian had already been captured and was currently flying towards Tian Qianzi from within the claw imprint cage, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man seemed to have finally made their decision. At the same time, they let out a fierce shout, and a boundless and mighty force surged out from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and resonate, causing a muffled thunderous sound to ring out. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that could happen at any time. If Tian Qianzi did not remove the claw print cage within one breath, these 2 supreme experts from the Federation of the Second Universe would not hesitate to attack with all their might. Once a battle of this level began, it would be very difficult to end it. At this moment, like Tian Qianzi, the other upper echelons of the 9 palaces who were hidden in the fog of the sect protecting formation had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Unfortunately, in the end, they still chose to remain silent. This kind of silence represented their support. They were also tempted by Yi Xian's heaven-falling bow ability. 10 extreme heavenly palaces, do you want to start a war with the imperial dynasty? How can you take away the direct bloodline of my dynasty as you please? Stop immediately and leave old 18 behind. Otherwise we will fight. We are all humans. Once the 2 strongest factions turn against each other, the consequences will be severe. You have to consider it carefully. At this moment, the Imperial Court's elder Long Ziwen, who had already given up on supporting Yi Xian, suddenly changed his mind. His cultivation surged as he sternly reprimanded, "This matter was started by all of you. The Imperial Court will not be responsible for any consequences." How interesting. In the blink of an eye, this prince has become a hot commodity that everyone is fighting over? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Within the claw print cage, Yi Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and he muttered softly as if he was muttering to himself. A wisp of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he actually sighed in the end. Alas, what a pity. All of you are bound to be disappointed. This prince seems to not have reached the point where I can be bullied by others. Lightning Emperor Seal. Rise. Yi Xian suddenly shouted the last sentence. Then, as if in response, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an azure gold light whizzed out from between his eyebrows and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into an ancient fist-sized seal that hung about a foot above Yi Xian's head. Endless azure gold light burst out from the seal and condensed behind Yi Xian. The light burst out, and it actually evolved into a strange scene that illuminated half of the sky. The aura of this scene was simple and unadorned, and it revealed a dense and desolate aura. It was like a distant expanse of the starry sky. Hazy green mist and golden radiance suffused the sky, and at the deepest depths of it, an enormous golden lotus was blooming extremely brilliantly. It emanated boundless golden light, and it seemed as if it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth and was born from space. It was extremely enormous, and even the stars seemed extremely weak and tiny before it. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was clearly a lotus seed. It was a mysterious azure-green color, and its shape was actually like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. It was exactly the same as the thing hanging above Yi Xian's head. Seeing this strange scene, the divine souls of the surrounding experts shook violently, and the sound of cold air rose and fell one after another. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have imagined that Yi Xian actually held such an extraordinary lightning emperor seal in his hands. It seemed to have been nurtured from a giant golden lotus with an aura that almost covered the sky. Was this the rhythm of defying the heavens? It was absolutely a natural object, absolutely a starry sky treasure. Rumble, boom. The strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian was still, but there was always the rumbling of thunder shocking everyone's minds. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless tiny golden lightning bolts gradually surrounded the lotus-like golden lightning seal on the lotus canopy, expanding and expanding without end. Around the entire golden lotus, countless green lightning bolts continued to explode, becoming denser and denser. In the end, they turned into countless gigantic golden lightning bolts that destroyed countless stars, and in the end, all of them surged into the golden lightning seal on the lotus stem. Swish! Rumble! At this moment, a weak and sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of endless thunder exploding, giving off the feeling of surging thunder in the heavens. Immediately after, the entire strange phenomenon exploded with a brilliant light and instantly collapsed, transforming into a blazing golden light that rapidly spread out like a tide. The degree of heat was so intense that even the supreme experts of the universe realm, such as Tian Qinzi, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man, couldn't look straight at it. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to the side. When they turned their heads again, the golden light formed by the explosion of the strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian had completely spread out. Like melting snow under the scorching sun, it silently and without any suspense, directly destroyed the claw print cage that imprisoned Yi Xian, merged into the void and disappeared. The claw print cage dissipated as if there was a backlash. Tian Qinzi's figure clearly swayed twice, and his expression was extremely ugly. His face was ashen, and even the corner of his mouth had a faint trace of blood. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, Tian Qinzi clearly had the intention to kill. You should be proud of yourself for being able to break free from the divine ability of a supreme being of the universe. Unfortunately, although the power of this lightning stamp is passable, it is still lacking if you want to shake me. It's a little disappointing, but it's only so. Poochie. You old thing, do you think that's the end of it? Just now, I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show my solemnity. The main character is still hanging above this prince's head, so it's obvious that he hasn't activated it yet, okay? But there's one thing you're right about. A dignified supreme expert of the universe being injured just by creating an atmosphere is truly disappointing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at Tian Qinzi, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and suddenly shouted, "Golden lightning repels evil, green lightning slays demon leader. My seal shall suppress this fiend. Quickly kill him." Swish. Chapter 3203. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Ferocious. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the 4th realm, the planet realm, he had already used a Thunder Origin Pearl to successfully kill a Heavenly Legacy clan upper echelon who was at the 9th realm, the Origin realm. Now he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Black Hole realm. His control over the Thunder Emperor treasure seal had improved greatly and was far from what it used to be. Because of this, when he used the Rai D seal this time, the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Emperor treasure seal appeared behind him. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this, but it just so happened to help him dissolve the claw imprint cage. It could be considered a small surprise. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape from the claw imprint cage, he would have to spend some effort and methods. At this moment, as Yi Xian suddenly made his move after escaping, a weak ray of light instantly shot out from the azure gold Thunder Emperor seal that was spinning endlessly above his head. Its speed was so fast that even the supreme expert of the universe, Tian Qianzi, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. This faint light was a Thunder Origin Pearl. Previously, in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in the first universe, Yi Xian had condensed a total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls. He had used one to kill the high-level Tianji clan member Shan Bo, and this was the second one. There were only 8 left in the Thunder Emperor treasure seal. Although the Thunder Origin Pearl looked unremarkable and was only the size of a thumb, in fact, every Thunder Origin Pearl was formed from countless blue Thunder Origin Pearls that were compressed by the power of the Rai-D seal to the extreme. Its power was extremely terrifying. When it had just been condensed, it had been able to instantly kill an Origin Realm upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, it had been nurtured in the Rai-D seal for such a long time. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the Black Hole realm. After he used the treasure seal, the power of the treasure seal was far greater than before. This part of the treasure seal's power was imperceptibly applied to the Thunder Origin Pearl, causing its power to increase again. With the combination of the two, the power of the second Thunder Origin Pearl that Yi Xian had blasted out was far more powerful than the first one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rumble. Kacha. At this moment, as the Thunder Source bead blasted out, the void along the way was torn apart, leaving behind a thin black line. Endless thunder and lightning descended, densely packed, causing people to feel numb all over. The vast Hu Central Territory was instantly enveloped by a formless thunderous emperor's might. It was so terrifying that even the pressure of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates was weakened or even completely covered. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked at this moment. Their hair stood on end and the hairs on their backs stood on end. This is impossible. As the target of the Thunder Origin bead, Tian Qianzi felt it the most intensely. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It enveloped his body and mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He cried out in shock. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. The young man in front of him, who was only at rank 1 Black Hole realm, was originally like an ant in his eyes. However, the young man had repeatedly taken out powerful treasures. Now, the young man had actually made him feel a sense of crisis that threatened his life. Shame. Anger. This was simply a disgrace to him. A Black Hole realm ant was actually clamoring to suppress a universe master. Moreover, it really made his hair stand on end. No matter what, he couldn't accept this. He was about to go crazy. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore. Ah. The shame and anger that he had never felt made Tian Qianzi completely furious. After roaring furiously, he looked up to the sky and howled crazily. However, he quickly retreated. Although the green gold light, which was full of terrifying thunderous emperor's might, could not kill him on the spot, if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was reasonable for him to be lightly injured, but it was also possible for him to be severely injured. How could a mighty figure of the universe be injured by a Black Hole realm ant? Although it was also humiliating to avoid the attack, at least it was better than bleeding in public. That would be the real end of his life, and he would be left with an eternal mark of shame. At this moment, Tian Qianzi had already made up his mind to kill. While retreating quickly, he planned in his heart that after this attack, he would immediately counterattack with all his strength. He did not even want to use the magical bow and arrow, he only wanted to kill his enemy and avenge his humiliation. Boom. Just as his shoulders shook and his body was about to move, the green gold light, which had already shot close to him, suddenly exploded without warning. The terrifying explosion shook the entire giant mountain, and it shook violently. The rolling mist formed by the power of the great protective array in the sky was instantly dispersed and completely collapsed. Some of the weaker powerhouses directly vomited blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them were the disciples of the Sixth Palace who had retreated earlier, and some of the followers who had gathered behind the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man. Tian Qianzi, who was closest to the source of this terrifying explosion, was even more shocked, and his qi and blood were a little unstable. Everything was too sudden and he was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous and weak light would explode before it even touched his body? It was too sinister. Hua! At the same time as the explosion, the originally weak green-gold light, after exploding, instantly poured out a large amount of thunder and lightning, as if a river of thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. The amount was so large that it had turned into a tide, and it spread out with a loud bang, drowning the roaring Tianquanzi in the first moment. The entire lightning river covered a radius of several miles. In addition to Tianquanzi, the other 9 heavenly palace higher-ups from the other 9 palaces were also affected. Although they were at the edge of the lightning river, they were caught off guard and were also drowned. Ah, boom, kacha. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? Everything happened too suddenly. Retreat quickly. The green-gold lightning river churned endlessly as countless bolts of azure lightning exploded. The dense golden lightning weaved into a fine net that enveloped the area. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, the upper echelons of the 9 palaces all cried out in alarm and anger. Tianquanzi's voice also rang out, but there were no more substantive words. It was as if he was venting his anger, and this was clearly the rhythm of him being angered to the point of madness. In the distance, the hundreds of experts from the various great powers who had gathered together were completely stunned. The situation was too strange. Prince Xian, who was only at the Black Hole Realm, had actually taken care of all the upper echelons of the 10 great heavenly palaces by himself. Among the 10 of them, Tianquanzi and the palace master of the other palace were all supreme beings of the 15th great realm, while the other 8 were all supreme beings of the vice palace master level. Their cultivations were all at the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. They were caught off guard and were actually wiped out. Too sullen. It was simply savage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the gazes of the experts towards Yi Xian changed again. This time, even the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man seemed to have some fear in their eyes. Chapter 3204. Undead Dark Phoenix. The great thunderbolt river appeared abruptly. It came quickly and left even faster. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, everything was completely annihilated in less than 3 breaths. The area within a radius of a few miles regained its tranquility. Only the cracks in the void that looked like black lines silently showed the terrifying catastrophe that had happened here a few moments ago. The void was blasted apart, and the earth was charred black. In addition, 10 battered and exhausted figures appeared. The 10 higher-ups of the Celestial Palace were all existences above the cosmic light realm, and 2 of them were universe masters. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily, even if they were caught off guard. The 9 people who were at the edge of the great Thunderbolt River did not even suffer too serious a blow. The extent of the impact was limited. At most, it was slightly more serious than a superficial wound. As for Chen Kunzi, who happened to be at the center of the great Thunderbolt River territory and was immediately submerged by the endless waves of thunder and lightning, he only had blood at the corner of his mouth and his injuries were slightly more serious. He did not even lose his combat strength. The supreme pressure of a universe master was even more fierce. This was the result of anger. However, even though the 10 of them were unharmed, their current appearances were truly unbearable to look at. They were in too sorry a state. Their clothes were tattered and their heads and faces were charred black. Chen Kunzi, who was located in the Thunder Great River Center region and had been caught head-on, had all of his hair blown off. His bald head was just like his face, completely black. Only his pair of eyes that were glaring furiously were as red as blood. At a sudden glance, he looked like a braised egg that had come to life. There was even white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose from time to time. It was obvious that this guy had been struck by lightning. A dignified universe master, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, had been tormented into such a miserable state today. This was more hateful than killing him. At this moment, Chen Kunzi was about to explode with anger. The only thought in his mind was to kill. His eyes were like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Fierce light flashed, and it was about to choose a person to devour. As expected of a universe almighty, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head and sighed. Sigh, his head was blasted into a soy egg, but he's completely fine. He didn't even lose a single limb. He's really freaking resistant. Oh. Hearing this, Tianquanzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had nothing to do with his previous injuries. It was completely due to anger. What did he mean by really resistant to beatings? This brat's mouth was too despicable. What did a dignified almighty figure of the universe become in his mouth? Was it a human flesh machine that was specifically designed to be abused by others? Today you will definitely die. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tianquanzi gritted his teeth and was about to attack to vent his anger. This kind of thunder pearl is very difficult to condense. Every time you use one there will be one less. I don't believe that you have the ability to condense a large amount of thunder pearls. Do you dare to use another one? He was indeed a universe almighty. A terrifying existence who could remain unscathed even after his head was blasted into a soy egg. After being struck once, he actually knew the ins and outs of the thunder pearl. From his words, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't have any more thunder pearls. He was no longer afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. With a thought, he activated the Rai-D seal that was suspended above his head again. With a whoosh, another ray of greenish-gold light shot out. I don't have many thunder pearls with me. I only have about 70 or 80 thunder pearls, less than 100. It's a little too little, but it's barely enough to plow your sixth palace's ancestral land. What? He really has more? This kid is going to defy the heavens. Such terrifying thunder pearls. If he really has more than 100 of them, who would dare to provoke him? If he keeps blasting them one after another, I'm afraid even a universe almighty would be exhausted to death by him in the end. Rumble. Seeing another ray of greenish-gold light shoot out, Tianqianzi, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. The expressions of the 9 people behind him changed slightly. They frowned and quickly retreated without hesitation, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. On the side of the experts from various races from the second universe, there was a large number of gasps and exclamations. At this time, the ground under the feet of the experts suddenly shook again. This time it was even more intense than before. The entire mountain peak was shaken, and a terrifying roar came clearly from the depths of the earth. It was accompanied by a fierce roar that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had been awakened from its slumber deep underground and was about to break out of the ground. Hearing this angry cry of a phoenix, the expressions of the 9 celestial palace higher-ups, who had just retreated, changed drastically. It was as if they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. They exclaimed in horror. This is a phoenix cry? Not good, the dark phoenix has been awakened. Tianqianzi, what the hell did you do? The 6th palace is finished. The inheritance is no longer safe. There must be a problem with the immortal purple spirit root. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix wake up early? Something big is going to happen. Tianqianzi, hurry up and take this kid down. The saint beast of the 6th palace has gone berserk. We need to work together to pacify it. Rumble. Gotcha. Wow. Without waiting for the 9 people to finish speaking, the second thunder origin bead had already exploded. Without any suspense, a river of thunder suddenly surged out and covered Tianqianzi, who was still in a daze, completely drowning him. At the same time, the shaking of the entire mountain peak became even more serious. Rocks rolled down one after another, and accompanied by the sound of explosions, a terrifying crack rapidly extended from the distance. Such a towering mountain peak was actually torn apart by a terrifying force from the depths of the earth. This was the rhythm of splitting one into two. Swish. As the earth shook, a black light soared into the sky from the depths of the terrifying crack in the distance. It was clearly a vortex that was like a black hole. As soon as it came out, it disappeared into the air. The devouring avatar stepped out with a solemn expression, glanced at the chaos here and without hesitation, turned around and fled into the distance. Screech. This time it was incomparably clear and real. The sound seemed to have some sort of mystical power that actually pierced through gold and cracked stone. When it entered his ears, even Yi Xian's soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it wasn't for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly burning and instantly dissolving, just this phoenix cry's ruthless howl would have caused his primordial spirit to be minimally injured. Along with this terrifying roar that shook the heavens, a black claw-like object suddenly stretched out from the terrifying fissure that was rapidly spreading in the distance. Every claw was over 100 feet thick, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was like the ghost claw of the Emperor of the Underworld that came from the 9 hells. It stretched straight into the sky and slapped towards the devouring avatar that was fleeing into the distance. F***CK. A single claw is like a towering tree dozens of feet thick. How terrifying is this beast's body? Even the legendary rock is only like this, right? It can cover 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Chapter 3205. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation both ran away in less than 3 breaths of time. The lightning river that appeared after the second thunder origin bead exploded disappeared, and Tianqianzi's figure was revealed. This time, his head seemed to be even darker, shining with a black light that shone brightly like a black watermelon. At first glance, this was clearly the sign of a braised egg that had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to be born. The radiance was too dazzling. Unfortunately, although the braised egg's head had turned into a spirit, Tian Chenzi was still the same. He was still unharmed, and his legend of resisting powerful existences had not been destroyed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Thunder Origin Pearl alone was not enough to shake the supreme Chenkuan realm expert. Perhaps in the future, when Yi Xian's cultivation level increased and he could unleash the full power of the Rai Di seal, it would have such an effect. As for now, since the Thunder Origin Pearl was ineffective, the only method left was the headless infant corpse. This was Yi Xian's true trump card, and he did not want to reveal it too early. Coincidentally, the devouring doppelganger had escaped far away. Although there was a terrifying undead dark phoenix chasing after it, the latter's main body had yet to appear. No matter how long its claws could reach, there was a limit. It would not be able to catch up for a while. Besides, with the desolate ancient inheritance tower, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring doppelganger. He had already dug a hole beforehand. Although the devouring doppelganger looked exactly the same as him, most of the experts on the mountain peak thought that it was Tian Chenzi's doppelganger. There was no way to explain the yellow mud falling into one's pants. Yi Xian had already thought of retreating. It was time to escape. The commotion was too big, and the Thunder Origin Pearl could not truly deter the experts. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the devouring doppelganger, it was better to leave it in the cultivation camp. He could use Tian Chenzi's name to devour energy and cause chaos. After all, there was already someone to take the blame. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that Tian Chenzi was in a state of shock and could not react for a moment. He turned his head and grinned. The almighty Chenkuan really knows how to play. While my original body is up there enduring the lightning strikes, transcending the tribulation as if I'm taking a bath, my doppelganger isn't idling around either. He's down there playing with the big bird he's rearing. He's not afraid even if his nest is torn down. As expected of an almighty. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Bye-bye, bro. That black bird looks fierce. I'm not as tough as you, so I won't get involved. You guys take your time." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already issued a command to the system without hesitation. He immediately activated the universal coordinate jump function and jumped to the target's death spiral. The next moment, a faint light flashed and his figure disappeared completely. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, it was as if he had teleported away. Although this was a little unexpected, the suppressive effect of the Great Protective Array of the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates was basically non-existent. The Great Protective Array had collapsed and lost its power. Even an existence of the Black Hole Realm could teleport away. Therefore, Yi Xian left very calmly and was not afraid of revealing anything. "Oh, you want to run?" Tian Chenzi spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. Before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to put a black pot on his head. This was too infuriating. In addition, when the devouring doppelganger appeared, he completely understood that the immortal purple spirit root must have been stolen. Otherwise, why would the Dark Phoenix be so angry? That damned guy. I didn't pay attention for a moment and he actually provoked such a huge disaster. The entire Sixth Palace was almost turned upside down, and even the undying Dark Phoenix was exposed. This was a huge crisis that could no longer be resolved. With a cold snort, Tian Chenzi fully expanded his spirit sense and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles, searching for Yi Xian's figure. Even if an ant of the Black Hole Realm could teleport, it would not be able to teleport 10,000 miles away. At most, it would be around 1,000 miles. Tian Chenzi was very sure of this. Unfortunately, the result was extremely strange. Not only was there no trace of Yi Xian's original body, but even the devouring doppelganger that had stolen the immortal purple spirit root and infuriated the Dark Phoenix had completely disappeared. Tian Chenzi could not catch a trace of it. Ah, rumble. Boom. Tian Chenzi almost spat out blood again. Everything that had happened today was too sullen. The Sixth Palace was turned upside down, the immortal spiritual root was stolen, and the undead Dark Phoenix was exposed. After such a heavy loss, he still had to take the blame for someone else. As a mighty figure of the universe, even if he was carrying a head of a braised egg on his shoulder, he should not be so cowardly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and had started to doubt his life. As Tian Chenzi's roar continued, the entire mountain started to tremble violently again. Thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the ground. The terrifying fissure finally spread to the front. 2/3 of the mountain was cut open, forming a huge chasm. The sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes was completely destroyed, and the ancestral ground had crumbled. Screech. Amidst the rumbling noises, the undead Dark Phoenix's furious roar soared into the sky from the depths of the heavenly chasm. Then the giant mountain collapsed completely. All the experts were horrified, and they quickly rushed into the sky, fleeing as far as they could. Some of the weaker disciples of the sixth palace had their souls torn apart by the phoenix's roar. Their Yuan Shen was destroyed, and blood spurted out from their 7 orifices as they fell into the depths of the heavenly chasm. At the same time, a huge black shadow that almost covered the sky rose from the natural chasm. It was indeed a dark phoenix. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was surrounded by black dark fire. It spanned hundreds of miles. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a stream of black light that tore apart the void. It actually disappeared into the horizon in less than half a breath's time. What a terrifying aura. What is the origin of this dark phoenix? Something big is going to happen. A terrifying existence that surpasses the universe has appeared. Once it is angry, it will split the sky. The entire Federation will be affected. This matter is too sudden, and the consequences are unimaginable. We must immediately return to the clan and prepare for the upheaval. We have poked a hole in the sky and provoked a terrifying dark phoenix that surpasses the universe. Tian Xianzi, you must explain this matter. The Federation will soon hold the Tenju Celestial Palace accountable. In the midst of the shock, the silver-robed elder, the green-haired man, and the other high-level members of the Federation of the Second Universe exclaimed. There were even warnings and reprimands. After they finished speaking, they all turned around and left. Even the imperial family elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty and was also from the human camp, did not stay. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at Tian Xianzi and left in a huff. Facing all this, the eyes of the sixth palace master, Tian Xianzi, flickered incessantly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not say anything. On the side, the 9 high-level members and powerful figures from the other celestial palaces looked at each other with furrowed brows. In the end, the 5th palace master, who had a good relationship with Tian Xianzi, sighed faintly and turned to look at Tian Xianzi. The 6th palace has been destroyed, the spiritual root of inheritance is lost, and the dark phoenix of the ancestral land has fled in anger. This place is worthless. There is no reason to stay. Chapter 3206. Enraged demonic dust, Tian Xianzi and the other 9 upper echelons of the celestial palaces left in a hurry. The loss of the immortal purple spirit root was one thing, but the key was that the exposure of the undying dark phoenix was a matter of great importance. The consequences were hard to predict, and it had already affected some kind of arrangement of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. For this reason, Tian Xianzi even put aside his monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian for the time being. As for the messy 6th palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace, there were 3 deputy palace masters to clean up the mess. Besides, he still had countless doppelgangers here, so it was enough to clean up the mess. With the departure of Tian Xianzi and the other high-level figures of the Heavenly Palace, the area around the giant peak where the 6th palace was located fell into a complete silence. The experts of the 6th palace who had retreated because of the collapse of the giant peak all returned one after another. All of them looked extremely sad, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everything in front of them was too messy and shocking. The entire giant peak had completely collapsed, and a deep chasm-like crack ran through the entire giant peak from west to east. The ancestral land of the 6th palace was completely destroyed. Even if a supreme existence who had surpassed the supreme being of heaven and earth used a heaven-defying divine ability, it would not be able to recover from such a degree of collapse. The 6th palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace controlled an extremely vast star area in the 3rd galaxy occupied by the human clan. There were many disciples in the palace. Not to mention the outsiders, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of the 6th palace stationed in and around the ancestral land all year round. This was only the number of official disciples, and some of the outer disciples were even more. The entire 6th palace was definitely a behemoth, and the giant peak where the ancestral land of the 6th palace was located was the spiritual symbol of this behemoth. But now this spiritual symbol had completely collapsed. The calamity had come so suddenly that the disciples of the 6th palace who had gathered around the giant peak were still in disbelief. Their angry expressions were more or less filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the peak of a mountain not far away, 7 or 8 female figures stood there silently, gazing into the distance. Their gazes all fell on the giant peak of the sixth palace's ancestral ground that had completely collapsed. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. She wore festive red makeup, and her face was covered with a layer of red light gauze. At this moment she was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff at the peak of the mountain, allowing the mountain breeze to caress her body and flutter the corners of her clothes. She actually emitted an otherworldly bearing that caused others to be dazzled, and she seemed like an immortal lotus on the precipice, peerless and independent. Suddenly a gust of wind blew past, lifting up a corner of the woman's red veil. Immediately, a beautiful and flawless face was revealed. However, there were tears on her face, and her eyes were filled with grief and confusion. This woman was none other than Zhao Lingyang, who had covered her face and left from the main hall of the sixth palace. The 7 people standing behind her were her maidservants. Originally there were 13 of them, but as the unforeseen events continued to happen, they were caught off guard. When the master and servant group hurriedly left the ancestral ground of the 10th and 6th palaces, several maidservants unexpectedly perished. To the current Zhao Lingyang, the unforeseen events that happened in a short period of time had completely overturned everything she had before. The home that she had grown up in was gone. Half of her close friends and sisters had also suddenly perished. Even her father, Tianqianzi, who had doted on her since she was young, did not know if he could return safely after going to Tianzhu Palace to apologize. Or, when he would return. Compared to this heartache, the grief of being humiliated and ignored by Prince Xian was really nothing. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Zhao Lingyang's heart had unknowingly transformed into bitter hatred that was engraved in her heart. It was even to the extent that the light muttering from her mouth seemed as if it came from the 9th level of hell, and it revealed a ghastly coldness that caused one's mind to tremble. Is this my heart tempering in the mortal world? Immortal mortal world? Ah! If the so-called great Tao of immortals actually requires the pain of the mortal world to cultivate one's Tao heart, then I don't want it. Although the great Tao of immortals has its Tao, it is definitely not a lonely mountain path. The mortal world is too painful, and the great Tao does not know the way. From today onwards I, Zhao Lingyang, will no longer have any sorrow or pain. From now on, I will abandon this mortal world and the immortal path without hesitation. From now on I will no longer fall into the demonic path. Long Xian, there will finally be a day when I will kill you and offer your head to Amo Chen. Along with the soft muttering coming out of her mouth, the aura emitted from Zhao Lingyang's body also rapidly changed. In just a short minute, that fresh, otherworldly and unparalleled arrogance and tranquility completely disappeared, transforming into a bone-chilling coldness, callousness, ruthlessness, and boundless resentment that wreaked havoc, and killing intent that soared to the heavens. Boom! Screech! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the cultivation power in Zhao Lingyang's body crazily surged at this moment. Her cultivation, which was originally at the origin 7th stage, actually increased explosively, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven's 7th stage. She raised her head and let out a shrill howl, overflowing with hatred and resentment. Even her long black hair seemed to have been assimilated by some kind of mysterious power. As it danced wildly in the mountain wind, it was actually dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the black hair on her head had completely turned into snow-white silver hair. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang had completely transformed. From her body to her divine soul, nothing was left behind. The proud daughter of the heavens had fallen to the demonic path in anger. Miss, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, your hair. What exactly happened? Lingyang, you look so scary now. Can we not be like this? It's too scary. As Zhao Lingyang raised her head and let out a shrill howl, the black hair on her head was instantly dyed with white frost. The few maidservants who had witnessed all this with their own eyes were already scared out of their wits. As they pleaded softly, they subconsciously retreated slowly, even their bodies were trembling. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar in their eyes, causing them to be fearful and not dare to approach her at all. Even you, are going to abandon me and leave? Zhao Lingyang suddenly turned around. Her head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the veil on her face had long since been lost, flying away with the wind. What entered into the field of vision of the maidservants was a face that was savage to the extreme. It was peerlessly beautiful and evil, and it was faintly discernible while being enveloped by a layer of faint black qi. Moreover, its gaze was even like 2 sharp blades, and its invisible oppressive gaze actually revealed a strand of coldness that caused one's heart to tremble and suffused with killing intent. Since you're not willing to accompany me in the demonic path, Then I'll send you on your way. Go on your way first. Boom! An explosion shook the heavens, and a dense black qi that was vast and boundless yet cold to the extreme suddenly surged out from Zhao Lingyang's body without any warning. It did not stop at all, and in less than half a breath, it had already arrived with a loud bang, completely enveloping the few maidservants who were retreating in shock not far away. Screech! Just as the figures of the maidservants were submerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye in this shocking demonic qi, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly came from somewhere in the void in the extreme northeast of the mountain peak.